Now to Paula, in October of last year, Paula was thinking about having a small extension. It was kind of like a summer house built at the back of her house. Well, at the time, she and her husband had someone round at the house doing some work in the front garden, and everything seemed to be going very well. She was very happy with the work that he was doing.
He measured it all up and gave us a quote, which we thought was quite reasonable. In November last year, we paid a deposit, £4,500, and then he said he would start the work in December, but the weather was very bad, and it was very bad in January. And then I wasn't very well and had to have an operation, and at the time I thought I couldn't cope with building work. My partner phoned him up and said we would have to postpone it for the time being, and we would like our money back. And he said that he had to pay his men and he didn't have the money, so we said he'd give him a couple of months to sort it out. And then we were in lockdown, so when we phoned again, he was rude then, quite rude and aggressive, and he just said, "Oh, you've heard of COVID, haven't you? I've not been working and I've got no money." And then he just slams the phone down.
Well, Paula said that's what happens every time she tries to call him. He just puts the phone down. So I was a bit worried as to whether I'd even be able to have a conversation with him. Well, thankfully I was able to have a conversation, and Paula's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Paula.
Hello.
Hello, Paula. Right, so let's just go back to the beginning, really, for any new listeners who haven't been following your story from the start. I explained to you when you first appeared on the programme that from a legal perspective, when you pay a deposit, unless it is clearly outlined in writing at the time, you should assume that by paying a deposit for a product or for a service, that is a non-refundable deposit. And the act of paying a deposit shows your commitment as a consumer to enter into an agreement with a retailer or with a contractor. So in the event that you then break the contract, in the eyes of the law, and as I say, unless it has been made very clear that you'd have your deposit back, you should assume at that point that if you break the contract, you won't get your deposit back. That's the legal approach to this. However, there's also what I would consider to be a moral approach to this. And the fact is, you said to me that when you paid him this £4,500, you believed that £4,500 was going to be for supplies and for things like that, so that he'd be able to buy everything that he needed and then come and do the job. And then the balance, which was, I think, about another £10,000, wasn't it?
Yes.
That would obviously be payable at later times, and then if you're very sensible as a consumer, you should always leave a chunk of money to pay at the end of the job when you are happy with the way it's been done, because that very often provides you with some leverage should anything go wrong. Now, I went off to have a word with him, and the argument I was putting to him was that from a moral perspective, even though legally you are not entitled to your money back, how can he believe that it's reasonable for him to just hold on to £4,500 for a job that he didn't even start and he hasn't even bought the materials for? That was the argument that I was going to put to him. Now, we had a long conversation, he and I, and to be fair, he was actually very nice about you and your husband. I know you said that that you felt as if the relationship had broken down. He was quite aggressive and kept putting the phone down. But he said that when they were doing the job for you and your husband, he said that you are lovely people and he got on very well with you, particularly your husband. He said that your husband, spent a lot of time talking to your husband. Really nice couple, he said. And he said you then raised the prospect of doing this other job, and he said, yeah, that's fine, I can provide. He said it wasn't a quote, it was an estimate for the work. But then what happened was he provided some drawings for you to show you what this summer house was going to look like. And he said at that particular point, he made it clear to you that you would need to go to the council and find out from the council whether full planning permission was necessary or whether you could get away with it with just permitted development. Now, he said he provided the drawings with you. At that time, he didn't talk to you about any cost associated with the drawings, but he said obviously that did involve his time and professional expertise in order to provide those drawings. You paid the deposit of £4,500 and you went ahead. You said, yeah, happy to go ahead. He said that then in December, you were given information by the council that actually you would need full planning permission. And he said it was at that point that you said you didn't want to go ahead with the building. Well, he said at that point he'd obviously put aside weeks in the diary to do the job for you. He said that he'd lost other jobs as a result of turning them down because he was doing your job. He'd also spent the time providing the drawings to you. And he said, well, I'm not prepared to give you the full amount of money back. But he said that you were insistent you wanted the full amount of money. There was no negotiation, full amount of money. And he felt that that was not reasonable. So that was the point that he was at when I called him. He said, yeah, he said, I accept from a moral perspective, it's not okay for me to hold on to the full £4,500. But he said, I also feel from a moral perspective, it's not reasonable for Paula and her hubby to ask for the full amount of money back. I don't think that's reasonable. So you and I had a conversation at the end of last week, and I said to you, well, what do you think would be a reasonable amount of money to get back? And you suggested you go 50-50 with him, half of the money back, yeah?
Yes.
So that's what I went to put to him. And in fact, he and I ended up having some communication on Saturday morning, because he came back with this response. Jonathan, if this payment means a full resolution, then I can make a transfer of £2,250 within a couple of days. Please, can you obtain the bank details for the customer and I'll transfer the money? So he's agreed to pay you half of the money back, Paula.
Right.
Now, how do you feel about that? I mean, I know it's not the full amount that you were hoping for, but taking into account everything else, do you feel that's a kind of fair and reasonable way of resolving this and being able to move on?
Yes, I think so. There was a couple of things that, he didn't do the drawing he did wouldn't have cost the money he's claiming, but we'll forget that, and half of the money back would be acceptable.
Yeah, I mean, as I say to you, and look, if you were legally entitled to all of that money back, I promise you, and I hope you know, that there would be no negotiation at all. I would be going to that man and I would be saying, you need to give Paula her full £4,500 back. But, and I mentioned that at the beginning, we have to start from the beginning. The beginning is that you entered into an agreement with him to build you this summer house. You paid him £4,500. The £4,500 was never a fully refundable deposit that was outlined in writing. So, in fact, from a legal perspective, he could, if he wanted to, just hold on to the full £4,500. So, in that kind of scenario, we do have to negotiate. And I think, to be honest, to get half of the money back seems to me a fair and reasonable resolution for both of you. Would you like to give my team your bank details so that we can pass them on to him so he can make the transfer to you? Is that how you'd like to do it?
Yes. Yeah. He should still have Frank's details, but I can get them and pass them on to your team. Yes,
yeah. That would be good if you could. What I'll do is I'll pass you back. We just need your sort code and your account number, and he can then make that transfer. And he says he'll be doing it in a couple of days. So right. What I would like to do is just to catch up with you later on this week and make sure that £2,250 is showing up in your account.
Okay, then. That would be lovely.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I'm going to give this just as a little bit of encouragement, and hopefully very soon we'll be able to play the rest of it. But I'll wait to hear from you as soon as that money's gone through. And, of course, if it doesn't go through, I'll go and chase him up for you as well. Okay.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you, Paula. All the best to you. And just as I want to reiterate that again, just be aware of that. If you put down a deposit for a car, if you put down a deposit for building work, if you pay a deposit to a company, you are showing a commitment to enter into a contract with them. And in the same way that if the company were to break the contract with you, you would expect that deposit back. If you are the one that breaks the contract with the company, you should assume you've lost that deposit, unless it is clearly agreed at the beginning that the deposit is refundable. So don't put down a deposit, in other words, unless you really intend to go ahead.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
OK, I will. Right, well, back in May, my daughter ordered some towels from a company online. Now, these towels are not just ordinary towels. They're special towels. They're quick drying, sand resistant, super absorbent, odour free, and they're actually made from recyclable water bottles. Okay, so she ordered 3 towels, and they came quite quickly within a week, but unfortunately 2 of them were faulty. The one was just a plain one, which had stripes on, but the other 2 had a pattern printed on top of the stripes. And when she opened them up, it looked as though the pattern had been printed on and then the towels had been folded over, so the pattern had transferred to the rest of the towel. So she contacted them straight away, and they were very good, and they apologised and will send you out 2 more. So they sent out 2 more. They came within about 2 weeks, but unfortunately they were even worse than the first ones. So she contacted them straight away and explained what had happened, and explained that actually the 2 faulty ones were meant as presents for people. So she didn't hear anything for 2 months. So she contacted them again, and then they did reply. She said, "Had you had any other complaints or anything?" And they replied and said yes, and in fact it was a faulty batch. So could you choose 2 new towels, and they would send them to her.
Wasn't anyone checking the stuff before they sent it out? I mean, it's not...
Well, this is what she said, Jonathan. She said that she was quite disappointed that, there hadn't been checked before they were sent out in view of her complaint. So,
particularly with something... I mean, this sounds like a rather unusual kind of towel. It sounds as if it's some...
on the beach.
Yeah, but it sounds as if it's some kind of, new environmentally friendly way of having a beach towel, which is great. But surely with a new business in particular, if you want to hit the ground running, you need people to be really happy with the product and to be saying, it's fantastic. I would recommend everyone to buy these towels, not to send out ones with faulty print that looks awful.
No. Well, you see, there are other companies that make them, and, obviously she's seen those advertised and that, but this was a new company that hadn't been going very long, so she wanted to actually support a smaller business. So
and how much were the towels?
They were, 2 of them were £14 each, and one, the plain one, was £22, because the printed ones were actually half price. They were on special offer. Oh. So all in all, it was £42.50.
I think we can see why now.
Yes.
There's obviously something a bit wrong with the printed ones. So
yes. So
she'd ordered 3, is that right?
She ordered 3. One was just stripy, and that one was fine.
And the other 2 were faulty.
2 printed ones. Yes.
Fine. So what does she want now? Because it must be very irritating. Does she want them to send the correct one, or does she want to return them and have her money back?
Well, what happened when she complained about the faulty, about the second faulty ones, and they did finally get back and said that they were a faulty batch, they asked her to choose 2 new ones. Well, when she went on the internet, the ones she'd chosen were out of stock, or perhaps they'd been taken off because they were faulty. So she did actually choose 2 new ones, and that was back on the 24th of August. But since then, she's emailed them 4 times and had nothing. And she would like the towels, but failing that, she would like her money back, Jonathan.
And has she had a little look around? I mean, have other people had the same issue with this company?
I don't know whether she has looked around. She's a nurse, actually, and she works really long hours, which is why I'm dealing with it for her. She has an hour and a quarter journey every day on top of a 13-hour shift each way. So I don't know whether she's had time to actually look at other people's reviews or anything, to be quite honest with you.
Well, we can certainly go and do some digging around. Tara.
Hello.
This sounds like the kind of environmentally friendly towel that would appeal to you.
Oh, yes, I'd love that. And I'd love the idea of a towel that dried really quickly, packed down small, didn't contain...
Yes, it goes into a tiny bag and they look lovely.
And most towels, when you've been on the beach, they're double the weight by the time you leave the beach because they're full of
sand,
water and sand. Yeah, and you can't shake it off.
See, I'm a lover of a Pima cotton. It's probably environmentally unfriendly, I don't know, but I love a Pima cotton. Nice and soft.
You'd love one of these, Jonathan. In Fuengirola, it'd be ideal for you.
Fuengirola. You've moved.
Yes, okay. Well, look, let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word with this company and find out what on earth has gone on with these towels.
Lovely.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Hang on there, please, Bev. Selena went to a retail park with her husband. It's one where you have to get a ticket from a machine. You don't necessarily have to put any money in, but you do have to get a ticket and then display it in your window in order to get the free parking for 2 hours.
My husband got the ticket when we got there, put it in the front of my car, have a little compartment on the front on the dashboard. We put all tickets there if we need to for parking. We went along into the shop, came out in less than 2 hours, and we had her parking ticket attached to the car. And my husband managed to find the parking attendant, and he said, "Oh, there's not a lot I can do. It's already being put into the machine now, but just send the ticket off to the details on the back of the parking ticket." This was the 24th of January 2019. I think I'm on my fourth debt collecting company trying to get this debt, but I already had a ticket. They are now requesting £150 from me.
Well, this has been going on for nearly 2 years. Selena has sent off the original ticket to the parking company at the start of all of this, but thankfully she still has a photocopy of it. Well, what has the parking company had to say about this? What's the debt collector had to say about it? We'll find out who we've been talking to. Selena's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Selena.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, I did share a photo of your car. You drive it's a Jeep Wrangler. So it's a 4x4 Jeep. And you put the ticket and you say on that day you had put the ticket in a kind of a little space in the middle of the dashboard.
That's correct.
And I did wonder whether it was easily visible if you were kind of an ordinary height person to look over the bonnet of a 4x4 car and to see the ticket in the middle of the dashboard staring up. I don't know. I put that photo on my Twitter and a lot of people have had a look at it. Quite a lot of people say they think it probably was quite a difficult place to see. So I don't know whether going forward it might be a good idea to find somewhere else to display it. But look, let's find out whether any of that is relevant, because I know Tara's been speaking to the company. Now, is this the debt collection company or the parking company, Tara?
Well, I looked at the name of the parking company and I did think to myself, oh, heck.
Right. Okay. Yes,
because I've dealt with a number of these issues before where I've had to get in touch with this particular company and I've never had any joy. I mean, they might have been brilliant this time round, but I just thought we needed to save time. So from previous experience, I went straight to the company that owns the retail park that you went to, because that is obviously a more fruit-bearing avenue to explore. So I had a go at that, Selena.
Okay.
What have they said?
Well, I got in touch with them, and I must admit, they got back to me pretty quickly. And they said, first of all, it was just picking this up, let me look into it, which is always a promising thing, because I basically say to them, look, from prior experience, it's actually quite difficult to get anything back from this particular parking company. So would you, in the kindness of your heart, go through and see if you can contact them on our behalf and get this issue resolved? And the email that I got back on the day after you were on the programme, Selena, was this. We have contacted our property manager and asked for this ticket to be cancelled and an apology made to you. So I don't know whether you've heard anything. I think I may have to chase this one up.
Well, shall I tell you what I think is also a bit of a potential problem with this? The fact that you said, Selena, that you're now on debt collector number 4.
Yep.
that would suggest to me that the debt has been sold on 4 occasions. And actually, the original parking company, even if the management firm for the retail park speaks to the parking company, it may well be that they don't actually have any jurisdiction over the debt collection firm that now own the debt. Because if they've purchased it from a debt collector who purchased it from another debt collector who originally was acting on behalf of the parking company, they may turn around and say, well, no, we're not going to benefit at all from that, so we might as well carry on trying to pursue Selina.
Now, I have made it clear in my original email that you were on your 4th debt collection agency. Now, ultimately, it is the issuer, as I understand it, the issuer of the original ticket who was responsible for cancelling any further action. And that's the sort of response I've had in the past. So what I'll do is, because I'm presuming you haven't heard anything as yet, Selina.
No, I haven't, no.
Okay, so what I'll do is I shall get back in touch with the owner of this retail park and just clarify the situation again and find out exactly where we are in the process of all of this.
I think even if that doesn't happen, and even if the debt collection company that now is pursuing you, Selina, says, well, sorry, but we don't have any involvement with the initial company. We've purchased this debt from somebody else, so we're going to carry on pursuing Selina because otherwise we're not going to make any money back for the money that we've paid for this debt. If you had something in writing from the parking company to say that they have cancelled the original parking fine, then surely it means the debt collection company that owns the debt now would have nowhere to go in terms of if they took you to court, at the point that you then are able to not only show the ticket that you had on the day that gave you permission to leave your car in that car park for 2 hours, but also a letter from the parking company to say that they've reviewed the case and have now cancelled it. There's no way a judge could ever say to a debt collection company, oh yes, you're perfectly entitled to money from this person. So I think one way or the other, it's looking much more positive for you. I presume you haven't heard anything yet, Selina.
No, I haven't heard anything. I've had no post through or emails or anything.
Okay. Well, we need to get something quite promptly in writing.
Yeah, I'll
don't
do
we?
that now. That's fine.
And I think even if they do say, well, look, sorry, but we sold this debt ages ago, so yeah, we cancel the ticket, but we can't guarantee that Selina won't be contacted. I think if they can just put that in writing, and so Selina's got it on file, and then if I were in your position, Selina, I think what I would be inclined to do is next time the debt collection company makes contact is send them a copy of the letter from the parking company to show that it's been cancelled and say, just to make you aware, I charge £50 an hour for my time. If you contact me again and pursue me for a debt that you should not be pursuing me for, any time that I now have to spend in resolving this issue with you will be chargeable, and I will countersue you in the small claims court.
Okay then, I shall do that.
Okay, fine.
That's wonderful.
Let's leave it there for today. Can you please keep us posted? We'll go back to them, get something in writing, and we'll talk to you very soon, okay?
That's wonderful. Thank you, Jonathan.
Lovely. Thank you very much indeed. I think for the company, just that at the moment, just a tiny honk of the horn. We need to just make sure that this is going to stop the action against Selina first before they get any more. But things are certainly looking up. It's out. Ron purchased a leather recliner in 2018, but a couple of months ago he noticed something on the back of this chair that he'd never seen before.
I noticed there were some black marks on it, and when I went to rub it with a damp cloth, it went straight through. So I've contacted the company. I had to wait nearly a month before somebody came out to examine it. When he examined it, he did say at the time that he hadn't really seen a chair go that quick after just 2.5 years. It's a very light, I'm very colourblind, but I think it's a light grey. And it had gone all along the back of the seam, and then I examined the chair as well, and that's beginning to go as well.
Well, as you can imagine, Ron's not very happy about this. He expected this furniture to last for a reasonable amount of time. He certainly did not expect all of the colour on the surface of the leather to start vanishing when you sit down on it. Well, I promised him that I would go and speak to the company, and that's exactly what I've done. Ron's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Ron.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, as I mentioned to you previously, I've had this happen to me with car seats. Anybody that's ever had, I've had a number of cars now that have cream leather car seats, and it's quite a common issue that in the driver's seat, where you're kind of in and out of the car, and the seat is getting quite a lot of wear, you can find along the seams, you start to wear the cream leather colour out, and you see the under backing colour coming through, which can look a bit unsightly. And I suspect that's what's going on with the leather on this particular furniture that you're referring to. I think where you're sitting on it, it's kind of not only worn the colour away, but it's also wearing through the leather underneath as well, isn't it?
It's gone completely through.
Yeah.
It's like split now, about 4 inches length of split.
Now, that's obviously unacceptable because furniture should be of reasonable quality and it should last for a reasonable amount of time. And I don't think there are very many people listening to this programme that would be purchasing leather furniture if after just 2 years of using the furniture, it starts to wear away. And I would imagine, Ron, I mean, you sound like a sensible kind of man. You're not jumping all over this furniture or, doing things that might wear the colour away on it.
Well, I just wish I could at 83.
Doing some handstands on your furniture. So I went off to have a word with the company that you purchased it from and made the argument that it should have lasted considerably longer. I know they were saying to you initially, before you came to me, that if you paid them money, they would come out and repair it.
Yes.
But I don't think that's fair. I don't see why you should have to pay for it to be repaired at this particular stage. I mean, if we were talking 5 years down the line, well, maybe, but you've only had it 2 years.
Yep.
The company concerned is DFS, and they came back with this response. They said, at DFS, we are committed to providing our customers with the highest quality products. Having spoken to Ron, and in light of his concerns, we will be repairing the items free of charge. We'll continue to keep in touch with Ron so that we can arrange for the repair to be carried out as soon as the necessary parts are ready. In the meantime, we apologise for any inconvenience caused during the process. Well, I know when I then caught up with them at a later date, they then suggested to me that the necessary parts required for the repair to the furniture were going to take about 12 weeks to arrive. So they said to bear with them, they will come out and get it sorted, but they're going to have to wait until this, I presume it's the leather that they're having to get hold of. And the fact that it's going to take 12 weeks, I mean, God knows where it's coming from, to be honest, Ron, but there we go. Have you heard anything since we spoke?
I think they've probably got to kill the animal yet.
rear the animal first.
No, actually, I have heard from them now, and the manager of DFS said that he would be sending an engineer out to me on the 18th of this month to do the repair.
So, when is the 18th? So that is next Friday.
Yes.
Not this coming Friday, but the following Friday.
Correct.
So at that particular point, they're coming out with the leather to do the repair.
Yep.
Fine. Well,
I don't know how they do that at home. I can't believe it. I mean, unless it's just a piece of leather that they have a hammer and hammer these staples in or so. I don't know how they would do that at home.
Well, the leather that has worn through, just so I've got it right in my mind, it is the leather on the back of the bit of chair that you sit on.
Yes.
So it's the facing leather, yeah?
Correct.
So it's the
and also the seat that I sit in is almost going through.
Right. Okay.
Now, I did mention at the time when he phoned me and said he was sending his engineer out that the seat was sagging as well, and it looks as though it's kind of had a 18-stone man sitting there for 3 years. He did say that he would look into that for me as well, and he perhaps might bring a bit of sponge and to correct that if he can. So,
right. Can I ask how much you do weigh, Ron?
14 stone.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, the furniture, again, should last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yes.
And it should not be sagging in this kind of way, and it may well be that it does need some more foam to be put in there. In answer to your question, you're not sure how they're going to do this. As I said to you I previously, I've had this done to a car. There was one particular car that I had. I loved that car. And I kept it for ages. And the driver's seat, because it was cream leather, it really was looking quite tatty. All the other seats looked perfect. Particularly because I don't have children and hardly ever carry anybody else in the car. The back of my car always looks brand new. But the driver's seat obviously gets a lot of wear. So it looked awful. And I thought, do you know what? I'm going to get this driver's seat renovated. And I had this guy come round, and he was a miracle worker. I've never seen anything like it, Ron. He completely redid the leather on the driver's seat.
When you say redid, you mean he replaced it or he sprayed it?
He replaced one section that had started to wear through and there was a hole in it. Yeah. He replaced that section, restitched it all into the seat, and then he re-sprayed the entire seat so that it was all, repainted, the leather, and it looked like a brand new car seat. It was absolutely incredible.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it wasn't cheap. It cost, I think he charged about £100 per seat. But even so, when you look at the artistry that he had to actually do for that £100, it was amazing. And the car seat looked brand new as a result of it. Now, what I'm hoping is that whoever comes round to attend to your furniture will kind of do the same thing. I would imagine they will cut out the section of leather that has started to wear through. They will replace that leather section and restitch it all into the furniture, and then hopefully they'll put some new foam in the bottom part of it that you sit on as well before they put the leather over, and then they will literally paint it, and fingers crossed it will all match and look perfect with the rest of the furniture.
Well, fingers crossed.
Well, let's just hope that when they've done it, it all, looks okay. Is this particular recliner, this is a chair, is it, or is it a sofa?
No, it's just I brought a sofa and a chair, and it's just the chair that I sit in that's had the problem. The sofa hasn't been used, so.
And how far away?
People not to sit on it.
Yes. How far away is the chair from the sofa?
How far away? It's about 3 metres, 4 metres.
Oh, fine, okay. No, the only reason I'm saying that is obviously when it's repainted or resprayed,
yes,
it will look brand new.
Yes,
so,
and he did mention actually that it may not be completely identical, and I said to him at the time, that doesn't matter.
No, it shouldn't matter as long as the furniture's, a bit
yes.
apart, then you won't notice the difference. If it was right
Correct.
next to one another, then it might stand out like a sore thumb. But I think if there's a bit of distance between the two bits of furniture, you should be fine. Ron, listen, I'm going to give them this. Oh, just a tiny honk for encouragement. Can you please keep us in the loop, and we'll catch up with you, probably be in the new year now, to make sure that everything's okay with the furniture?
I will do. Do you want me to phone you in the new year to say...
Yeah, please, yeah. We'll catch up with you in the new year, and hopefully everything...
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, back in January this year, we bought a bed frame, cost £799. After a few months, we noticed that our mattress has started sinking, but we kind of put it down to the mattress was 7 years old, so it might just need to be a replacement mattress. So we bought a new mattress from another company, which was delivered, and after 2 weeks we noticed that mattress had started sinking as well. So we phoned the mattress company up, and they sent out an independent engineer to have a look within a couple of days, and he said that the bed frame itself hasn't enough support, and that's the reason why the mattress was sinking. So we said, okay, so we went back to the company that supplied the bed frame, and they reluctantly sent out another engineer to have a look, and the guy just said there's nothing wrong with the bed frame, and that was pretty much it. So I was a bit confused because both independent companies are the same company, so it was a bit of a conflict of interest.
What do you mean? Do you mean the independent report company?
Yeah, it was the same company. So one said it was the bed, and the other one said it was not.
Oh.
So I went back to mattress people again.
Yeah.
And they said, okay, well, it sounds a bit biased because obviously the same company has kind of sided with the company they're representing, sort of thing. So they said, what we'll do is we'll send out a senior technician from the same company, and what he says is final. I said, well, you can say that, but I don't agree it will be final. So anyway, this guy come out, he's very helpful, and he said, look, your bed frame slats are too thin, they're too far apart, and that's what's causing the sinkage in this mattress. So I said, okay then. So then I went back to the bed company people again. They said that they would get a technician from the company, not the people that come out, but internally, which they never did. So I phoned them again and spoke to another girl, and then she said, well, we'd like to send out another technician. I went, hang on a minute. I said, I've sent 2 reports in now saying that it's the bed frame. I said, I've asked you to give me, what size is a standard bed frame slats. I said, but you haven't done. I said, and it just seems now I'm getting a runaround. I said, because I've had 3 reports done from the same company, and I don't see what another report from the same company is going to achieve. So it's in the air at the moment. I kind of feel like pig in the middle because the bed frame company are not really supplying me with any kind of measurements or evidence. But as the mattress people are, so it's very confusing.
What do you think is causing the problem? Do you think it is the bed frame, or is it just coincidental that you've had the problem and actually the real problem is with the company that supplied you with the second mattress?
No, I think it is the bed frame because I've kind of done a bit of investigating myself onto sizes of slats and that, and the slats on our frame are very slim and they are far apart. Now, my daughter, she's got a bed of similar but not as expensive king-size bed frame, and the slats are wider and they are closer together, so there's more support. Now, I've said to the company that supplied the bed frame, look, I'm not bothered about getting money back. It's not about that. If you send somebody out to, make it more supportive, I'd be happy with that. But they're not basically willing to do anything.
No, but hang on a second. I mean, why would you be happy with that? Because surely what you're saying is that the poor quality bed that you've purchased from this company has damaged a mattress that you've purchased subsequently because it wasn't fit for purpose.
Yeah, well, I was kind of just trying to get things kind of moving forward. I mean, I'm just trying to be kind of fair, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but I think that's being overly fair to the company.
Oh, right.
It's if you're right, if the company that made the bed frame, sold you the bed frame, if that bed frame has a poor quality level of support for a mattress, and as a result of that poor quality slatted bed frame, it's damaged not just your old mattress but also a brand new one, then as far as I'm concerned, they should be making sure that the bed frame is adequately supportive, so that I presume would involve reinforcement of some kind of adaptation. But I also feel that they should accept the fact that they have responsibility for the fact you've spent money on a mattress that's now ruined.
Yeah, well, they've not actually wanted to do anything. I mean, the mattress company have been very helpful, but as I said, with the bed frame company, they've been dismissive, just blocking everything you try and do, even trying to be fair like I'm being, or overly fair. They just don't seem to be interested. And I know with warranties and that, it doesn't mean anything depending on how much you spend and, the quality, but we've still got a warranty because it's not even a year old, and it's just ridiculous how they. Yeah,
but I don't think this is a warranty issue. This is about whether the product is fit for purpose and of reasonable quality. Yeah, which is all something you're entitled to expect under the Consumer Rights Act. Now, the bed frame, how much did you spend on that?
£799.
And how much was the mattress?
The mattress is £700. I mean, we normally spend more, but that was the one that they kind of said in store would be ideal, so that's the one we went for.
And what kind of, I don't want the brand, but what kind of mattress is it? Is it a pocket sprung or memory foam?
Oh, no, it's pocket sprung.
It's a pocket sprung bed, okay.
Yeah. It's also a firm mattress as well, so, because I did support.
Right. And is it a turn mattress or non-turn?
It's a turn one.
Okay. Right, well, this is an interesting one. We do, as you can probably imagine, we get quite a lot of complaints on the programme regarding beds.
Yeah, I hear
This
them,
is an
yeah.
interesting one because the fact that the bed frame comes from a different place to the mattress does, of course, in this kind of scenario, give two different companies the opportunity to blame one another for the problem that occurs. And poor old Stephen stuck in the middle.
Exactly. I mean, the mattress company have been okay about it. They've given me evidence and given me reports suggesting that, and I just don't know why the bed frame people can't just look at the reports and say, well, maybe it's not been built that way, and just deal with it.
Have you done any research to see if other people have been complaining about the same issue with the bed frame?
No, the bed frame's been discontinued. Apparently, that's what the company told me. We went in store because it was in store, but you had to order it online, and it's like this massive kind of bed in the middle of the store, so you can kind of view it and think, oh yeah, that's lovely, which is what we did. And it's made by a decent company, so I was just a bit shocked or disappointed that this has happened. But I said the company selling the frame have not given us any evidence at all, but we've given them some, saying that this is what they should be, the slats and the distance, and yours aren't. So it's quite obvious that
well, if necessary, then I guess the way to proceed with all of this would be to get your own completely independent furniture assessor in.
Right.
Now, that would need to be somebody with experience of bed furniture in particular. And what you would need to do is to have that report, and it would have to be someone completely separate to both companies and indeed the independent firm that they've been using to come out and have a look at the furniture as well.
Yeah.
On the basis that report stated that the bed frame you'd purchased has inadequate support, and as a result of the inadequate support, that's what's ruined the mattress, you would then sue the retailer of the bed frame, not only for the cost of putting right the bed frame, but also the consequential loss you have faced in terms of the amount you then have to spend on replacing the mattress.
Yeah, I didn't think
Because
like
if this has started sinking already, I mean, is it getting worse every time you lie on it?
No, we don't sleep on it at the moment. We've because the other mattress, it was really expensive. The other mattress we kind of put upstairs into my daughter's room, so we've moved up to there now because we've got a spare bed for my daughter. So we've moved up there. So
is it okay on a different bed?
We haven't tried it, to be honest with you. We've my daughter's bed's upstairs, and I'm not being funny with the mattress on her bed. It takes 4 people to lift it.
Yeah. Well, good quality mattresses are very heavy, so
it is. Yeah. So we don't tend to move it around that much.
No, I mean it'd just be interesting to know, wouldn't it? Because is the mattress, if you put the mattress on a good bed frame, on a good bed base, would it be okay, or is it ruined? That's what really it would be nice to know.
Yeah, it would. I mean, we can try that certainly. Like I said, I've looked at my daughter's slats because it's exactly the same style of bed and everything, just a different. It's not as expensive. Her slats are a lot wider and they are closer together, so she has got full support. Even though her bed is only about 300 quid, so her bed's a lot cheaper than ours. So it seems to have the support. And when we went up to store to look at the bed frame that was in there that's similar to ours, the slats were exactly the same.
Right.
The bed frame's not made in this country; it's made in another country.
Okay. Well, look, we need to go and have a little word. Let's speak to retailer A, the company that sold you the bed frame. Let's see how they want to play this, and we'll take it from there. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much,
Lovely.
Jonathan. I really appreciate your help.
Okay, Tara, I'm going to pass Stephen back to you. Can we get that detail? Go and have a word, please.
Yeah, and I know you love a good bed problem.
Well, I do, but this is quite complicated, to be honest with you, and I think there is the potential that if retailer A, the seller of the bed frame, refuses to accept responsibility, you're going to have to get someone completely independent, and one or other company is going to have to take responsibility for the cost of that, because it's got the potential to be a bit of a nightmare, this, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Stephen, leave it with us. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. Rob bought a new home about a year ago. When I say new, I mean a brand new house. There's a snagging list, as you might expect with a new build, but Rob has one particular problem the company doesn't seem able to sort.
The main issue we've got, which doesn't seem to be getting resolved, is we've got a fence which is only about 4 foot high on our side because they've installed it in a dip. So where the hard standing ground is, we're good sort of 2-3 foot higher than the fence, which is obviously not great for privacy from the neighbours and vice versa. They sent out 2 of their contractors, their ground worker contractor and their fencing contractor, both blame each other. And then the developers sort of saying, well, they're both blaming each other, but we admit there's an issue there and just nothing's getting done.
Well, I've been off to have a word with the developer to find out what's going on and can they please get this resolved. There are, I guess, 2 options to all of this. Either they can adjust the level of the ground and then reinstate the existing fencing, or maybe they can put higher fencing because that will then be a total of 6 feet from the ground. However, of course, there's the potential that that might breach some kind of legislation because there are strict rules over how high fencing can be. So, to be honest with you, though, that's all the developer's problem. It's certainly not Rob's problem. Let's find out what the latest is because Rob's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Rob.
Good morning, how are you? Oh, good afternoon now even.
Good afternoon. So, as you know, I did go off to have a word with the company. They are Redrow. And they came back with this response. Redrow said, we are aware of a ground level difference in one of the gardens at this particular development. We've been in contact with the homeowner to resolve this. Due to fencing shortages, fencing material shortages, there's unfortunately been a delay in sourcing replacement panels. However, we are working with our network of supply chain partners and liaising with the customer to get this installed at the earliest opportunity. So it does sound as if replacement fencing, putting higher fencing in, is the intended course of action. Now, I have kept the pressure on Redrow last week. I've sent them several emails to say, can you please let me know when this is going to happen? Because I do want to follow this through. I do want to make sure that everything is resolved. I gather things have started to happen, Rob. Have you heard anything?
I haven't, but my neighbours did, and they came and spoke to us. They received an email from the fencing contractor with a possible solution. It looked like sort of a retaining fence bottom of concrete, which looked about 2 or 3 foot high, and then it would be then 4 foot of actual fence going up. So that would then give us the privacy that we both want.
And is that something you're happy with?
I am happy with it. Well, I would really like them to level the ground and just put a 6 foot fence in, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I just really want them to give us the privacy. So if that is the only option that they're going to do, I'm happy with that.
But if you've got 2 feet of concrete panel underneath the fence, who will that be visible to? You
Both.
Or the neighbour?
It'll be both myself and the neighbour.
And will that look nice?
It's not overly nice. The picture they sent, it was about 4 foot of concrete, which was obviously a bit more of a worry. But they said, no, it's not going to be that high. Don't worry. It's not the prettiest thing to look at, but that seems to be the only option that they're coming back with.
Right. Well, and is there a flower bed that runs all the way along that fence? You know, something you could grow in front of it so you won't actually see it?
Yeah, not yet. What we're planning is maybe levelling the land ourselves with our landscape gardener, so hopefully that will then cover a lot of the concrete. So that could be an option, but then obviously it's at our expense then.
Yeah, but then does that not simply lift the ground up again? And don't you potentially face the same issue of then having a fence that isn't tall enough?
Possibly. I'm trying to think how high they're going to make it. It might be, so the fence will be 6 foot, and then there's 2 foot of concrete underneath, possibly. The email that I saw, it wasn't very clear. As I say, I've heard nothing from Redrow. This was all from the fencing contractor himself.
Right, okay. Well, I just hope that it's going to look okay. I think if I were you, and certainly from the latest I heard from Redrow, they said they have devised a solution and this has been shared with the homeowner. Obviously, that's only one of the homeowners, though, your neighbour, not with you. I
definitely haven't received an email.
I think what I would be inclined to do is to make contact with whoever it is who's dealing with it at Redrow, and copy your neighbour in next door as well.
Yeah.
And I think just say, in principle, we obviously want the fence to be sorted, but we want something to be put in place that is going to be aesthetically pleasing. Because what you don't want is for some kind of horrible monstrosity fencing to run all the way down the side of your back garden, that every time you look out the window, you think, oh, that looks awful. Because this is your back garden, and you know, this is the opportunity to get it right. And if they're going to do something that's just going to look horrible, and I have an image in my mind of just a whole load of kind of concrete.
I can send you the picture. I'll speak to my neighbours and I'll get a picture sent across to you and your team. You can have a look. It's from the picture. It is about 4 foot of concrete at the bottom and then a normal fence above it. But they said, no, don't worry about that. It's not going to be 4 foot.
But it's easy for them to say because they don't have to live there afterwards. But just send it to me and I'll have a look. And you know, if it looks horrible, I'm going to say so because.
No, absolutely. And they still haven't given us a timeline for this. It's just sort of an email showing what they're planning on doing. But as I say to you before, everything seems to drag its heels. They sort of come and do things and then nothing actually ever happens afterwards.
OK, well, look, let's leave it there for today. Yeah. Get me a copy, please, of the photo so I can see what we're talking about. And then let's take it from there. And I will, as I said to you before, I'll keep the pressure up until this is resolved.
Great, thank you.
OK, Warren was due to get married on December the 4th, which I think was last Friday or Saturday anyway. Then him and his wife were going to travel to Jamaica for their honeymoon. But 5 days before the wedding, Warren called the holiday company and was told it was cancelled because of coronavirus restrictions. So Warren decided to pay more money and to change the destination to the Maldives instead, taking the total cost of the honeymoon to £3,377.20.
The problem came when, after we'd checked all of this, we'd realised that my partner's passport had actually expired.
What?
And we thought, well, yeah, it was Sunday night, so I contacted them immediately after we had worked out that we couldn't get an emergency passport because of the pandemic. All the passport offices are closed and we can't get an emergency passport to travel. So we spoke to the company, holding our hands up fully that it's totally our fault. We should have checked our documents, and we understand that we're not expecting our money back. We're not really expecting anything. We're just trying to see what we can do. They sort of said, well, there's an identical holiday for you. It's on the 13th of March. It's the same airline. It's the same hotel. It's the same. Everything you can think of is exactly the same. They said they needed to check with the airlines, but there shouldn't be any problems. And they've come back and now said that there's absolutely nothing they can do.
Well, Warren thinks that's unfair, when in the first instance they didn't tell him that the first holiday was cancelled, and they've had to pay more money already. Well, what's the company had to say to us? Is the trip in March completely off the cards or not? We've been off to have a word with them. Warren's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Warren.
Hello there, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. First of all then, how was the wedding? It was Friday, yeah?
It was indeed, yeah, it was amazing. It was fantastic. Yeah, married my best friend. So that is lovely, isn't it? And how many people were there? Is it 30 you're allowed now? It's 15. So there was 15 including us. Yeah.
Right. And it was, in spite of all the restrictions, it was still a lovely day.
Yeah, well, we had snow, so it was winter wonderland. No, it was lovely. It was really, really lovely.
You had snow?
We did indeed.
Where did you get married then? Obviously not in Beds, Herts and Bucks.
In Cambridgeshire, Essex, so Saffron Walden. Yeah, there was snow all around. It was lovely.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, it was obviously meant to be, especially for you.
Right.
Now, let's find out how we've got on with the holiday company, because I know Tara's been off speaking to them. What have they had to say for themselves? Is there anything they can do, Tara?
Well, firstly, congratulations, Warren, and I hope it was lovely and you got some beautiful photographs. Yes, I have got a response from the company, and it is TUI. And it goes like this. We're sorry to hear of Warren's situation. Unfortunately, as per our booking terms and conditions, an amend to a booking so close to the departure date would incur a fee. Part of Warren's holiday is serviced by a third-party airline. Therefore, we cannot be responsible for when their offers are available. In this instance, we would recommend for Warren to speak to his travel insurance provider.
Oh, dear.
Right.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have travel insurance because it was so close. We weren't able to do it. And by the time we were able to book to get the insurance, we were already trying to amend the holiday. So it was sort of not possible to get insurance.
If only you'd known that your now wife's passport had expired when they first confirmed to you that the original holiday to Jamaica was cancelled because of the virus. I guess at that point you would have been able to get all your money back.
Yep.
And
exactly.
they need never have known about the passport problem. You could have just rebooked something, for next year when you got the passport organised. What an absolute nightmare. So there's nothing they can do at all. There's nothing TUI can do at all.
I put Warren's circumstances to them. They were already aware, obviously, and that is the response I have from them.
And they know this is a honeymoon?
Yeah, they do know it's a honeymoon, yeah.
Oh, Warren.
Well, that's that then, I suppose.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, look, let's just talk about the practicalities of taking this further forward. Unfortunately, it's not TUI's fault that, your wife's passport expired, and therefore your wife doesn't have a passport to travel. When you booked the trip to the Maldives last week, you did so in good faith. TUI sold you the holiday in good faith. The holiday is going ahead. It's not their fault you can't go because your wife's passport's expired. No. So we have to be fair to them. It's just very disappointing that nothing can be done with the provider of the holiday based on the circumstances to offer you anything at all. I mean, because at the moment it seems like you've lost £3,377.20.
Yeah, well, we have. That's that, really. It just seems basically, when we've been fair to them and ended up giving them more money when they've done us wrong, but when it's us paying them money, and we're the ones that have to lose money, we're the ones who have to suffer. We've been honest with them the whole time. And just
although to be fair to TUI, I mean, they're not to blame for the pandemic. It wasn't their fault that the initial holiday had to be cancelled because of the pandemic and because of the problems with, going in and out of Jamaica and flying to Jamaica. So, but I take the point you're making. Initially it was them that cancelled the holiday, and you were understanding of that.
Yeah.
And now it would appear, I mean, oh dear. I just don't think there's anything further you can do.
I don't. Unfortunately,
because they are aware of it being a honeymoon. That hasn't changed their opinion. They're aware of us discussing it on the programme. That hasn't changed their opinion. So I don't, and if you haven't got any travel insurance, I just don't think there's anything you can do. Have you don't by any chance have any travel insurance through your bank or credit card that you're unaware of, do you?
No, I don't think so. Unfortunately, I don't pay any extras on the cards. No.
Well, I'm so sorry.
No, thank you for doing all you have.
Well, I would love to have been able to do something to help you, and it's just. But the trouble is, I can't criticise TUI because, in good faith, they've sold you a holiday. And it's obviously a case of them not being able to rearrange the details of the holiday for you. And they would then stand to lose out themselves on this money through no fault of their own. Because, again, to come back to the central point, it's not TUI's fault that you didn't notice your wife's passport's run out.
No,
it's just awful. What are you going to do?
So we've actually managed to go away to Devon for the week. So we've had a little break away, which has been nice. But obviously, it's not the Maldives.
It's not the Maldives at all.
We're making the most of it, at least.
Well, I mean, I praise your British spirit.
It's a lovely part of the world.
Not at this time of the year.
Oh, come on.
Look out.
They've just got married.
You won't be able to see anything.
It was -2 this morning compared to 30 degrees.
Oh, God.
We'll take it.
Well, look, I mean, the good news is that you had a wonderful wedding. This is the beginning of your married life, and you will have, I hope, many, many, many happy years together. And this will always be a story in the future you'll be able to tell your children and your grandchildren when, hopefully when the pain of the loss, the financial loss to you, starts to wear off a bit. And maybe in the future you'll be able to laugh about this, but it's extremely expensive, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, definitely. But thank you so much for all your advice, Dan.
Well, look, I mean, Tui, if you by any chance can do anything to help Warren at all, and his wife...
I've just sent them another email just to ask that, reiterating again it was their honeymoon. And as you say, Jonathan, they've not done anything wrong here.
Please, Tui, if there is anything you can do at all, because at the moment Warren's lost everything, lost the full amount of money, lost the honeymoon. We understand it's not your fault, Tui. We understand that, but is there anything you can do? If so, please help, because otherwise, Warren, you're going to have to start from scratch, really, and save up and have a belated honeymoon instead.
Yeah, that's the plan, I think.
Oh, dear. Well, look, if we hear anything further from Tui, then we'll obviously let you know, but otherwise, I'm sorry. Make the most of Devon.
We will do. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Warren. And isn't that just... It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare because on one hand, you can see it completely from Warren and his new wife's perspective, having paid all that money, and then can you imagine how their blood must have run cold when they realised that the passport had expired? But then on the other hand, it's not Tui's fault either. It is just an absolute nightmare, really, isn't it? It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three. Now, Eunice purchased a new washing machine in September 2019. It cost £239. A few days later, he noticed the spin on this machine was extremely noisy. So he says he tried to get in touch with the company, but wasn't very successful. Then at the start of this year, something else started happening.
January, February, where I contacted them again about the washing machine itself and also about black marks appearing on the laundry from the brand new washing machine. I'd also mentioned to them I'd used several different products to try and clear out the washing machine, thinking it was just a residue on the inside of the washing machine. And they just mentioned keeping the door open after you've used those packaged contents to clean the washing machine.
What did the black marks look like? An oil residue or some kind of mould residue?
An oil residue. And this is all over items, so it's basically ruined quite a lot of the laundry items. And that is still ongoing.
So this has been going on long enough, but why has the company not resolved the matter? Why did they not resolve the problems with the washing machine right at the outset? Well, this is an intriguing case. Eunice is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Eunice.
Hello there, Jonathan.
So I know, Tara, when we spoke to this company, they were insistent that they had not heard anything about this until fairly recently. They said they were not aware of the problems with the washing machine. And it was only when we started doing a little bit of digging around that we saw the email address Eunice had been using to complain to them was the wrong address.
There was a missing S.
Yeah, you'd been sending it to customer.service at the name of the company, and in fact their email address is customer.services at the name of the company. Now, when we heard this, obviously, you know, there's that kind of head in the hand moment where you think, oh no, that's why they weren't aware of it. But then we suddenly thought, well, hang on a minute, wouldn't you have had some kind of bounce back email to suggest that the email hadn't gone through? So I tried it from my BBC email address, and sure enough, straight away I got a bounce back to say this email address is not recognised.
I did the same from my private.
Then I tried it from my private email address. The same thing happened. But Eunice, you are absolutely adamant that at no point have you ever had an email back to say that the email address you were emailing was the incorrect one.
That's correct. I had nothing back at all.
Which is so strange. And you said that you've been into the store in the meantime. You've been complaining to them. Yes. But obviously we can't prove that because there isn't a record of that. So the long and short of it is they have indeed been more than happy to resolve the issue with the washing machine, but what about the damage to the clothes and the black marks all over the clothes? Tara, what's the latest? What's happening now?
Well, eventually it was decided that Eunice was going to drop that part of the issue because it was going to take a long time. He'd probably have to pay for an independent report that would be quite a lot of money that he'd then have to claim back, and it might take some time to do that. And also he would be without a machine for even longer. So in the end, Eunice, you decided to accept their like-for-like replacement of a washing machine as a gesture of goodwill. That was correct, wasn't it?
That's correct,
and
yes.
they also said at the time that it would probably take between 10 and 21 days to arrive. However, when we last had you on the programme, you were able to say, well, you should get the machine quite shortly, which was good news because you'd be able to get back to washing and it would all be absolutely marvellous. So hopefully now, as we speak to you, you do have a working washing machine. Is that correct?
I have, and it's all being installed. It's all perfectly working. I've used it today.
Lovely. No black marks all over your clothes?
No, nothing at all.
And no noisy spin?
No noisy spin.
I wonder what the problem was with the spin. And I wonder whether that was eventually linked to the black marks all over the clothes. I mean, was it something that was scraping potentially, and it was, you know, would you say the black marks that were appearing on the clothes looked as if they were some kind of oil-based mechanical marks?
It does look like it, because it seemed to be like little striped marks that were appearing on there. It's not like a dirt residue or something that's going to be residing inside the washing machine.
It wasn't a big splodge, was it? Yeah, they were just small marks.
Small marks, yes.
I remember many years ago when I lived in London, and I was in a flat with some girls, and one of my flatmates was particularly buxom and had very large bras. And the number of times that the bra wire used to come off in the washing machine, and you'd always know that it had come off because there'd be the most terrible noise when the machine was spinning, I presume as this metal was all mangled up in it, and then shortly after that it would then start tearing the clothes to shreds. I know it's a strange question, Eunice, but there's no way it could be a bra wire that came off and got caught in this washing machine, is there?
No, not at all. There's only me who lives here. It'd be a strange case.
Well, it's always best to check. Listen, I know obviously the damage to the clothes is a frustration, but at least you've now got your washing machine. Are you happy to draw a line under this and to call it a day?
Yes, I'd have to.
All right.
I don't think I'd win in any other case.
No, I don't think you would. And I think, you know, just as a word of warning for everybody else listening to the programme, always check and double-check any email addresses that you are using in correspondence to a company. If you haven't heard from them, check that as the first port of call before you take matters any further. And if you're still not getting any kind of joy, come to this programme sooner rather than later, and hopefully we can get it sorted for you. Listen, Eunice, it's all sorted now. We will thank the company very much indeed. Enjoy your washing machine, and we'll be round this afternoon with a few bags of washing for you to do, OK?
Thank you.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
OK, so I have run my own skincare and day spa for 10 years. And I'm still unable to get into my premises between the hours of 10 and 4.
Right, hang on a second. So you run a business, a day spa, and what is this? Some kind of, beauty treatment place?
Yes, and I'm in another business that rent me the premises.
Okay.
But since the lockdown lifted, I've been unable to trade between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.
Right, so how long have you been trading from this particular establishment?
10 years now.
Okay, and you've never had any problems before?
No.
And you say since the lockdown ended, they've now... I presume is this the landlord of the building who suddenly said they don't want you trading between normal business hours?
Yeah, so basically they're offering me hours which don't suit my business, which is 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. And as you're probably aware, no one is going to want a facial at 7 o'clock in the morning. My business hours are between 10 and 4, my main business hours.
And they've said that you can't trade between 10 and 4. What's the reason that you've been given?
I've just been given it's their business decision at the moment. no negotiation. I've offered to pay for one of my receptionists to be on their reception, so they don't have to pay costs out. But they've declined that offer.
Okay.
So yeah, I did have a team of 10, and it's slowly going down due to the fact that, you know, my girls don't think we'll ever be allowed to get in the premises again, so they're all looking for other jobs.
Okay, well, let's try and get to the bottom of what's going on here. I mean, I have some theories as to what might be behind the decision, and I presume you do too.
Yeah,
so would
sure.
would I be right in saying then that if, for example, I booked a beauty treatment with you, I would have to come to a reception area in a building and speak to a receptionist that acts on behalf of a number of companies? Would that be right?
Just mine and their company. Yeah.
I see. So the landlord of the building, is that the other company?
Yes.
Okay. So I would come to their reception area, speak to their receptionist and say, "Hi, I'm here for a facial with Jane," at which point I would then wait in the waiting room?
Well, yeah, you would go upstairs to my premises and wait in my waiting room. Yeah, so it's just to let people in, really.
So I presume then the reason for it, and I don't know whether this has been explained to you, it sounds as if it hasn't, because you don't seem particularly clear on their reasoning behind it, but I presume it's because they feel it is too risky to have members of the public coming into their reception area during the normal office hours when they'll have members of staff coming in and out at this particular moment in time. Is that what you think's going on?
No, basically they close their building between 10 and 4, but they have members of the public as well. Obviously I can't identify them, but they have members of the public using their facilities as well. But they've just decided to shut their business between 10 and 4.
Why?
Also, a lot of their clients are leaving them because obviously that's not good, is it, to be closed those hours?
So the other business they also welcome in members of the public?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, but they've suddenly decided they're not going to be open between 10 o'clock in the morning and 4?
Yeah, because primarily they think their business hours are more busier in the morning and evening, whereas I'm busy in the day, so...
Well, yes, and surely there has to be some give and take, and if you've agreed to provide a receptionist during the hours of 10 till 4, when they aren't actually not going to be open, what's the problem? Why can't they let you carry on trading?
They haven't. They've just said that I can't trade. That's it. They're not open to negotiation. This started on the 25th of July, and like every week I get a text or an email saying that they've decided they're not going to open all the time. They said they were going to open all the time in December, so I thought, great. Booked loads of customers in, and then I was told 2 days before the lockdown lifted that they would not be opening, full-time in December.
And have they offered you anything, in terms of, because you obviously will have some kind of lease agreement, I presume?
Yes, I have. Yeah.
To have this space. Have they said to you, we're not going to charge you rent or give you a discount for it? Or, I mean, what are they offering instead?
Well, I'm not paying rent at the moment, but obviously I'm losing a lot of money because I've still got overheads to pay, which, when it isn't a lockdown as such, I still have equipment to pay for, telephone, there's overheads there that I can't pay for because I'm not technically open at the moment.
So have they said to you, you don't have to pay your rent at the moment?
Yes, I don't have to pay the rent, but I've still got overheads to pay for my business.
I understand that, but I presume that is their kind of justification then, and they're saying, well, look, we've decided our business model is simply not going to work between the hours of 10 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. We recognise that Jane runs her business from the same place. So we've said she doesn't have to pay any rent at all during this period of restriction. She can operate from the building rent-free for this period. Is that kind of how they're framing it?
No, I can't operate from the building because they won't let me in between those hours.
No, but you're able to trade for the other hours rent-free in their building.
No, they've actually they've reduced my rent by a third for those hours, but those hours don't suit my customers. If you see what I mean, I can't see my clients at 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock at night.
I completely understand the predicament you're in. Have they said that they are happy to release you from the lease?
Well, I've put a lot of money into the premises. I just want to get back into my premises. You know, I've spent a lot of money over the years. The treatment rooms look gorgeous, and everyone said, why don't you move somewhere else? But it's going to cost a lot of money. And every day I'm losing money because I've got clients that want treatments, but not during those times.
And in terms of the security aspect of the building, if they do not want their business to be open to members of the public between 10 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, if you were, for example, to have your own receptionist sitting there, would there be a constant security risk to this other company that members of the public might come in and try and get into the other business?
No, not really, because there's doors that would prevent people going into those areas.
So that could all be locked off?
Yeah.
And your business would then be completely self-contained with a reception area?
Yes, yeah.
Well, I don't really understand. If you're prepared to provide the receptionist, and if the agreement is that the other business is going to be shut and locked and no one's going to be able to access that, and your company, you then take responsibility for making sure that happens and that nobody tries to get into that other business, then it seems a bit obstructive that they won't allow you to carry on trading. What was
I know. Sorry.
when you've put that to them, what have they said to you? There's just simply no negotiation, or that?
Yeah, basically no, that's not going to work.
Well, I'd like to know why. Look, I'll tell you what we're going to do. This is intriguing. Tara, can we get a bit of detail? Can we go and speak to this company that obviously owns the building and owns the majority of the building and trades from the building, although not between 10 and 4? And can we just ask them, there must be some kind of compromise that can be reached so that Jane can carry on trading, because at the moment this is not working for her. And I completely understand, they could turn around and say, well, if you don't like it, move out. But if Jane's invested a lot in the building and in her rooms, in her treatment rooms, that's then going to come with a huge cost at a time where it's not ideal.
Absolutely. Time and money you've obviously invested in that place. You're right. Not easy to just pick up after 10 years, is it, and move it somewhere else? And that's where people know you from.
OK, Jane, look, we'll go and put a call in. We'll try and get some answers and we'll talk to you very soon, OK? Becky was going on holiday with 9 people, friends and family, to a villa in Lanzarote. Becky was paying for the villa, with the total cost being £3,524.18. They were due to go at the end of July, but coronavirus restrictions meant they could no longer travel to Lanzarote. Well, her friends managed to get the money back for the flights, but when it comes to the villa, well, there's been a very big problem.
We had then lost all communication with the villa owner. They wouldn't confirm any availability further to future dates. They weren't responding to any emails or messages that we were sending. So we got back in touch with the online booking agent, and they were saying that they'd washed their hands of it, basically, that it was just a contract between us and the villa owners. We obviously were chasing backwards and forwards for a long period of time trying to get hold of the villa owners to confirm that they were able to change the dates. And it wasn't until October, just gone, that they confirmed that they were unable to change dates or unable to refund, that their business basically, as of hundreds of others, were unable to accommodate any future bookings or refund us.
Well, Becky has managed to get her part of the cost of the villa back, as thankfully she had travel insurance. But unfortunately, her friends did not. So why is the villa owner keeping all of their money and not offering some sort of resolution, seeing as neither party is at fault here? Well, I've been off to have a word with the owner of the villa in Lanzarote. Becky's back on the JVS show. Hello, Becky.
Hi, good morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Becky. Now, this is a bit of a lesson to everybody listening to the programme, that when you're booking a villa holiday or any kind of holiday, really, if you book a package, and a package must consist of at least 2 components of the trip, so normally flights and accommodation, then, of course, you are covered by package holiday regulations. Mm-hmm. When you book individual components yourself, you do not necessarily have the same rights to cancel, even though the necessity to cancel might be completely out of your hands, as indeed is the case here. Mm-hmm. So I explained to you that I wasn't necessarily feeling very, very hopeful about this, but I did say, let me go and have a word with the owners of the villa, because I'd like to ask them how they feel they can justify hanging on to all of your money. Because surely they would recognise that it's not your fault either. In the same way that it's not their fault, it's not your fault either. And for them to hang on to the full amount of money for the villa, even though nobody was there for that week, and to mean that you lose out on a huge amount of money. I mean, thankfully, you've got your proportion back, but that, in the grand scheme of things, isn't a lot, is it?
No, less than half, unfortunately.
So I have had a word with the owners, and they've come back with this response. They said, I'm sure as a journalist you will be well aware there are 2 sides to every story. Well, I am absolutely aware of that, and it's for that reason that I approached them to get their side of the story. They said, we have explained this on numerous occasions to Becky. We empathise with Becky. However, I feel I should further explain our situation. The pandemic has decimated our business, and we're striving to feed ourselves, let alone keep hold of our houses. We have 4 properties here in Playa Blanca, and our sole family business, income and pension, was renting these properties. We have had to let go our management staff, our cleaners, and our maintenance workers. They and ourselves do not have a social security system like in the UK. Therefore, we have not been able to claim any financial assistance, not a cent from the government here. We have mortgages and bills to pay, but no money coming in. We already have lost our own home. Our terms and conditions clearly state that comprehensive travel insurance should be taken out on booking. Had Becky taken out a comprehensive policy, then that would have covered her for this eventuality. According to Spanish law and our booking terms, Becky is not entitled to a refund. Had our financial situation been different, then we would have liked nothing more than to help as a gesture of goodwill. Unfortunately, that just isn't an option. We have bills equating to over £10,000 per month, with no money coming in. Our business has not been able to keep up these payments, therefore it looks like the banks are going to repossess the properties, hence us not being able to defer Becky's holiday to a future date as a gesture of goodwill. To be quite honest, the stress of receiving incessant emails regarding this booking is adding further stress to an already highly stressful situation. My wife has already suffered with her mental health because of the situation that we found ourselves in, and we're having to use all of our own personal savings to try and keep our heads afloat. And that is the end of their response.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're a human being, so I presume to hear that is upsetting.
Of course, absolutely. And I can, as I say, I empathise and sympathise wholeheartedly with the situation. I work in the hospitality industry myself, so I know absolutely how this horrific virus has caused so much devastation to so many businesses. But it was just the responses that I was trying to get. I mean, the response that you've read out this morning is very similar, or is almost word for word to the one that I received from her husband in October. But it still doesn't justify that I am left at it's a no-win situation. I completely understand, and of course, nobody wants anybody to to suffer in the way that they have and the way that everybody else has.
No, and I mean, I absolutely understand from your perspective. It's not your fault. You didn't cause the global pandemic.
No.
And therefore, for you to have lost out on almost £3,524.18,
yeah,
it's a massive hit, and it's extremely unfair. But I think I guess they would say that as much as they would like to help, their financial hit has been much greater, because they seem to be arguing that all of their business has completely ground to a halt. And they've got banks calling in loans left, right and centre, and they seem to be under the impression that they may well lose everything in the future, which I guess is the difficulty. In terms of where else you can turn, I think the problem that you're going to have is, and I know that you're in a very difficult position because, and please correct me if I'm saying anything wrong here, but although everybody booked their own individual flights, you were the one that had stuck the full £3,524.18 for the villa on your card, weren't you?
That's right. Yeah.
And therefore, although you've managed to get some of the money back because you were insured, that still leaves you with a cost that, well, I don't know. I mean, how are you doing this in terms of are you simply saying to everyone else, well, sorry, but you've lost everything? Or have you used your insurance money to kind of discount the total and then everyone else is splitting the loss between them?
No, I haven't. My the friends that are still owed money have said, look, we appreciate everything that you're doing to try and recoup that money. But, if we've lost it, we've lost it. So the travel insurance that I've got back is currently covering our payments, and then obviously my elder daughter and her partner as well. So,
and in terms of just remind me about the payment method. Was it credit card you paid for it on?
Yes, it was. Yeah.
And you've spoken to your credit card company, but they're not prepared to help
because I waited too long to make the claim on the payback.
Right, but that was under the chargeback scheme. Have you tried, and I know there's a question mark over how successful this is likely to be, but have you tried putting in a Section 75 claim?
Not since we spoke on Friday when you mentioned that, no.
Well, as I say, and I don't want to speak too loudly, because we've certainly heard for somebody else who had tried to put in a Section 75 claim in similar kind of circumstances, the credit card company came back and used the fact that coronavirus was an act of God as a way of suggesting that Section 75 does not cover them. I guess the next thing to do is to try putting in a Section 75 claim and to see how they respond.
Yeah.
So do you know how to do that?
I don't, but I can certainly look into that.
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest that if you go onto the website for the credit card company, there is probably a section on how you put in a Section 75 claim. Yeah. I would advise you to do it in writing, preferably by email, so that hopefully you get an answer sooner rather than later. And the basis of your Section 75 claim under the Consumer Credit Act is that you did not receive what you paid for.
Yeah.
And the credit card, you've tried the company that you paid the money to. You're not getting anything back from them. You can forward over the emails confirming that they're not going to pay you. And then say, therefore, under the Consumer Credit Act, Section 75, I would like to claim the remainder of my loss from you as the credit card company, who are jointly liable in relation to this contract.
Yeah.
Let's see what they say.
Okay. Yeah.
It will be interesting to see how they do respond, because there seem to be conflicting bits of information out there. There are lots and lots of organisations that are suggesting the Section 75 claim should still cover you. But as I say, there is this chance, and we've been sent some information that suggests that credit card companies are managing to find a kind of get out for paying out for this kind of thing, because of the fact that it's an act of God. Let's hope that doesn't happen to you. Can you put in that claim and let me know what they say?
Of course, yeah, absolutely, I will do.
Great, and I think that is your only hope, really, because as you've heard, the company that you'd paid the money to in Lanzarote, it does not look like they are going to be making a payment to you at all. And if everything they have said is correct, and I've no reason to disbelieve them, because if you just think about it logically, if you are in the business, if you've banked everything, if you've banked your future on villas in another country, and they're British people, so I don't know whether they would have any kind. They're suggesting they don't have any kind of financial support from the government there. If you've banked everything on buying villas and then renting those villas out as your income and your future, then I would imagine this year has probably been pretty disastrous.
Yeah.
So I feel extremely sorry for them as well. But look, let's see what the credit card company has to say, and we'll take it from there, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. No problem at all. Thank you for your help.
Darren purchased a new front door in 2016. It had a glass panel in it. Everything was absolutely fine with this door until August of this year.
My wife was working from home, and she was working in the kitchen, and she heard a crack, and she went towards the front door to investigate, and she found that one of the panes on our front door had cracked into loads and loads of pieces. It really does look awful, and every time I open the door, I'm worried it's going to fall out, and it just doesn't look very nice. And if we do go out, we're worried that someone can just sort of break the outside pane and just walk into the house. When we had these doors and windows installed, they come with a 10-year guarantee, which was really the main reason why we went with them. So we didn't hear anything for a couple of weeks, and then we phoned them again, where they told us that there'd been an issue and someone hadn't ordered the glass, so they needed to reorder, and it's again going to take a couple of weeks. Basically, since then, we've been ringing back every other week, and they keep saying, we don't know when the glass is going to be here, and we can't tell you when it's going to be fitted.
Well, the problem that we've had since speaking to this company, and we'll find out what the latest is in just a second, is that the company are insistent that this problem with the glass is not caused by a manufacturing defect or an installation defect with the door. It's an accident. So if we think about, well, what could have caused that? Either somebody throwing something at the door, or more likely, I guess, potentially a stone from the road firing out from a car wheel and hitting the glass. But Darren says there's nothing to demonstrate on the glass. There's no chip on the outer side of it that would be kind of typical of that kind of accident. Darren's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Darren.
Good morning, Jonathan. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you, Darren. Now, I know Tara's been speaking to this company again because we discussed last time the idea of Darren getting out an independent person to come and have a look at the glass panel to determine whether the glass panel has broken because of some kind of problem with the door. So I don't know whether the glass panel is under too much stress, or whether indeed there is evidence of this being accidental damage in the form of a stone chip. What's the company had to say about Darren getting someone independent out?
Yeah, because obviously it was suggested they would put it to them that they would end up paying a little bit more because they'd have to replace the door if this independent assessor decided that there was a problem with the door. They'd have to pay for the correction to be put right, the problem with the glass, and also the cost of the independent report. Yeah. Would they like to assess it within the light of that? Anyway, I did get a response, and this is the statement that Anglian Group sent through to us. We are sorry to hear that Darren is unhappy with the outcome of his complaint. Our assessment of the glass door remains as accidental damage, which, as we previously stated, is not covered by the terms of the warranty. Anglian are members of the Glass and Glazing Federation, who are the industry authority for our sector. The GGF can provide conciliation services and will be able to supply a list of approved, accredited, independent experts if Darren wishes to appoint one. In the meantime, our service engineer is scheduled for the 9th of December, which is tomorrow, to review works for the window query, which is within warranty.
Now, that's something separate to the glass on the door. That's a separate issue that they're coming to have a look at. So, Darren, they're suggesting that any independent person would have to be a member of the Glass and Glazing Federation.
That's correct, yeah.
Have they been in touch with you at all since we spoke last?
They haven't really, no. Could I just say that the actual crack on the windows on the inside of the house and not the outside of the house?
So that would rule out something from the road, are you saying, hitting it and causing that damage?
So that's correct, yeah.
Do you have children?
We do, yes.
Young children?
Yes, between the ages of 8 and 10, so 8 and 12, sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's no way. What I'm trying to do is rule out things so you don't end up wasting more money on this.
No.
There's no way your children could have, been chucking stuff around in the hallway and something hit the glass.
There was no one around that doorway at the time, and I've spoken to them both, and they're both pretty honest kids, and definitely not. So
I guess the problem is if you just take a step back from it.
Yeah.
And if you just look at it from a logical perspective, why 4 years after installation would the glass suddenly break?
I know it's very strange, and I've had a look around, and there's a couple of reasons why this may have happened. I've spoke to a couple of glaziers, and everyone I've spoke to said that it's very, very difficult to determine what could have caused it. Unless unless you use something with like a particular sharp end or something similar to that, and you actually put a hole through the window, it's really hard to actually tell. But what sort of really annoys me is that they've messed us around for all this time, saying the glass is in order, we're doing this, we're doing that, and they're not doing anything. And they're saying that the glass was for the upstairs bedroom window. That doesn't even need glass. It's the UPVC frame they're changing.
Do you have in writing the talk about the glass being offered, or was that only ever verbal?
That was verbal. That was verbal.
Which it's very difficult
on both occasions. But
okay, well look,
it's been a long time, and they just keep coming up with excuses. So
look, the problem that we have is we can't prove that Anglian Home Improvements had indeed already agreed to replace the glass, because there isn't anything in writing to say that. So, and they're saying to us that any conversations where they've agreed to do something, it was all to do with this other issue with a window, nothing to do with the front door. Look, we are where we are with it, so we now need to work out the best way forward.
Yeah, there still are other issues that they're supposed to be resolving with the front door, like the hole in the top of the door and the big gap where they should have sealed, but they didn't. So they still haven't done that, which I'm hoping they're going to do tomorrow. But
well, have they confirmed that they're doing anything to do with the door? No. Because they're only talking about the issues with the window. They're saying they're not doing anything with the door.
We emailed them on Thursday asking them exactly what they're going to do and what they need us to do, because my wife's got her office set up in the room where the window needs changing. They haven't come back and told us what they're doing or what we need to do, if we need to move any furniture out of the way, if anyone needs to be actually in the room, or do we have to leave them alone. So we've asked them all the right questions, and they haven't even replied back to us.
Okay, well, we can certainly go and ask them whether they are intending to address the other issues you've notified them about regarding the door, and we can certainly try and get some kind of answer on that. In terms of the glazing panel in the door,
yes,
part of me thinks, well, you would probably find, and I don't know if any of the glaziers you spoke to gave you a rough idea of cost, you would probably find to get a new glazing panel put in that door would not be hugely expensive.
No, I've had a few quotes, and the cheapest I've had was £125. So it's not a great deal.
No, but
it's just the principle of the thing.
Yes, it's the principle, and also the greater concern is if you were to use an independent glazier to do this, is that then going to invalidate the warranty for the rest of the door?
Yeah, it sounds like it will if it's not done by the Glass and Glazing Federation.
How much have Anglian given you an idea as to how much they would charge you for doing the glazing panel?
Yes, they've quoted 180.
180.
Yeah. Which is quite steep in itself, really. But if that's their cost, that's their cost.
Yes, but I completely understand it's frustrating. The problem that we have with all of this, it's just getting the proof. You could, if you wanted to, as a point of principle, you could get someone round to come and carry out a full report as to why that glazing panel has broken. But it would appear from the independent glaziers you've spoken to, they are admitting to you that that might not be straightforward, that might not be easy for them to determine. And therefore you might end up paying someone to come around and do a report that doesn't actually say very much.
Yes.
Apart from hedging their bets.
That's correct.
So if that's the case, there's just no point spending that money, is there? Because it's not going to help you. I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's go and have another word with Anglian this afternoon. Let's just ask them, Tara. First of all, the other issues with the door that Darren says he's raised that they haven't responded to, are they going to do that? Also, if he were to use an independent, qualified glazier to come and do the panel, would the rest of the warranty on the door still stand? Could we get something? Because in that case, Darren might as well go ahead and just pay 120 quid and save himself the money and get someone independent to do it rather than use Anglian. Let's go and get an answer to that. I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get that call into them and we'll take it from there, OK?
Hello, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
So I gather you're having a consumer issue and you want some advice. Tell me everything without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, it is advice, really, because it seems a bit petty compared with all your other...
I'm sure it's not. So you fire away.
I've had my fridge freezer for about 8.5 years. Well, it's the 31st of May 2012. And it cost me £1,419. So what I'd like to know is I have now got an engineer coming out tomorrow to have a look at the freezer.
Why? What's gone wrong with it?
Well, it's just gone. It's just stopped working. But the fridge part is still working.
OK, so it's just the freezer bit that seems to have died.
Yes, it does. The shop was very helpful in getting me the number to phone. So I phoned the engineer and he's coming out tomorrow. But my problem is, Jonathan, if he can't mend it, do I have any rights or anything, considering I paid that amount of money for it?
I'm afraid to say I don't really think you have, Jean.
OK.
I think 8.5 years. I know it sounds as if this is a very expensive fridge freezer, and I presume it's it's obviously a snazzy one, isn't it, for that kind of price?
I love it.
Do you?
Yeah.
I mean, the simple fact is, you'd hope that you'd get more than 8.5 years out of it.
Yeah.
But I think at this kind of time, 8.5 years, I think it's very unlikely if you were to take any court action after 6 years.
Yeah.
It's pretty much impossible to hold a retailer accountable, to be honest. And I think 8.5 years, it could be justified that it has lasted for a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, it would have been nice for it to last longer, but it's not an outrageously short amount of time for it to have lasted.
OK.
So
yeah, my sister's got one and hers is 20 years old and still going strong.
Is it?
I think that's what, this was sort of a little treat, so
was it?
Fine.
I mean, the simple fact is, if it is a very good quality product, and obviously for that kind of price it should be,
very
often the better quality products are fairly repairable.
That's what I'm hoping.
Some of the, obviously the cheaper products out there, generally they're designed and built to be used for a period of time, then you chuck it away and get a new one.
Yeah.
But with something like this, I mean, I guess the hope is that it will be some kind of condenser problem or something that can be replaced and get it up and running again.
Okay. Well, that's all I wanted to know, really, Jonathan. I'm sort of resigned now to what might happen. So,
what did the engineer say when you spoke to him?
Well, I didn't speak to him. I spoke to some girl, so, first. And he's coming out tomorrow morning to have a look at it.
And he's an expert in refrigeration and this particular brand, is he?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
It will be a straightforward issue. There's not an awful lot that can go wrong with the freezer, is there?
Somebody told me that. Yeah.
So, I mean, hopefully he'll come out and he'll be able to identify the problem. The potential issue you're going to have is that there's a chance the part will cost quite a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got one of these American-style fridge freezers.
Yeah.
And I needed a new part for the fridge section of it. Mine's about 6 years old, and it was just kind of dripping water from the bottom.
Okay.
And I got the manufacturer out, one of their engineers, to come and have a look at it, and they said, it is some kind of compressor or something in the bottom that needed to be replaced. But it ended up costing about 250 quid.
Goodness.
And I thought, it's a bit of a pain, but the good thing is, having paid that money and when they then replaced it, the fridge is now working perfectly again. So, but you might need to brace yourself for the fact that if a part is necessary, it might cost a bit of money.
Right. Okay.
I think what I would advise you to do, when the engineer comes out, if he says, this is fixable, we'll need to get a part. I think just have a grown-up conversation with him in terms of, okay, but if I spend this money getting the new part, how long do you think it's likely I'm going to get, not only from the new part, but also from all the existing parts in the fridge freezer? Because what I don't want is to spend a few £100s on a new part for the freezer, only for the fridge to then stop working next year, and for me to have to spend another few £100s on that, because,
That's what I'm thinking, really.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
but it is as it is what it is, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I had some nice advice from you.
Okay.
So I'm feeling more relaxed about it now.
Good. Okay. Well, fingers crossed he'll come out and it will be something ever so simple and he can fix it there and then. I'll keep fingers crossed. Will you let me know, Jean?
I will.
Okay.
I will.
Good luck with it.
Okay, thank you very much.
All the best. Helen ordered some new made-to-measure luxury triple pleat curtains back in June of this year. They cost £427. They arrived in July, but she quickly saw there was a problem with them.
As soon as I opened them, I thought, well, they're not going to fit the windows. They're not wide enough. So I rang the consultant, gave her the measurements, explained we were still in the middle of decorating the living room, and she said, that's fine, don't worry. As soon as you get them up, let me know. In August, we finished decorating the living room. The curtains were up, and I sent the representative photos of the curtains, and we had a video call following that, and she agreed absolutely they were wrong and the curtains would be remade. But despite having phoned them since the beginning of November, nobody has come back to me.
So why have they not remade Helen's curtains to the correct size? We've been off to have a word with the company, and Helen's back on the JVS show. Hello, Helen.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Well, I've got a bone to pick with you, Helen.
Oh, go on.
I have a feeling you're about to cost me some money.
Oh, am I really?
Yes, you are. Because it was after our conversation last time where I became very enthusiastic about the virtues of pinch plate curtains.
Treated yourself to a Christmas present.
Well, I suddenly thought, do you know what? I have been putting off doing curtains in my bedroom for a long time. and you inspired me, and I've got my curtain lady coming round next Monday to measure up.
That's wonderful. That's
So-
like triple pleat.
Yeah, of course, triple pleat, and not only that, get this, I'm
You
having
have
a fully upholstered pelmet.
I actually got rid of my pelmet with
did
the
you?
last curtains. Yes.
Yes, well, I want the luxury hotel look.
The thing is, now what do you think about this, Helen? If Jonathan has a luxury pelmet, you're not going to be able to see from all angles his luxury triple pleat, pinch pleat.
Exactly.
What's the point?
I think that's very 1960s, isn't
Yes,
it?
you're right.
His helmet.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's going to look 1960s. I think it's going to look luxury boutique hotel.
You're thinking Savoy 1990s, aren't
That is the look I'm going for. And it's going to be fully upholstered by a team of professionals, Helen. So, and ever since our conversation last, I've got swatches of fabric arriving. You name it. I'm fully engrossed in curtain making now.
He keeps bringing them in, though, Helen, and it's quite difficult to be able to work from a swatch and a photograph and swatches on a computer as well, because they look totally different.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
That's the problem.
It makes all the difference. You have to choose the one that you absolutely love, or you won't be happy.
No, and I'm very boring with my colour scheme. I have variations of beige / grey /
more beige,
off-white. It's all those kinds of tones that I like. I don't really go for colours, and I certainly don't go for patterns. So it will be very interesting to see, but it's going to look gorgeous, Helen.
Very
now look,
thankful. Yes.
enough of my curtains to be. Let's find out what's going on with yours, because the simple fact is the company didn't make the ones that you'd ordered to the right size, and you've notified them. You've said please make them again to the correct size. They suggested they were open to doing that, but nothing's arrived, and you're still struggling to block out the light. Well, Tara's been on to this company. What have they had to say about the fact that they made the curtains incorrectly?
Yeah, because let's just remind ourselves of the time here again. Now, Helen, you first got these curtains that weren't wide enough in July, and we're now December. And
right.
You had no news at all of when you might get these curtains that had been redone for you. So I got in touch with the company, and I must admit, I was beginning to think to myself, now I'm sure there's something I need to chase up, because it was the 25th of November that you came to the programme on this, and by the 4th I thought, what? I haven't heard back from them yet. Anyway, I found a second email address which actually seemed to be working a lot better and a lot more efficient. It probably will turn out to be as efficient as your new curtains when you finally get them. And I had a response from them. They did apologise for the delay in getting back to me on this one, but they reassured me that they were going to get in touch with you, Helen, and that they had in fact done that, and that you were satisfied and the issue was going to be resolved.
What have they said, Helen?
Well, I have to say, 3/4 of an hour after Tara's called me on Friday, the chief executive's assistant phoned, very, very apologetic, asked if it would be convenient for me to have a fitter to the house on Monday. And yesterday morning, the fitter arrived and remeasured and said he was hoping I'd have them by Christmas.
Right.
That's nice.
So they can't explain why they weren't reordered in the first place. They can't explain why the representative didn't get back to me, because she is still working for them. But they were very apologetic. So.
Right. Well, okay. I mean, these problems can occur.
Yes.
Even with the best of companies, sometimes problems can occur. It's frustrating that it sounds as if there has been a lot of time wasted.
Yeah.
When in fact somebody could have got straight on to remaking the curtains for you in the correct size. But there we go. I mean, hopefully they will turn. Which room are these curtains for again?
They're for the living room.
Right. Okay. And have you got anything at the window at all at the moment?
I've got the ones that don't fit.
Okay. But the ones that don't fit aren't serving very much purpose, really.
Well, they look nice when they're not drawn, I'm sure.
That's right. So the Christmas tree's up in the middle and the room's looking very nice.
So
they were very apologetic, and I said, I'm thrilled with the curtains, it's just a shame. It took me, to actually have to phone you before we got anywhere, but there we go.
Yes, but if you hadn't had to call my programme, then I would not now be motivated to get new curtains made for my bedroom, Helen. So there, there's a silver lining.
I have to tell you, the fitter that came out yesterday, they've all been very charming. He loves your show, and he's listening in today.
Oh, is he? Well, maybe he'll be making my luxury pelmet. Who knows?
He'll have to dust off the instructions because no one's having those made, Jonathan.
Oh, what are you talking about? They're going to be very exclusive. Right, well, look, I'm very pleased that it looks as if things are going to be happening very soon. Will you please keep us in the loop, Helen?
Certainly,
and we will look forward very much to being able to conclude this when hopefully you've got your nice new curtains up in the living room.
Thank you, and good luck with the choice of your fabric.
Oh, yes. I'm thinking at the moment a very light kind of grey, quite a heavy fabric, and of course they'll need to be blackout lined. Yes. Does that sound nice to you?
Makes all the difference. Good lining.
Got to have a good lining, and you've got to have, I presume, some kind of weight on the bottom so they hang nicely.
Well, I would have thought so, but they haven't.
What, yours?
No weight.
No weight.
Oh, have you got? Is it a pull cord setup you've got, or just manual?
No. Yeah.
What's funny about this?
I just had a thought. Helen, I don't know if you managed to listen to Jonathan over the summer when we had all that heat and he was raving on about his luxury air conditioning unit.
What's wrong with that?
I'm just wondering what his luxury pelmet and curtains are going to look like when he's got the windows open and a tube stuck out the front of his house.
It will look very exclusive, actually.
Will it? Right, okay.
It will look very... It will look very, very exclusive.
How very luxury. Yes.
Well, you'll all be jealous. That's all I can say. Now, look, we'll leave it there for now, Helen, because I can feel the mood is turning. We'll talk to you very soon, and fingers crossed everything will be sorted then, OK? Tamsin came to me. She was telling me she needed to get a new mobile phone, so she ordered one that came with a free gift from the manufacturer once she provided the relevant evidence. It was a pair of earpods worth about, £100.
Phone was delivered on time. I sent in my evidence to the phone company in question to apply for the free gift. It said it was accepted and that they'd keep me updated, but it could take up to 45 days to arrive. It came through that basically they'd accepted my claim. It said, great news, your reward's been shipped and it's on its way to you. Basically, they just said, we can confirm that it was sent to you in October, like an e-voucher, and to check my junk folders, which I had done, and they basically have just turned around to me and said, well, because it expired on the 30th of October, that's it, there's nothing more they can do. We won't be able to send out any more codes.
Well, it's very frustrating. Tamsin came to me and asked if I could try and help her, and I've been speaking to the manufacturer. Let's find out what they've had to say. I think there's probably going to be more work needed. Tamsin's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tamsin.
Hello there.
Hi. The company concerned is Samsung.
Mm-hmm.
And they've come back with this response. They say, having investigated the claim made by the customer, we can confirm that a voucher to redeem the Samsung Galaxy Buds was processed and delivered to the chosen email address via our promotional partner within the redemption timeframe. As stated in the official terms and conditions for this offer, the deadline to use this voucher was the 31st of October, and unfortunately this was not actioned within this time, which was communicated to the customer. Customer satisfaction is of the utmost priority for Samsung. However, we are unable to extend any promotional offers outside of the official redemption period. So they're saying that they sent you over the voucher and you just didn't redeem it. How do you respond to that?
I've not received any voucher. I've checked every single email, spam box, junk box. I've provided one email address. I've even checked my other email address. There's nothing. If it'd come through, I would have seen it and I would have redeemed it.
Well, this is the problem. But how do we prove that? I mean, I guess what I will need to do is to go back to Samsung and to explain that you've absolutely checked every single inbox you have, including your junk inbox, and that there's no way you received that email. If, however, they come back with a copy of the email that they sent with the voucher code, how are we supposed to prove that you didn't get it?
If they can prove to me that they've done it, I'd like to see them try, because I've honestly, if I'd seen it, I mean, I'm on my phone every day responding and checking emails. I don't know how I would have missed it. I wouldn't have deleted anything from Samsung because I was waiting for them. And then if you look at the confirmation, it says that it's been processed and it's been delivered, and it had a courier company. So as far as I was concerned, it was being delivered by the courier. I didn't know it was through a voucher system in the first place.
Let me go back to them again. Have you heard anything from Samsung since we last spoke?
No, I've not heard anything.
No. Okay. Let me go back to them. I'm going to have to ask them for a copy of the of this email that they talk about, so that we can see that it was in fact sent, and we can see which email address it was sent to. Did you have to specify your email when you first applied for the voucher?
Yeah, and it would have been the same email address that I used to contact them asking about it.
And you're sure there's no way, you might have inputted the email address incorrectly, or, one letter wrong or anything like that?
As far as I'm aware, I don't see why not. And you had to sort of set up a specific, some Samsung promotion thing in the first place. And they have my details anyway. So I'm not entirely sure how it's been missed. But one of the screenshots I sent you, it says it's being shipped to the address you provided. So I don't understand how it's gone from being shipped to my home address to now suddenly, it was a voucher.
Sure. OK, let me go back and have another word with them. Let's see what they have to say. If you've absolutely checked every single inbox and there's no way that voucher was sent to any of your inboxes and you've missed it, then I'm happy to go back and to, argue in a forthright way that you really are still owed what they promised you they were going to send you. And it would be very interesting to see what evidence they have to show that they did indeed dispatch the voucher. Let's see what we can find. Leave it with me, Tamsin. More work to do. I'll talk to you as soon as I've got more news. Now, Graham and his wife, they booked a holiday to Madeira for May of this year. But unfortunately, they couldn't go. You know why. Well, he was talking to the holiday company about what happened next.
I got a phone call from them early June, and they asked me whether or not we were likely to travel again in the near future, and I said no, definitely not, because we're both in the vulnerable category for COVID. So I wanted a full refund, please. They said, yes, we can definitely sort that out, but it will take 2 to 3 months because we need to get the money back from our suppliers. Again, I took them at their word and thought, cut them a bit of slack because everything's been a bit tricky. I'd heard nothing for 10 weeks, and then saying towards the end of August I contacted them again and said, what's happening? Was then told I could definitely get the refund back after the end of September.
Well, it's just ridiculous. He is owed the money for this holiday. He is covered by not only the package holiday regulations for this, but also the company is a member of ABTA, the Travel Association. And ABTA have told all of their members that repayments to customers must be made in a reasonable time frame. It might not necessarily be within the time frame originally outlined by the legislation, which was 2 weeks, but it should still be in a reasonable amount of time. And as you've just heard, Graham has been waiting months for his money back. Well, what's the latest on the case? Graham's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Graham.
Hello, Jonathan.
As you are aware, I went off to have a word with the company you'd booked this holiday through. Despite them being locally based, I'd never heard of them before. Have you used them before?
No, I've never used them before.
Well, how come you came across them then?
Well, it was actually through one of these, deal sites. It just came up on it as a deal, and we sort of clicked through from there to the actual company.
Well, the company concerned is Broadway Travel. And I've called Broadway Travel, I've left a message, I've emailed, and I got a feeling when I first put the call through, I just got a feeling that they weren't necessarily going to be particularly enthusiastic about responding to me. And indeed, as far as I'm aware, they've not made any attempt to contact me back to explain why they haven't refunded you the money. But the fact that they are members of ABTA is good, because as regular listeners to this programme will know, ABTA as a trade organisation, they have fairly strict rules for their members to adhere to. And when I spoke to Sean Tipton from ABTA, as I did about your case, he agreed that this was ridiculous now, how long you'd already had to wait for your money back, and the fact that the company was suggesting to you that you might have to wait until next spring before they pay the money back, well, that's simply unacceptable. Now, Sean's advice was that you should contact ABTA and ask ABTA to intervene. There is a process called ABTA arbitration. Now, ABTA arbitration is available to consumers. It's something you have to pay for if indeed it goes ahead, but it's also worth bearing in mind that the retailer, the travel company, has to pay considerably more than the consumer. Therefore, in my experience, very often just the sheer mention of taking a holiday company through ABTA arbitration on the basis that they are a member is normally enough to get the company to suddenly whiz into action and get things sorted out. So I sent you off to go and start the ball rolling there, get the wheels in motion. What's happened since we last spoke, Graham?
Okay, so what I actually did, I'm not sure if I've done this the right way, but I actually raised an online complaint with ABTA on their website and got a case reference. And that basically said that could take up to 28 days to be processed itself. All I've had back from them so far is just sort of an automatic reply confirming that the case has been opened. So right. I don't know whether I should follow that up with a phone call now.
I would. Yeah, I think I would. Certainly when I spoke to Sean, he was suggesting that you should give them a call. Okay. So I think just give them a call and just explain the situation. Say, you can even mention that Sean Tipton has been made aware of this complaint and had advised you to raise it with them. Okay. And just say, obviously, you've already been waiting for many months for your money back from Broadway Travel, and you would like ABTA to hurry them up, please, because this is getting ridiculous.
Okay, I'll get on the phone this afternoon with them.
Great. Get a call into them, let's see what they have to say, and we'll take it from there, Graham.
Okay, thanks, Jonathan.
Lovely, thank you very much indeed. Let me know how you get on. Last year, someone attempted to break into Gary's home. They were fairly brazen in their attempt because they tried to smash their way through the front door while Gary was inside with his family. Well, you can understand. They were very, very shaken by the whole experience. Thankfully, the intruders did not get in. But Gary decided after this he wanted to get a brand new, very secure front door. So he really did his homework before making the purchase.
It's a composite door. They put it all together in the factory. And then with the handles on, then they take the handles and the ironmongery off so things can't get damaged in the post. So all the holes are drilled, everything's prepared for the installer to install. About 3 weeks after, we're into the new year, we had noticed initially that the handle was quite stiff, but we noticed that the handle, both the inside and the outside handles, started to come away from the door.
Well, you can understand why, having spent about £2,000 on this new front door, Gary was not best pleased that the handle was coming off already. And I'm not surprised. And interestingly, this does not sound like the kind of quality you would expect from this particular make of front door. I'm aware of this kind of front door, and I was very surprised to hear of the experience that Gary had, because they are considered to be excellent front doors, and they are considered to be extremely safe and secure. Well, Gary's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Gary.
Hi, JVS.
Now, you, of course, were initially dealing with the installer for this front door. I should just explain how you came across this installer. You went on to the manufacturer of the front door's website. On there, once you've familiarised yourself with the product and you've decided that you are interested in having that product installed, the way it works is that you put in your postcode, and the company, the manufacturer, then suggests a local installation company in your neighbourhood. So it was through the manufacturer that you came across the installation company.
Right.
Now, the guy that fitted your front door, it would appear, has not done the job properly. I went to speak to him first off. He started talking about how difficult coronavirus had been for him as a business, and he was suggesting that was why he wasn't necessarily fully trading yet as a result of the virus. And I said, well, look, that may well be affecting your new custom, but surely you would have a duty of care to any of your pre-existing customers that have already paid you to install their front door who are having problems. Well, he did, to be fair to him, he did get in touch with you, didn't he?
That's right, yes, he did, yeah.
But in the meantime, what I also did was go and have a word with the manufacturer of the door. The manufacturer was surprised to hear about it. They then took it out of that local installer's hands and said, no, what we're going to do, we're going to get a different installer to come out and to put this front door right. Well, that's fine. That all sounds positive. I'm imagining, reading between the lines, I'm sensing that maybe the relationship between that particular original local installer and the manufacturer is coming to an end. I'm sensing that, and that's the reason why they would rather have somebody else come and put this front door right. Now, the problem was nothing had really happened until recently. What's gone on since we last spoke, Gary? Because I gather you've now heard from the new installation company.
Yeah, they contacted me last week and said that they've been instructed by the company, the manufacturer, to come and change the door handle. And they said they hadn't, and I said, well, it's more than the handle. It's coming away, and coming away from the door. Then there was a bit of to and fro between me and the manufacturer, and the new installer. And in the end, the installer, they've been quite helpful actually, because they said when I told them about the other issues we were having in terms of like the door not locking properly and we're having to force it, they said it could be bowed, and they gave me instructions on how to sort of measure with a spirit level. And there was a slight. My spirit level, I've got spirit level which is about 2 foot long, but apparently it's not long enough to make an accurate measurement. But they said what they'll do, they'll come out on what's today, Tuesday, isn't it?
Sorry to interrupt you. Before we find out when they're coming out, what did they say in terms of what may have caused the door to bow, if indeed it has bowed?
They don't know. They said they've known. They said it's quite rare, but sometimes the actual door does bow, whether it's atmospheric conditions or just a fault in the or whether it's just bad luck. They didn't really specify. They weren't categorical on what would cause it to bow, but they said sometimes it does, and if it does, if it does bow, then everything goes out of alignment.
Okay.
To the naked eye, you wouldn't be able to see it. You'd need to put a spirit level on there.
No, I've heard with kind of composite doors there can be this problem. That's why it's very important, and why companies will always advise you, if you have the kind of front door where does this have a handle that you have to lift up to get the locking mechanism to engage? It's very important that you always lift the handle up when the door is shut.
Yeah.
Because it keeps the the lock at the top and the bottom engaged, which holds the door in shape. So
and
even
that's
if
the thing, it doesn't. Sorry, Jonathan. That's the thing. When you lift up the handle, it's just really stiff. It's like something's catching. That's even without it going into the actual unit. Right. You know, if you've just got it free, and even if you push it, you'd think it would, with the handle down.
Okay.
It should snap back into place, but it doesn't.
Fine. So when are they coming out?
They're coming tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Okay, great. Well, I'll tell you what, let's leave it there for now.
Okay.
What's the day tomorrow? It's Wednesday tomorrow. What time did you say, 9:30?
9:30 in the morning, yes.
Fine. Can I speak to you after 11 tomorrow?
Yes, yeah.
And we'll find out what they've had to say?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
All right, lovely.
No
We'll reconvene tomorrow and we'll take it from there. Thank you very much indeed, Gary. Fingers crossed when they come out, they're able to offer some advice as to how this is all going to be resolved, because this has gone on for long enough.
Hi, good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Certainly, will do. So around in October, I came across a post on social media on my Facebook page of a sofa company, and saw a particular sofa I really liked. So I decided to have a look at a few comments that previous buyers had left. And I had to say they're all very positive. So I decided to contact them via Facebook Messenger with some questions I had. And after receiving some positive answers, I decided to purchase one. And I have to say they were very, very good, very quick in replying to my messages.
Can I just stop you there?
Of course.
Okay, so you saw this advert on a social media page.
Yes.
The sofa company that obviously paid to advertise on that social media page.
Yes.
That sofa company, were they a well-known, reputable brand? I don't want the brand on air, but were they a company that you'd heard of and they had a good, long-standing reputation?
I have to say I'd never heard from them before. It was just because I was browsing sofa companies and this came up, but I had never heard about it.
And did that not ring any bells with you, that this company, you've never heard of them before?
I have to be honest, no, it didn't ring any bells, which I probably should have been a bit more.
The reason I'm making the point is that I just need everybody listening to the programme to know, very often it happens, and it's quite spooky the way it happens, that you'll be looking for something on the internet, and before you know it, these adverts start popping up on social media pages for stuff that you've been looking for. It's almost as if they know what you're searching for, isn't it?
It is, and quite scary.
Quite. But we've all had it. You know, you go on Facebook and all of a sudden, you know, you've been looking for a hedge trimmer. And all of a sudden an advert comes up for a hedge trimmer and you think, oh, that's strange, I was looking for one of those earlier. Be very aware of the fact that there are good companies on the internet and there are terrible companies on the internet, and then there are companies that aren't even companies on the internet.
Yeah.
Just because an advert has popped up and everything looks good, don't be naturally trusting, and certainly make sure you do your absolute due diligence. If you've never heard of a company that's selling a product and the advert looks good, don't just rely on what people are saying on Facebook. You know, take yourself out of Facebook. Look up the company on the internet separately. Look at what other people are saying on forums. See what reviews have been left by independent customers. You know, do that kind of thing to try and make sure that you're not dealing with ratbags, because you don't want to end up dealing with ratbags. Now, I may be getting a bit ahead of myself here, but you saw this advert for this sofa and you liked the look of it.
Yes.
I presume you bought it.
I did indeed. Had the sofa delivered on the 2nd of November. And on delivery, I made payment via bank transfer.
Tony.
And of course, was very satisfied. You know, the sofa, it looked exactly as I saw on the picture.
Can I just again interrupt you just to say, please don't ever make payments for companies by bank transfer for stuff like this. A bank transfer is extremely good when you need to, pay your Auntie Flo back for a bottle of wine she bought you from Tesco. When you're purchasing products, it is as risky as handing over a wad of notes. It doesn't give you any protection whatsoever if things go wrong. So please do not make bank transfers to companies. How much was the sofa?
£389.
Okay. So to start with, everything looked lovely. Sofa looked as it did on the advert, and you made the transfer.
And I did the transfer, correct. And then approximately 2 weeks ago, myself and my partner were sitting down on the sofa, and we heard a big, massive sound. But of course, not knowing what that sound was, my partner's put his leg down to get up off the sofa, and as he's got up, he's caught the back of his leg on a sharp piece of metal sticking out. We've gone then to have a look, and it was the zigzag springs that are holding, I believe, the foam of the sofa had snapped and had ripped through the fabric underneath of the sofa, and it was poking out quite sharply. I then communicated with the sofa company by messenger.
Did it injure your partner?
Just a slight little scratch, but not a serious injury.
Right.
Thank God for that. I then communicated with the sofa company via messenger to explain what had happened, and I also attached some photos of the damage. And I had to say I did get a reply from them within a few hours, advising me that they would contact the manufacturer and get back to me that evening, which of course, since then I have not received a response. I have chased them with a few messages via messenger. I've also found an email address, which I've emailed them as well. And until today, I have not received a response. And of course, via messenger, you can tell when the messages have been sent, but they seem to just be ignoring now reading my messages. And I'm now left with, a sofa that wasn't even a month old, quite damaged, and we're quite frightened to kind of sit down on it just in case any more damage happens and any, could even cause, serious injuries.
Yeah, well, I can understand that because springs, if they come through furniture, can cause injury to people. Yeah. And, I heard many years ago of a story of somebody whose spring went in their mattress and it went into their body like a corkscrew. And when the paramedics arrived, they had to wind the person off the spring that was sticking out of the bed. So you do absolutely want to be a bit careful with that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. It sounds to me as if you've bought a really poor quality piece of furniture.
Yeah.
God knows where it's made. But do we know whether, for example, it has passed all of the relevant safety checks? Has it got the certification certificate on it? Is it fire safe? Is it?
See, this is unfortunately, a big error from myself, not checking these things. I was easily led with, comments that previous buyers had put, that they were all very satisfied. And of course, these were stuff that I, never even thought of. It was a sofa, I really liked it. It fitted the decor, and I just went ahead with it. And of course, not thinking, from, another well-known retailer, it would have all these things.
Well, yes, it would have to. The most important thing is it would have to be legally compliant. And if you look at any product that you purchase, it will have it will say on the product somewhere, it will say CE, and CE is the European standard for safety and compliance. And if the product hasn't got the CE label on it, it means that it does not comply with and has not gone through all of the testing that is required under European law. That also applies in this country when it comes to safety standards. So, you know, this is why it's really important to buy from good companies off the internet, because you don't want to start bringing things into your house that could be dangerous, that may not comply with all of the safety standards to keep you and your family safe. I mean, the fact that this spring came through the seat would suggest that it's not a very safe piece of furniture. But look, let's do some digging around. Let's see what we can find out. Tara.
Hello. I've seen some pictures. Have I forwarded them to you?
I'll look at all of that later this afternoon when we deal with this. But the sofa, I'm sure, looks very nice. I mean, this kind of furniture, when you see it on the internet, normally does look nice. If you saw what was underneath the fabric, you'd probably be a bit horrified.
Yes, and of course, you know, I've never bought a sofa before, so it's a big lesson I've learned. You know, I wasn't sure even what I should be looking for, to be honest.
Listen, I'm really grateful to you for coming on the programme, Tony, because so many people are falling for this kind of thing at the moment. I know so many people who've bought stuff that they've seen advertised that's just popped up on a social media page, and they thought, oh, that looks nice.
Over the past few months, we have had more come into the programme, haven't
Completely, and I think a lot of it is because people have been more at home. They're in front of their computer screens more often than they've ever been before, and these kinds of adverts are carefully determined. They look at the time that you're going to be on the computer. They look at what kind of things you've been looking for on your search history. They're very carefully targeted. So. And they catch you at a moment where you think, that looks nice, it's a good price, I'm going to buy that. And you don't think about, if I was to see this sofa hanging out the back of Del Boy Trotter's Reliant Robin on a market stall, would I think, oh, I'm going to go and buy that, that looks all right? No, you wouldn't. You'd think, I'm not buying that because it looks like it's from a right dodgy place. And yet on the internet, it's so difficult to make that determination, apart from if you do your homework. So it's just a good lesson for everyone else to be very, very careful. Tony, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail and we'll make some inquiries and go and have a word with that company, OK?
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you.
Hang on there, please. Hang on, please. And please, if you are going to buy stuff, you make sure you buy it preferably from good, reputable retailers that have an online presence. If you want to buy it from the internet, fine. But buy it from a company you've heard of. And if you've never heard of them, do lots of research on the company before you go ahead and make that purchase. And always, always, always pay by credit card to protect yourself if things go wrong. Liz came to me. She was telling me that her husband found a solid oak table and chairs online that they thought would fit perfectly into their home. They paid about 500 quid for the furniture. Well, recently, Liz says something has happened with this furniture that suggests, actually, it's not the solid oak table they thought it was.
Last weekend, a tiny piece of veneer, what appears to be veneer edging, has snapped off, which alerted us to the fact that it's had this veneer trim. I contacted them, and they said, oh, that's okay. Use some wood glue, sand it down, and polish it up, and it looked good as new. And I went back and said, this isn't acceptable. I don't expect to be repairing a solid oak table, not even a year later. And asked them for the manufacturer's name, and they've just ignored me.
Well, very frustrating. I went off to have a word with the company on Liz's behalf. Liz is back on the JVS show. When I first spoke to the guy who runs the company, as you know, Liz, he insisted that the table and chairs were never described as solid oak. Mm-hmm. They were described as solid oak with oak veneer. Yeah. Well, when you sent me over the screenshot that thankfully you had of the product, there is no mention of veneer whatsoever. The table is described as solid oak extending dining table and 4 Shirley solid oak chairs, $459.99 plus £40 postage and packaging. Table description: this solid oak extending dining table is made from high quality natural oak and finished with a protective lacquer. The table extends on a super smooth ball bearing glide system, etc. Goes on. No mention of veneer whatsoever.
No.
So I went back to him and I said, I'm not very happy with you. You told me that it was described as oak veneer. It's not described as oak veneer. It's described as solid oak. Well, he then changed his stance. He said, well, it is solid oak. I said, it's not solid oak. He said, it is solid oak. It's solid oak and the veneer is made of oak. So that means it's solid oak. I said, no, I'm sorry. That is not what people would consider a solid oak table to be. A solid oak table, you would expect it to be made of solid chunks of oak that are fashioned together in the shape of a table. It does not mean oak with other thin strips of oak glued on top of it. That's not a solid oak table. Well, he slipped and slid all over the place, to be honest, like an eel. And I was not very happy with him at all. I said, you have misled this customer. You've misdescribed the product. It's unacceptable and you need to sort it out. Well, I know you and he have been having some communication. He's tried all kinds of things to get you to accept another table. You absolutely refused to accept that, quite rightly too, because I suspect that whatever table he provided you with instead would have been another oak veneer table, not the solid oak table you want. The chairs you're happy with. The chairs are good. The chairs you like. It's just the table that seems to be poor quality. So I understand last time you were speaking to him, you were asking him for a refund for the table proportion of this, so you can go and put that money towards a replacement table.
Correct.
What's the latest? What's going on now?
He said he'd give me the refund for the table, and it didn't appear in my bank account, so I emailed him saying I was disappointed that the money hadn't arrived in my bank. And he said, assured me, don't worry, it will be in your bank by Tuesday. And it's still not there.
Oh dear.
I did actually email him this morning saying I was disappointed. Don't worry, in inverted commas. I said the money's still not in my account. I said I am going to be on the radio this morning and I'd love to give them the positive outcome, and still nothing. He said they're very busy at the moment. I have forwarded his email this morning saying they were very busy and they have a lot of payments pending.
Yes, he said, thank you for forwarding that. Hi, sorry, it will be sorted today. We are extremely busy that some account things still pending. Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to email him. He says, doing this live on air. Please be advised that if the money for Liz... Sorry, I'm just doing this while you're here. Liz is not showing in her account by tomorrow morning at 11 a.m, your company will be identified. This is why, you see, I didn't name him until this point. I had a sneaky feeling we might end up. Your company will be identified on my radio programme. I look forward to hearing from Liz tomorrow that she has received the refund as promised. Regards, Jonathan Vernon Smith. Send. Right. Let's talk tomorrow. Okay. He now knows how things will stand. Hopefully he won't disappoint. Hopefully he will do the right thing. Hopefully you will have your money back tomorrow. Liz will reconvene tomorrow morning. Dale moved house and decided to treat himself to a nice new kitchen. The cost of this kitchen, £8,674. The work was finished in March, but there's a snagging list that just hasn't been sorted.
There was damage, which I found on the worktop, a Stanley blade mark. And to cut that, this is really tough stuff, not your everyday worktop. Apart from the worktops, the only other thing is inside the utility cupboard, they didn't build it quite right because I can't open the fridge door properly. It will mean dismantling all of the shelving that goes with it, because if you look
It's a side cheek, and then next to that side cheek, I've got a lot of shelving. So it's like a custom-built utility cupboard. Nothing's been sorted to date.
Well, Dell also forgot to mention that the 2 joints in the worktop are coming apart. It's not going well, really, is it? Well, he's been waiting 9 months to get all these various problems sorted, but no one from the company has been round. Why not? We all understand that sometimes with jobs there can be a snagging list, but surely somebody should have come back and sorted things out before now. Well, Dell's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Dell.
Good morning, Jonathan.
We understand, of course, that the coronavirus has had an impact on the ability for companies to go out and do their jobs. We all understand that for months of this year we have been locked down, and certainly at the beginning of all of this it wasn't possible to have people coming in and out of your house. However, surely there have been plenty of weeks in between all of this for somebody to have come back and at least assess the problem and agreed to get it sorted. We've been off to have a word with them to find out what they are going to do about it. Tara, what are they saying?
Yes, to get more on this whole delay issue. Well, I usually get a response back from a company relatively quickly, and I thought with this one I probably would, and I thought this is strange because I like to set people a deadline because we all like to know when we need a response by, and they hadn't got back to me by that time. So I phoned Dell and said, Dell, what's going on? Have you heard anything? Because sometimes they go straight to the customer, and in this case that is what they have done. So Dell, can you bring us up on the latest, please?
Indeed, I can. Well, I got a call the next day, basically, after being on the show with you, and it was from their customer service team, and a guy from there was very, very helpful. He's promised me to sort everything out, and my parts got delivered yesterday for all the rectification work.
Now, the parts, does that involve new sections of worktop?
There are 2 worktops.
Right.
2 complete worktops, so they've got to do complete new worktops.
Yeah.
Complete new cupboard where the fridge is. So they're taking the old one away and they're going to put a new one in. And various other little bits and pieces in there to bring it back up to spec, basically. And he's doing that, the kitchen fitter, a different fitter, not the one who originally done it.
Well, that's probably a good thing, yeah.
Yeah, I said I didn't want the original ones back, obviously. So another fitter's come in, and he's fitting the stuff tomorrow and Friday. He reckons it'll be done in 2 days.
Right.
So it should be Thursday or Friday.
That would be lovely after a considerable wait. Are you going to just keep an eye out that they're doing the join on the worktop in the way that you say the manufacturer specifies? Because you said the previous fitter hadn't done the right job.
Well, the problem for me here is I'm now started a new job and I can't be at home, so my partner's going to be there while this is going on. She works from home at the moment a few days a week.
Right.
So
What kind of worktop is it? Is it a laminate worktop or not?
No, it's about 12 mil thick. It's a high density worktop. I can't remember what they call it now. I haven't got the sheet with me. But it's something. It's compressed laminates of some sort. So they're very, very tough. I mean, to cut it, you go through blades galore trying to cut it.
And how should they be doing the right angle?
You can butt them up to each other. You don't have to do a proper mitered joint, what they call a mitered joint.
Mm-hmm.
You can do them butted up to each other. However, you must use biscuits, what they call biscuits, to do the joints, and at least 4 of them.
What is a biscuit?
It's basically a piece of wood, a flat piece of wood in the shape, like an oval shape, and they use a special tool to go into the side of the end pieces of the worktop.
Yeah.
And it makes a perfect size hole for the same size as the wood.
Oh, I see.
So, and they put glue in these joints as well. So basically, they can't come apart up and downwards.
And do you suspect that's what went wrong with the first worktop because whoever did it didn't do the biscuits properly?
I'm fairly confident that it was because of that, because I'm pretty sure he didn't use the biscuits.
And have this guy that you've been talking to at the kitchen company, has he assured you that the fitter that's coming out tomorrow knows exactly how to fit the worktops in particular?
He has. I'm thinking of setting up. I've got like a camera for my dogs. And when we're not there,
I don't think that's a good idea. No, I don't. I don't think it's fair and reasonable unless you make him absolutely aware of the fact that you are filming him. I don't think it's reasonable to put a camera on someone coming round to do a job and kind of spy on them. I don't think that's okay.
There's no way I would know then to be able to keep an eye on it, to be fair. So I'm just going to have to trust them.
Yeah, I think you are. And obviously, so what time will you be getting home?
I'll be getting home probably around 5 o'clock-ish.
Right. Okay, well, the chances are they'll still be there. So so if he's still there, can you not say to him, talk me through how you've done this worktop? Because obviously I'm just a bit worried about it because last time I don't think the guy did the biscuits properly. And if he says to you, rather like I did, what are biscuits? You'll know he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, the alarm bells will be ringing if he says that to me. I'll be asking him to not proceed any further.
Yeah.
If that's the case. Yeah. I can call him. I'll speak to him on the phone.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
And my partner, I have said to her to keep an eye on things and just, have a little pop through from the lounge and put her head around and keep an eye and make sure he is doing bits and pieces, Well,
look, you should be within your rights to expect that whoever comes out to fit this kitchen is competent, they know what to do, and you don't need to stand over them and watch them. Now, hopefully that will be the case, and hopefully when you get home tomorrow you will see all these various issues have been resolved and you are 100% happy. Is it just going to take one day or more than that?
No, it's 2 days. He's going to do 1 day for doing the worktops and the other day for doing the cupboard, with the utility cupboard.
Fine.
So that's what it's going to be. So I don't know what he's doing first, whether he's going to do the worktop first. But I'll speak to him on the phone. He sounded very competent when I spoke to him on the phone initially last week, when we was organising all the dates, etc. So he sounded like he knows exactly what he's doing. He said he didn't even have to come and have a look beforehand. So he's gone by the photos I've sent him and things like that.
Great. Okay, well, fingers crossed you'll be happy. We'll talk to you at the end of the week then, or beginning of next week, and fingers crossed everything will be absolutely super and you'll be happy.
Hopefully I'll have some very, very good news by then.
One suggestion, rather than... Because I don't feel very comfortable about this idea of filming, having a camera on him, because it just... I would hate that if I was doing a job for someone in good faith and I thought they'd put a camera there to kind of spy on me. That would make me feel very uncomfortable. But Will in Wigington has texted with a very good suggestion that's reasonable. Regarding the biscuit joints, ask the fitter, could he take a picture during the process of fitting them? And send you could explain to him the problems before and you're a bit worried about it. Would you mind when you're doing it just take a couple of photos as you're doing it and send them over to me just so I can see to make sure it's been done? It's not that I disbelieve that you know what you're doing. It's just for my own peace of mind. If I know that it's all been done properly, I can then relax. You could phrase it like that, couldn't you?
Yeah, indeed. That's a very good idea. I appreciate that. That's an excellent idea.
Well done, Will in Wigington. Okay, Del, listen, I'm very pleased. Let's give the company this. Oh, that was a bit tight, actually. The bit that's enough of the horn. You'll get the rest as soon as the kitchen's all sorted out, 100% to your satisfaction. Can you please keep us in the loop, Del?
I will indeed, Jonathan. Thank you so much. I mean, you've done the magic, obviously, because they got back in touch with me so quickly after you initially emailed them.
Well, we're getting there, but it's going to take a bit more time.
Yes, indeed.
So we won't start jumping for joy just yet. Until you're 100% happy, we won't conclude this. Del, we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'll be in touch next week.
Thank you, Tara, for your work, and we look forward to hearing from Del that the kitchen has all been installed beautifully on the JVS show. Neil, hello to you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. You have a consumer problem, I gather. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I take it your name's Jonathan.
It was last time I looked, yes.
Well, I didn't know. I mean, I've spoken to a couple of people, and I wasn't sure it was you I was actually talking to.
It's actually me, Neil. You're through to me.
Wonderful. Brief resume. Just 2 years, October, which was 2018, we had a new bathroom unit fitted. Everything's gone along quite nicely. few teething problems which have all been resolved. And it wasn't until the 5th of November this year when we notified the supplier fitters that the shower wasn't working correctly. It's like turning a tap on and then you turn the tap off, it loses pressure, and then it comes back on again. So we got in touch with the customer services department stating this, which was 5 days after the warranty had expired. And basically they turned around and said, your warranty's expired, not our problem. So I thought, not really happy with that. So I've then been sending various emails back and forth to this particular company, trying to get something resolved. They took a long time to reply to some of the emails, like saying, we'll reply within 48 hours, and 5 or 6 days later, still hadn't heard anything. So I eventually sent an email to their CEO telling them of the situation, and I got a reply back from one of his staff saying that he is now in charge of it. They made an offer to me the end of last week to pay 25% of the cost, of which I felt was a little bit of an insult, really.
Okay, let's just have a little chat about the shower, so I can try and find out what's going on. So
Go ahead.
The shower, to start with, was working perfectly?
Absolutely. It's been working perfectly on and off for, well, I'd say not on and off, it's been working perfectly for the best part of 2 years.
Right, and then all of a sudden, the pressure just keeps going on it randomly while you're having your shower?
Absolutely correct.
And I don't mean to ask a silly question here, but there isn't any chance that someone else in the house is now turning the tap on and that's what's affecting the pressure?
No, we've tried that. The supplier advised us to get a plumber in to check it, and we've done that, and he's gone all through it, and he has told us that he thinks it's the pump that is at fault.
Right, so when you say the pump, this must be, what, a power shower?
Well, yeah, I suppose it is really, but there's a separate pump in the airing cupboard. I don't know what they call it, to be honest with you.
Okay, so have you got a water tank or have you got a combi boiler?
We've got a water tank.
Okay, so you've got a hot water tank in presumably the airing cupboard?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and you've got a pump that's been fitted somewhere along the line to add the pressure for the hot water?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and they fitted that?
Yeah, they fitted that.
Okay. Now, I presume then that the shower that you've got, it may well be a thermostatic shower.
Yes, yeah, you can turn the thermostat up and down on it.
Okay. And when you're using the shower, can you hear the pump going?
No, you can feel the pressure drop when you're standing underneath it.
But in the house, can you hear when the pump is going? Does it make a noise?
No, it just, in essence, yes, it does. I mean, you can stand in the kitchen because the airing cupboard's next to the kitchen, and you can hear it jumping in and out.
Okay, and that was what I was going to ask. Can you hear that the pump itself actually seems to be starting and stopping?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Well, it sounds as if the pump hasn't lasted long enough. Whereabouts do you live, Neil?
Live in Bletchley.
Okay, and how hard is your water in Bletchley? You have to forgive me. I'm a Hertfordshire person, so I know our water in Hertfordshire is rock hard where I live, anyway.
I don't think it's that hard at all.
Okay, fine.
We don't have problems with scaling up on taps or anything.
Oh, okay. Well, aren't you lucky?
Yeah.
But the reason I ask that
working,
is,
right?
When you live in a very hard water area, things like pumps can get all clogged up with limescale over the course of a couple of years. But if you're not living in a particularly hard water area, then that pump should last longer. I mean, this is a case of the product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time.
That's exactly what I feel.
Yeah,
and that's what the plumber said when he was here.
Yeah, the Consumer Rights Act gives you the entitlement to expect that this bathroom and the components that form the bathroom as per your contract with the company, must last for a reasonable amount of time. To have to replace, it sounds as if the pump needs to be replaced, to have to replace it just 2 years later is a bit smelly as far as I'm concerned. So I think we need to go and have a word with this bathroom company and ask them why they're not coming out and getting things sorted out. It's unreasonable. Tara, can I please pass Neil back? Can we get some detail and go and have a word, please?
Yes, please do. Interestingly, I've just been looking at water hardness in that area, and apparently it's very hard in the Milton Keynes area.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, not...
A lot of companies are suggesting...
And to Davina, with a very interesting case regarding her luxury driveway. Davina had a resin-bonded driveway fitted at the end of 2018. Now, for those of you that are unaware of what a resin-bonded driveway is, imagine very, very tiny particles of gravel glued onto a surface to give almost a kind of sandpaper look to a driveway. It can look extremely smart. Well, it certainly wasn't cheap. Took a few weeks to complete. Davina spent £6,000 on this drive. She then paid the company an additional £600 to build a wall for her. She paid in cash. And to start with, everything was okay. But then she noticed a problem.
I went out in February this year. It'd been down just over a year to sort of spring clean it, get up all the leaves, wash it down, get it ready for the summer. And I noticed quite a few hairline cracks in it. So I immediately emailed the company to say I'd got hairline cracks in it. They said they'd look into it. And then we went into COVID. I sent them a couple of emails during that period sort of to keep the fire burning. The man that came out to repair it said to me, you know, it's only got a 12-month guarantee. This is a gesture of goodwill. He was a young boy. He came out with a little oil can with sort of, I presume, resin in it to try and fill the cracks. They're basically a hairline, and some of them have got a little bit wider. Of course, the resin has overflowed the cracks, and because it's sealed on top of the drive, it might have sealed the cracks, but they're now twice as dark as the rest of the drive.
Well, Davina was not at all happy with this. She'd spent a lot of money on the driveway. She expected it to look nice for many years to come. And the simple fact is, it doesn't now look nice. And the company, in them saying, well, it's only guaranteed for 12 months. I mean, are they seriously expecting that this driveway was not going to last any longer than 12 months before it all starts cracking? Completely and utterly unacceptable. The Consumer Rights Act, of course, covers Davina for this driveway. And like anything else you pay a company for, the law protects you, and you are entitled to expect that whatever product you purchase will be of fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. And to have a £6,000 driveway cracking after just over a year is simply unacceptable. And that's exactly the point that I went to put to the company on Davina's behalf. Now, it would be fair to say it didn't go very well. It would be fair to say I have not made any friends with this company. In fact, and Davina's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Davina.
Hi, good morning, JVS.
I think it would be safe to say the man who runs this company hates me with a passion that you can feel in all of his correspondence. He absolutely detests me, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Now, for most normal people, they wouldn't get satisfaction from that, but I have to be honest, I love it. And I'll tell you why I love it. Because when I first went to speak to this man, I was having a conversation with one of his colleagues in the office, explaining the problem that you had. And he suddenly kind of grabbed the phone off her and started talking down the telephone to me, saying, it only comes with a 12-month guarantee, we're not going to do anything, etc. When I explained to him the Consumer Rights Act, he said, don't try and tell me about that. I've been in business for 30-odd years. I know about the law. I said, well, if you know about the law, then you'll be fully versed in the Consumer Rights Act and you won't need me to explain it to you. But if you are fully versed in the Consumer Rights Act, I'm rather surprised that you are insisting that a 12-month guarantee is perfectly okay. He said, it says it in our terms and conditions. The terms and conditions that Davina agreed to when she had the driveway installed, it states we only have liability for 12 months. I said, well, you can put, to be honest, what you want in your terms and conditions, but your terms and conditions cannot override the law. And the law states that Davina has the right to expect that this product, i.e. a driveway, will last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I don't know about you, Davina, but I would be expecting, if I'd spent £6,000 on a driveway, for the driveway to be lasting, 15, 20 years, something along those lines.
Yes, most of them are carrying guarantees between 5 and 10 years, and they're supposed to last up to 15, 20 years.
Yeah, quite. I mean, why on earth would you spend £6,000 on a driveway that after a year would need redoing? I mean, nobody would do that, would they?
Well, I obviously did, like an idiot.
Well, you didn't...
It did say workmanship. I think in their terms and conditions it said workmanship.
It doesn't matter. Listen, it doesn't matter what they put in their terms and conditions. You can't, as a company, you can't put in your terms and conditions that break the law. And then turn around and say, oh, well, the law no longer applies because I put in my terms and conditions something that was against the law. You just can't do that. So I was just very surprised that this man who told me he'd been in business for 30-odd years, to be honest with you, Davina, was coming out with such complete and utter nonsense. And I told him so, and he didn't like it. So at that point, I realised that the conversation was just getting more and more heated. And I said to him, I'm going to write to you and I'm going to explain my concerns about the response that I've had from you so far, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond. And I'd hoped that by taking the heat out and not continuing with the conversation and instead having an email conversation, he would be able to reflect a little more and respond in a more professional manner. Unfortunately not. What then happened was a continuation of the argument by email. The man doesn't seem to understand punctuation, and his emails, I don't know if you've noticed, Davina, are just an entire tirade without any full stops in between. And his emails were just aggressive. They still seem to be suggesting that I needed to prove things to him before he was going to respond in any way. I mean, it was just ridiculous. Anyway, so you and I were due to speak the following day. That afternoon, it would appear he spoke to one of his colleagues. And in the morning, first thing in the morning, my team said to me, there's a man who's desperately trying to get hold of you. He keeps calling, he's phoning throughout the phone in, he's desperate to have a conversation with you. He says he's calling from this driveway company. So I spoke to him in the afternoon, this other guy, and he said to me, right, he said, I just wanted to have a chat with you about it because I understand you had a conversation with my colleague yesterday that didn't go very well. He said, just so you're aware, my colleague has come down with coronavirus. And as a result of coming down with coronavirus, I don't think he was necessarily thinking straight when he had the conversation with you yesterday. He's now at home with coronavirus, but what can we do to try and sort the problem out? Much more reasonable guy, Davina. So he and I had a conversation about your driveway, and he said, okay, well, look, what we're going to do is we're going to get out there, we're going to have a look at the driveway, and we're going to see if we can get it sorted out. When you and I spoke after that visit took place the following week, I couldn't believe it when you told me the guy that I'd had the row with the week before and the guy that I was told had been behaving in the most appalling, unprofessional way because he had coronavirus and wasn't feeling very well, was one of the people at your property looking at the driveway. Did he turn up in the vehicle with other people?
Yes, with the other gentleman, yes.
So here's a man who just a few days before I've been told has come down with coronavirus, suddenly out at a customer's house when by law he should have been self-isolating, standing there with his colleagues, having travelled in a vehicle with his colleagues, when I was told just the week before he had coronavirus. Now, forgive me, Davina, but there is one of two outcomes from this. Either he didn't have coronavirus and his colleague was lying, or he did have coronavirus and he wasn't obeying the law and not self-isolating. Either way, it's not very good, is it? So at that point, I was duty bound to go back to him and say, can you please confirm, do you have coronavirus or not? Because I was told you had coronavirus. If you had coronavirus, what were you doing out at Davina's house looking at her driveway? Well, talk about red rag to a bull, off it went again. Oh, my word. He was, well, you've seen the emails, Davina. Furious. He then started contacting you and saying he's not going to talk to me anymore, and he was just very keen to try and resolve the matter with you, but I'm ruining it all. And it's a most peculiar response. We still don't know for sure whether he had coronavirus or not. He says now he didn't have coronavirus, which we can only assume must mean that his colleague was lying to me when he used coronavirus as an excuse for why this man had behaved so appallingly from the outset. Now, in the meantime, they have suggested that they are going to come back and to do something to the driveway to put it right. Now, that's fine. Not a problem with that, as long as it solves the underlying issue. Because my fear, and I know you are inclined to agree with this, Davina, even though you and I are not experts in driveways, but just from a common sense perspective, the fear is if the groundwork for the drive has not been done properly in the first place, then whatever they do to the surface of this driveway, surely it's going to crack again. You know, if they haven't gone down deep enough with whatever base they needed to lay, are we going to end up in the same situation in another year's time where it all starts to crack and split again? Now, I know that you are still waiting for an independent person to come out and to properly inspect it, but you've also heard from our friend at the drive company. What's he saying now?
He has offered to take off the top resin surface and to relay it. But of course, that means that underneath that there are the foundations and the tarmac course. So just to relay a top sort of thin surface of resin might not resolve the problem, because why did it crack in the first place if there wasn't a problem underneath it, sort of thing? Yeah. So I don't feel that his offer is adequate without me getting a civil engineer's proper report, which actually is in hand at the moment.
Right, okay. The response that you had from him, let me just read this out. And as I say, I mean, the man doesn't know about punctuation, so it is just a whole string of consciousness. He says, as set out in my last email, Jonathan reneged on what he told and agreed with my company and told all his listeners about this issue, totally unprofessional, since has accused me of having COVID-19 and breaking the law, and also saying he would bring this into his show. I'm sure your structural engineer's report will come up with the same conclusion as myself. We will not be held responsible for the costs of your report, as we've taken time to do our own and remedy this issue, but Jonathan, with his bully boy tactics, has made matter worse by thinking this is about his show and not the issue you have with your drive, which we will be prepared to sort out, but this current lockdown and weather has put this on hold. I'm waiting an appointment with my solicitor to see where I go with this matter against Jonathan Vernon Smith and libel comments.
Yes. Have you heard anything?
No. I'd love nothing more than to have a conversation with his solicitor. I'd love it. I've repeatedly said to him, please do put this in the hands of a solicitor so I can have a grown-up conversation. And I can speak to someone who responds in a reasonable and business-like manner. You know, I would love nothing more than for him to actually engage the services of someone who knows how to communicate with someone like me. Unfortunately, he just seems to be... there are some companies that we deal with where, and I do understand this, Davina, sometimes people are out of their depth. And to get a phone call from someone at the BBC investigating a complaint where they may feel they haven't done anything wrong sends them into a bit of a tailspin. And don't get me wrong, over the years I've dealt with people who have been quite honest about that and said, look, I just feel I don't feel I'm the person to respond to this. At which point anyone sensible will put the case in the hands of someone else that they work with that's able to have a reasonable conversation, or they will engage the services of a solicitor, or they will deal with it in a reasonable way. But this man seems to be unsure of what to do. He seems to want you to agree to whatever solution he's proposing, and agree to that before you've got a structural engineer's report. But from a logical perspective, it just doesn't make any sense. You know, why has the existing driveway split? Why are there these cracks in it? Is it because there was a problem with the surface of it? Did they explain that to you, that they accept there was a problem with the surfacing? Or is it the chance that the base wasn't done properly, and therefore natural movement in the earth means the movement is transmitted to the surface of the drive and is causing the splits?
Yeah, in his report, there was about 2 pages of it being on clay ground and all that sort of thing. But it was, to us, it was just kind of padded out and waffled about the ground being clay. The ground is clay. It's always been, clay bases, most of Harpenden is. But he would have known that before he put the drive down. So surely he should have taken adequate measures.
Exactly. And anybody, I mean, for example, if you're building a house on certain clay ground, you have to dig the foundations deeper, because with clay, there can be more natural movement. So any developer that's building a house knows that the foundations they've got to build for the house on certain types of clay will need to go down deeper. But that's what their professional expertise is supposed to determine. If this driveway company saw that you live in a clay area and they thought, well, we're going to need to make the base a bit deeper, that should have been a grown-up conversation they had with you from the start. They should have factored that into the quote, and they should have made sure that they put whatever base was necessary deep enough. End of story. It's not your fault that they didn't do that. Well, look, can you please keep me in the loop? Let me know what he has to say as soon as the independent report has been fully drafted and he's got a copy of that, and let's see where he wants to go. I have a feeling, Davina, and I hope I'm wrong, but I have a feeling this may end up in court.
Yeah, I think the same as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, I really do feel that it's likely, because I think what's going to happen, I think your engineer is going to look at this. He's going to determine that actually the remedial work necessary on that driveway is much more significant than what this guy's proposing, and will be far more time-consuming, far more costly to him. And he's going to think, I can't be bothered to do all that. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't necessarily have much confidence based on the way he's responded so far. But look, let's wait and see. Can you please keep me in the loop, and we'll take it from there?
Hello, JVS.
Hello, Helen. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, basically, I ordered a coat off of the internet, and I never received it. So I took up a complaint with the online company that I dealt with, and they said that I should have received the item. So I then went to my people that I paid with, and they raised the complaint with the company, and basically they've denied my claim, saying that I have received the item because there was a tracking number involved. But I haven't, so I'm a little bit upset, and basically I would like my money back.
Now, I have had a situation a few times recently where I've ordered things from companies and they don't seem to be requiring a signature, but what they do is they take a photograph of the package at your front door to show that it has been kind of left at the front door as proof of delivery. Have this company provided that?
No, nothing.
So there's no photograph of the actual delivery.
Package, no.
They're just saying because it had a tracking number, that means it's been delivered.
Yes, yes.
But that's nonsense. Have you tried with the courier company checking that tracking number to see if it does show up as delivered or not?
Well, I don't know who the courier company was.
They haven't even provided you with that?
No.
Well, that's very odd. I don't want any details that will identify this company, but the company you purchased this raincoat from, they're a good, reputable firm?
Well, I thought they were. I thought they were an English company. But it turns out that they're not. They're actually a Chinese company. Yeah.
Right.
So I think I've had a little bit of a scam, to be honest.
Why did you think they were an English company? How did you come across them?
I came across them on a social media website.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and it's basically, I looked them up on the internet and went through the internet myself because I thought that was safer.
Yeah.
And, once I got no delivery and I tried to get in touch with them, they'd vanished off of the internet.
Oh, dear. Right. So why did you think they were an English company when you put in their company details?
The name of them, yeah.
It's a well-known name, is it?
It's not a well-known name, no, but it was an English name.
Right, but it was an English name you'd never heard of when it came to raincoats?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. We're dealing with this a lot, Helen. So
right.
I need everybody listening to the programme, particularly in the run-up to Christmas, please, please, please be so careful. If an advert crops up on a social media page for something that you like the look of, your instant reaction should be, I'm going to be very, very sceptical about this.
Yeah.
Because, if you're buying stuff from the internet, I always say this, the internet is a wonderful thing. It opens the world up to you and your computer in your home.
Absolutely. Yeah,
which is marvellous. But unfortunately, what it also does is it opens the world up to you as a consumer. And what it may mean is that you inadvertently are buying something from another country that does not have the same safety standards, does not have the same kind of legal requirements in terms of the way that products are produced.
Yeah.
And it may well be that you're ordering it from a company, but that because they are miles away in China, doesn't follow UK consumer law, you're unlikely to get any kind of recompense or help if things go wrong. You will end up just kind of shouting into the night time because nobody will be listening to you. They're not interested in your complaint. And it sounds from what you're saying as if they've simply... Yeah, oh dear. And in terms of the payment, you said that you complained to the payment company. This was an online payment company, was it? Or was this a credit card or debit card?
No, it was an online company.
And how did you have your online payment account set up? Was it set up for money to come out of your bank, or was it set up to be coming out of a credit card or a debit card?
It comes out of my bank account.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it sounds on the there's no way this raincoat could have gone to your neighbours. Have you checked with your neighbours?
Yeah, no, I've not had nothing's been received. No.
I'm a bit surprised that you haven't had what some of my listeners have had, and that's a package arriving with a bit of fabric on it. Because quite often how these scams seem to be working, if indeed this is a scam, and at this stage I'm keeping a bit of an open mind because we'll go and investigate it after the programme.
Yeah.
But how a lot of these scams from China are working is that they take your money, they send something to you, normally just a little scrap of fabric, that they send with a tracking number.
Right.
What they then do is they then use the fact that you have received the product, that you've received the package,
I understand.
as justification for the fact that they've actually sent you the product and you're kind of telling a porcupine. That's how they try and do it. So I'm surprised you haven't received anything at all.
No, I've received absolutely nothing.
Right, well, we need to go and have a little word.
I'm already having a look at this, Jonathan, and I went onto their shipping and delivery terms. And I have to say, I mean, it does say on there all our orders are handled and shipped out from our warehouse in China, so please allow extra time for your order. But there's quite a lot of onus on people like Helen to make sure it gets to their home. So they say that you'll receive a tracking number and it's your responsibility to track the order, and you must submit any necessary requirements to customs or the courier. Otherwise, if the order's been tagged as return to sender or unsuccessful, and you've not been able to follow up or have not submitted the necessary requirements, we are unable to process any refund or replacement for free, and you may need to place the order again. I've gone onto a well-known review site. They have 1 star overall, and people are basically titling all of their complaints about this company as "do not order from them." Right. I might not even give them 1 star. You know, they're talking about the fact they've ordered things and they've not turned up, they can't get any contact with the company.
Oh dear.
It's well worth, if you are intending to order something from a company you've never come across before, checking these websites. I know it's too late and it's kind of like rubbing salt into the wound at this stage, and obviously we will get in touch with them and see how far we can get with this, just to go on these review sites and find out what other people are saying about them.
Normally, if you do put the company's name into, for example, a search engine like Google, normally it will come up with different pages, different review sites, and you'll be able to fairly promptly get an idea as to whether or not you're dealing with a good, reasonable company that has lots of happy customers, or actually whether you're dealing with a company that's likely to let you down. And it is well worth, you know, if you haven't, my advice is always really try and buy from companies that you know of. Good, reputable British companies that more so now than ever before need your custom. You know, it's much better from, apart from everything else, support British companies at this particular time. If you're buying from some company based in China, you're not supporting a British company, and you're also putting yourself in a position where if things go wrong, you're going to end up in a right old pickle. And I suggest, I mean, what I'm going to say to you now, Helen, and this is not to say we're not going to try and help you, because we will, but I need you to brace yourself for the fact that you may well have just lost the money that you spent on it, which was how much for this raincoat?
£40.
40 quid. Well, it could have been worse.
It could have been, but
it may well be you've lost 40 quid. But look, let's get some detail. Let's go and have a word, if we can have a word, and let's find out what they've had to say. Okay.
I am just reading a review from someone who has a very similar complaint to you, Helen, in terms of the fact that they also tried to make a claim from the online payment service that they used. But they have told them as well that the case was closed, as the company sent them proof of delivery. But all of the information that they sent to this online bank was not sent to them, so they weren't able to trace and track the delivery and the tracking number that they've been given.
This is why I'm a bit surprised you haven't had, as some people have told me before on this programme, an envelope with a funny old bit of fabric in. Because that's what normally happens. You see an advert on a social media page for clothing, you think, oh, that looks all right, I'll buy that, that looks nice. You order it, you get an envelope through the door with a strange bit of fabric, you think, what on earth is this? Anyway, you put it to one. Then you realise, because when you then complain that the product you've ordered hasn't arrived, they then say the tracking number for the bit of fabric you received that is worthless was the tracking number for the product that hasn't arrived, and they try and portray you as being the liar. So just be very careful. Listen, Helen, we'll leave it there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get all the rest of the detail.
Okay. Can I just do a shout out for my mum? Sorry, she's in hospital at the moment, and I'm hoping that she's listening.
What's your mum's name?
My mum's name's Pauline.
Pauline. Which hospital is Pauline in?
Milton Keynes General Hospital.
Pauline in Milton Keynes General Hospital. Hello, and get better soon. Helen, listen, I'll pass you back to Tara now, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Gary came to me. He was telling me that last year someone attempted to break into his house. Well, terrifyingly, the intruders tried to smash their way through the front door whilst Gary and his family were inside. Horrible. Well, Gary wanted to get a new, very secure front door, and he really did his homework before making the purchase.
It's a composite door. They put it all together in the factory, and then with the handles on, then they take the handles and the ironmongery off so things can't get damaged in the post. So all the holes are drilled, everything's prepared for the installer to install. About 3 weeks after, so we're into the new year, we had noticed initially that the handle was quite stiff, but we noticed that the handle, both the inside and the outside handles, started to come away from the door.
Well, it's not on. It's an expensive front door. It's a good quality front door. It should not have this problem with the handle. To cut a very long story short, I've been speaking to initially the installer, but primarily the manufacturer. And the reason why I've been talking to the manufacturer is it was via their website that Gary came across the installer, and the installer was considered to be their approved installer in his area. They agreed they were going to get things sorted out. They've put this in the hands of a different installer in the local area, and that installer should have been out to have a look at, I think, 9 o'clock this morning. Well, let's find out if they turned up. Please tell me, Gary, at 9 o'clock you had a knock on your door with the funny handle?
He was earlier, actually.
Oh, wow. What did he say?
Basically, I'm very happy. I'm happy with the end result, but what he did say was that, every step he showed me what should have happened and what never happened from the original installation. And basically, the guy used his own screws, whereas when the handle comes in a separate box and it's got a set of screws and everything you require to fit it, which he showed me, none of that stuff was used.
How weird.
I know. And yes, they are meant to drill, there's a guide hole and you're meant to drill another hole, they call it a pilot hole, sorry. And he showed me, and the handles are meant to be screwed together, so there's no way they should be able to fall away from the door. None of that happened, and it wasn't adjusted properly. But the guy that came around today, really nice bloke. Apparently, he does the training for the company as well.
So he's a top-notch installer. Importantly, what's he going to do to get it sorted then, Gary?
It's all sorted, mate.
Oh, he's already done it?
Yeah, it did all the adjustments. There's so many things out of line, which would mean that's why the door wasn't shutting properly and was stiff. He sorted it all out. He put a new, not draft excluder, but there was a gasket thing that needed to be put on there, which was splitting. He sorted that all out, and he did the job.
Job done. Well, marvellous. Yeah. Oh, a happy ending, Gary.
Very much so.
Thank goodness for that.
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
After a year.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, when the original guy did the front door installation, it wasn't a kind of late Friday afternoon job, was it?
No, first thing in the morning it came.
How very weird.
Now, I've got a funny thing, because I was at work, but it didn't take him long to put it in, because he came first thing in the morning, then he had sent me a message asking me saying that the job's complete, and can I transfer the money to his account. And so I checked with my missus, because she's the boss, and she wasn't happy, and there was a couple of niggling things, which we wanted him to come back that afternoon to sort out. So I think he had rushed, he had done the job in the morning, and he was going to another job.
Well, he clearly had, though. I mean, it's just a bit stupid, isn't it? If you've been given the screws that come in the box, I mean, why would you go and use your own ones rather than the ones that come with it? It just seems like a very silly way of doing business. Look, the good news is we can draw a line under it. You can now get on and enjoy your front door.
And the rest of my life.
For the rest of your life, let's hope. We will thank the company very much indeed. They know who they are. We will thank them. We will give them the horn. Gary, any other problems, you know where we are.
And thank you to you guys, because especially yourself. I wouldn't have got anywhere without you. So I really appreciate you, Jonathan.
Well, it's an absolute pleasure to help you. Gary, all the best.
Thanks
Enjoy
a lot,
your door, and thank you to the front. Let me speak to John, because John was telling me that he'd ordered some shoes online. these shoes cost him $49.99, but when they turned up, well, they were too big.
I returned them, and I know they were sent back because I'd got a track and trace postal service returning them. They acknowledged they'd received the shoes, and they would be posting the return, they'll be putting money back onto my online banking service. I have got a screenshot that came at the end of our discussions proving to me that the refund had been issued. I did have a notification that the refund had been issued on my online banking service, but no monies were ever given back to me.
Well, this is very peculiar. Where is John's refund? It's very simple. Where's his money? That's exactly the question I've been asking of the payment company he'd used to transfer the money originally to this shoe company. John's back on the JVS show now. Hello, John.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, John. Now, I have to be honest with you. I have been getting extremely frustrated with the company that I'm dealing with. Because they have, and I have to be honest, this is somewhat uncharacteristic of them. They normally do respond and they do normally help. When I first contacted them and explained the situation and said, look, can you just tell us what's going on? Where is John's money? He was told the money was going back, but it's not actually showing there as a credit. They came back and they said, yeah, what's your deadline, etc., normal kind of things they would do, and then said, will you be identifying us on the programme? And I said, well, it would ordinarily be the case that when you come back to us with a response, indeed, I will be identifying you as part of that response. And that's it. They have never come back to me subsequently. Now, I understand that they did make, there has been one payment made to you. I'm hoping that might have changed since we last spoke. What's going on from your end, John, before we say which company we're talking about?
Well, they credited the postage, which was a part that they said they wouldn't be returning, but they've credited back the postage. But I've still not received the sum for the shoes.
So how much was the postage for these shoes?
£3.98.
So they've given you £3.98.
Correct.
But you still haven't received the $49.99 for the shoes?
No, not at all.
This is extremely frustrating. The company concerned, for those that haven't guessed, is PayPal. And as I say, I have made it very clear to PayPal that we would be discussing this case, and indeed they would be identified on the programme. And I made it very clear to them in my email that I sent over yesterday afternoon. In fact, let me read it to you so you can see what I've said. Yeah. I have not received a response from PayPal, despite making it clear in my email of the 3rd of December my deadline was yesterday, the 7th of December. Please be advised I will be running this story tomorrow on my programme I actually said to them between 11 o'clock and 12. They've had an extra hour to do it. PayPal will be identified during the broadcast. I hope to receive a response from you in time for the programme. Absolutely nothing. I haven't received a thing from them.
No, nor me.
It's extremely disappointing. And I don't know why. I don't know why PayPal, who would normally respond to an issue regarding this particular complaint, seem to have gone very quiet. It's very bizarre. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on with them. They will be aware, if they're not listening to the programme now, they will be contacted this afternoon and they will be informed that they've now been identified on the programme. I really hope they're going to use this opportunity to come back with a response.
So do I, yes.
Because it's just not acceptable, particularly for a big company like PayPal, who many listeners will use. People want to have faith in PayPal, and they want to know that PayPal are responding to complaints, including complaints that come into BBC consumer programmes.
Yeah, I've never had no trouble with them before. This is the first time.
It's a very odd lack of response. Let's see what they have to say after this programme now. John, we will talk very soon. If you hear anything, please come back to me.
I will. Thank you very much indeed for your help. Anyway.
Okay, well, all the best. Hopefully we'll get you that $49.99 before... Good morning, Marie.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. I'm quite excited about this. It says on my screen, Marie and the chandelier. What's gone on with your chandelier, Marie?
Oh, you're making me laugh. Sorry. I brought a chandelier for my bedroom.
For your bedroom? You don't care, do you? Honestly.
No, it's going to be a boutique bedroom, so it's really, everything's very velvety and crystally, and it's beautiful in there. So this would have just finished off my bedroom, really, this chandelier, 5-arm chandelier. So I paid for it online from this online shop, and it was as described, apart from it was damaged when we opened the box. So what, if you can imagine, one of the arms had just cracked off, and I thought, no, I can't have this.
What's it made of? Glass or plastic?
Yeah, I think it's a combination of that, Jonathan. Yeah.
What do you mean? You mean there's bits of plastic on it and also bits of glass? Right.
That's right. The arm of it was sort of like glass, and then the top bit where the candle bit is, I think that's plastic.
Right. How much was it, this luxury chandelier?
Well, it was really good price. It was $29.99.
Right. Okay, that is a good price. I don't have any chandeliers in my home.
No.
I feel as if I haven't got the right kind of height of ceiling. I mean, I presume you've got very high ceilings in your bedroom to accommodate a chandelier.
Yeah, well, it's quite high, yeah. I mean, we just thought it would look lovely.
Yeah.
To add to my bedroom. But as I say, it was damaged. Mm-hmm. So we carefully put it back in box, and I rang them up to say, you know, I've received your chandelier, but unfortunately it's damaged. And they were fine. They were very accommodating, no problems. Put it back in the box. We'll send you out a label. So they done a label online, and emailed me a label, I should say. And I printed this off, you see, Jonathan. Mm-hmm. And put that on the box. The courier came for it, and I got confirmation that they received it. And then I said, right, have you got the chandelier? They said, yeah, they've received it. Can I have my refund? They said, we will be refunding you.
Oh, why did you not want a different one?
They asked me if I wanted another chandelier, and I thought, if it's going to come here damaged, I don't want to risk it again. I think I'm just going to go for something totally different, so I'll just get a refund.
What, you changed your mind about having the chandelier?
I totally changed my mind, Jonathan.
Oh,
I'm not going to have a chandelier.
Well, it seems a bit of a shame after you'd been looking forward to having this chandelier hanging there.
I know. It sort of it just put my mind off of it, to be honest, when it was damaged. I just thought I'm going to go with something flush against the ceiling, you know. I
just get this image of your bedroom being... Do you remember Dame Barbara Cartland?
Yeah.
I imagine it... is your bedroom all kind of, you know, it's like...
I'm going to send you a picture.
Right.
It's just been done up. It's all velvety with a velvet Chesterfield bed.
Right.
And mirrored furniture and a mirrored wardrobe.
Mirrored furniture and a mirrored... So you can see yourself everywhere.
You can. Even on your dressing table, it's mirrored.
Wow. And what colour are your walls?
They're silver grey.
Silver grey walls. Right.
Yeah.
And the ceiling?
White.
White. Carpet or tiles or floor or wooden floor or what?
No, grey carpet.
Grey carpet. Okay, well, I've got quite an image in mind. So what if you're not going for the chandelier, what kind of light do you want instead?
It's going to be like mirrored again, glass looking, flush against the ceiling with little droplets. Yeah.
Okay. So what's happened about your refund then? If that's what you asked for from the company, where is it?
Good question. I've been asking them for my refund, and they said, yeah, it'll be with you in 14 days, and that was in June.
Oh. Now, how did you pay for it? Did you pay for it on a debit card or credit card?
I paid for it on my debit card, Jonathan.
And when did you pay for it?
In June.
July, August. Oh, right. So you're out of time to do a charge back.
Am I?
Yeah. So if you paid
How long does that take?
So if you're doing hang on a second, I knew you were going to ask me this. I think it's 120 day. Hang on, charge back. I always get the dame wrong. Charge back timing. Let me have a look. 120 days. That's the maximum amount you have from the date of purchase to do a chargeback on a debit card or indeed on a credit card for something that costs less than £100. If you paid for something that costs over £100 on a credit card, then you're covered by Section 75 of the Consumer Credit Act, and there's no 120-day cut-off for that. But considering this was only $29.99, you would be doing a charge back under the card. But, I mean, is this I don't want any detail that will identify who the retailer is, but is the retailer a well-known retailer that has a good reputation?
I think they are quite popular because I have seen the adverts on TV, Jonathan.
Okay, fine. Well, let's see what we can do. My chandelier correspondent is Tara, who no doubt has a chandelier in every room in her house.
I'd love one, actually. But I've never got over that scene in Only Fools and Horses with Del Boy and Rodney where they're cleaning a very beautiful chandelier and they loosen it and one of them's upstairs and I think it's Grandad and Del Boy who are downstairs trying to catch it in a sheet, and they keep cutting from Rodney upstairs who's loosening it and Del Boy and Grandad who are downstairs who are going to catch it, and it's absolutely massive, this chandelier, and totally beautiful. Anyway, they've got the sheet under the wrong chandelier. And the other one smashes.
Comes smashing on the floor. Yes, well, I don't know whether Del Boy had already been trying to install the chandelier that you got, Marie. Maybe that's why it was broken. But look, let's go and have a word with the retailer. Let's ask why, having requested the refund of $29.99, where's the money? Why didn't they refund her?
It's a long time to wait.
They did refund me £7, Jonathan, for... because I've been ringing all the time and I complained about it and they said a goodwill gesture of £7. I received that on the 7th of December. But where's the rest of my money? I don't want the goodwill gesture of £7.
Well, I mean, don't say no to it. You might as well hang on to that. But you also want the $29.99 that you'd originally paid for the chandelier that was broken.
They said to me I had to do a declaration form and I sent that back in August and I rang up just last week for my money again and they said you have to do a declaration form. I said I've already done one. So it's adamant to me that they're stalling, Jonathan. They don't want to give me my money back.
OK, well, look, let's see what we can do. Marie, I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word with them, OK?
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Sadie and her family have a parrot called Buddy. Her mum has a leather sofa. It would appear the two don't mix very well. And one day, when the family went out, well, Buddy caused all kinds of mayhem.
He managed to break the clip off his cage and he managed to get out. None of us were at home and we walked in and we saw the back of the sofa and he's pecked all holes in the back of it and he's pulling the stuffing out. We've had him since he was 2 and he's 14 now and he has never done anything like that. I think the lockdown got to him a little bit. My mum put in an insurance claim for him in June. She sent all pictures in and done all the form online and everything. The technicians come out and the parts are just not what they are at all. They're really shiny leather. They're completely wrong colour for the sofa. And even the technician agrees with that himself. My mum ended up getting an email saying that a delivery company was bringing a parcel to her. And the same parts came again with a letter saying that they are within tolerance.
Well, how can it be within tolerance if the leather they were proposing to fix the sofa with was a completely different kind of leather and had a shiny finish when the rest of the sofa has a matte finish? I mean, it's just not acceptable. It would have looked dreadful. So I went off to have a word with the company on Sadie's behalf, and she's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sadie.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, as you know, when I went off to have a word with this company, they were very good. They said that they were going to get things sorted out. And in fact, they've decided not to go ahead with the whole repairing. Instead, they were going to offer a replacement instead. The company concerned is DFS. And they said, at DFS, we take customer service extremely seriously. This, of course, extends to the insurance policies we offer through third-party suppliers. These policies are intended to bring peace of mind to our customers by making claims handling easy and fair. with this in mind, we were very disappointed to hear about Sadie's issue. We've spoken to the insurance company and we understand the complaint has been escalated and a resolution has been agreed. We apologise to Sadie and her family for any inconvenience caused. Now, when the insurance company spoke to you or to your mum, they agreed that they were going to cover you for a whole brand new sofa, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Which was amazing, fantastic, because the existing sofa that Buddy decided to eat was nearly 5 years old. So you've had 5 years use from that one. For them to replace it with a brand new sofa was pretty impressive. But of course, that all happened just before the lockdown. And when you and I spoke, you said, well, the trouble is, trying to get down there to the shop to choose a new one, to test them all out, is not going to be very easy. Well, I gather things have changed somewhat. What's the latest, Sadie? What's going on?
My mum got in contact with the insurance company and then they extended the voucher for the new sofa until whenever the lockdown ended.
Yeah.
After we've come out of lockdown, Mum's been down to DFS and she didn't really find a sofa in there that she liked.
Right.
So she called the insurance company and explained her problem, and they said that she could go to Sofology, and she's found a sofa up there that she absolutely loves, and it's now on order.
Oh, right. Okay, so Sofology is part of the DFS group, I think, isn't it? They were purchased by DFS. So,
yeah.
So they've obviously decided to allow her to choose this Sofology sofa instead. And that's fantastic. And what kind of... Is it similar to the existing one, or is it completely different?
It's completely different.
Right. Fabric or leather?
Leather.
Oh, it's still leather.
It's a Chesterfield.
A Chesterfield. Oh, how smart.
Yeah.
Well, the only slight issue, the way they say when dogs bite someone, they get a taste of blood, and then you've always got to be a bit worried about whether they might turn again. Now Buddy's had a taste of leather sofa. Is this going to be something he's going to try and repeat?
No, the cage has been fixed and he is going to be as far away from this sofa as possible.
I think you're going to need to put some kind of electric fence all the way around Buddy's cage, so there's no way he can possibly escape and attack the new one. When is the new sofa due to be delivered? Is it going to be before Christmas or after Christmas?
It's going to take about 15 weeks.
Oh, right. Okay. Fine. Well, I mean, let's just hope that when we talk next time in the new year, let's hope the sofa is all there, sitting in your living room. What are you going to do with the old damaged one?
We don't know yet, to be honest. We don't really know. We might just give it away. We're not entirely sure.
Right. Can you not give it to Buddy? Maybe he can have his own sofa to sit on, and that way he won't attack the new one.
Oh yeah, we might do.
So, are you feeling happy?
Yeah, we're extremely happy. We're just really thankful for the result of everything that has happened.
Well, I have to be honest, I do feel as if the company have gone over and above when it comes to resolving this issue. These kinds of insurance policies that cover accidental damage, they can be useful in terms of repairing, and I was expecting them to simply offer a more suitable repair. The fact that they decided not to muck about and just to give you a whole new sofa really does seem absolutely incredible. So I think you've been exceptionally lucky. And in terms of your relationship with Buddy, who actually, I gather, is a female parrot, not a male parrot, but you thought he was a male parrot, so you call him a boy.
Yeah, it's a bit all complicated, that is.
It is really. And are you getting on all right with Buddy, or has he gone for you recently?
No, absolutely fine. I don't really go in the living room that much because I've been working a lot, so I haven't really been in his company.
Right, okay. Well, there we go. Listen, Sadie, I'm very grateful that that the company have got things sorted out, it would appear. We'll make sure you do get your new sofa next year. We'll say goodbye now and we'll talk in 2021. All the very best to you and your family and to Buddy. Have a nice Christmas.
You too, Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick, without naming any company names, please.
I'll go through this. Yeah, I've got my wife next to me to clarify any dates I get wrong.
Okay.
We booked a cruise in August 2018 to go for April 2020, and the holiday was cancelled in February 2020 because of the COVID.
Yeah.
When it was cancelled, they persuaded us to rebook for 2021 in the hope that it would be clear by then, which we did.
Right.
So we went along with that one. Beginning of August, we had another telephone call asking us if we wanted to change to April 2021, or 2022, 2022,
right,
as there was a possibility of cancellation on that particular holiday.
I see.
So on that one, we decided no, we weren't going to continue. We'd like a refund. Because obviously we're middle 70s, and time we were going, we'd have probably been in a bath chair.
Well, hopefully not.
Beginning of September, we were then told the holiday was cancelled.
So hang on one second, there's a crucial bit missing. So when you said to the company, when they called you in August and said, look, do you want to rearrange this to 2022 because there's a chance it might be cancelled for 2021, and you said, no, thank you, I'll have my refund. What did they say?
They said that was okay. We could have a refund, but we would have to wait a considerable time for it.
Okay.
Because they were waiting to get money back from the various companies.
Okay, so they agreed. And did they just agree verbally, or have you got an email or a letter to just confirm that as well?
We have got an email as well.
And that says, that confirms a refund.
I'll forward that over to you, the email.
Okay, and that definitely confirms you're getting a refund?
Yes.
Okay, fine, yep.
Now, as I say, by the beginning of September then, we were told the holiday was cancelled.
But surely you'd already cancelled it because you said you didn't want to go ahead, you wanted your money back. Would you?
Oh, my wife said we told them we'd take a chance it was going to be cancelled.
Well, hang on a minute, because this is a bit different.
Wait to officially see.
Well, hang on a minute. So did you cancel and ask for your refund, or did you say, no, we'll take our chances?
Yes. We said we didn't want...
Would you like me to talk to your wife, Les? What's your wife's name?
Yeah.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, what's your name?
Mrs. Maureen.
Hello, Maureen. I think it might be easier to have a chat with you, Maureen, about this. So when you had the conversation in August and you said, no, we'll have a refund, it sounds as if you didn't actually cancel it. You kind of said, oh, well, we'll just leave it open for now.
No, what actually happened, they phoned us in August and said that there was a slight chance that the holiday might be cancelled.
Right.
Would we consider rebooking it for 2022? But because of our ages and everything else, we said no, we'll take a chance, and if it is cancelled officially, then we would have a refund.
I see. Fine. So
by then September, the cruise line cancelled all their cruises for that particular part of the world, and we were told that the cruise would be cancelled and they would be in touch. Well, eventually we did get a letter from the cruise company saying that, giving us our options again, but we said no, we would like a refund. Mm-hmm. And this is where we've been ever since. Every time we phone them, they keep saying, oh, it could be this long, that could be that long, and it seems to be going further and further away.
I see. But have you definitely got something in writing from them that says, yeah, we're happy to cancel it and give you your money back, but you might have to wait?
That's right, yeah. We have got emails confirming that we would definitely get a refund. And then at the end of end of September, we got a email saying that they were hopefully going to make the refunds by the end of the year, possibly sooner, but we would just have to wait. and they also sent us then a refund credit note. But what concerned us as well was that was only dated up until the 31st of December. Now, we had another email from them at the end of November stating that we would be getting a refund, but it could take several months. So we sort of think, well, 1 minute we're being told 90 days, then it's going to 120 days, and then it's telling us several months.
Now, this is not necessarily a surprising story because there have been, I don't know how much you've kind of followed in the news, but some holiday companies are taking a very long time to give people their money back. And normally, and I presume this cruise was all booked as part of a package.
Oh, yes, it was flights, then there was a 3-day stay in a hotel, and then a 12-day cruise.
Yeah. So the law actually states to holiday companies that any refunds because of cancelled holidays must be paid back within 2 weeks. However, as you can probably imagine, a lot of leniency is being given to holiday companies purely because of the sheer number of people who are all claiming their money back in one go. And if actually, for some companies, if the law was upheld, and if those companies all paid their customers within 2 weeks, the chances are the companies would go bust and then they wouldn't be any good to anybody. So a lot of leniency seems to be being given. Is this company a member of, and just think before you answer this because I'm not talking about Atoll, is this company a member of ABTA?
It is, yes.
Okay. Well, that's useful because it may well be that ABTA can go and speak to them on your behalf and ABTA can tell them as a member they must give you the money back. How did you pay for the holiday?
Oh, it was credit card.
Okay. Well, first of all then, I don't think you need to be too worried because you've got lots of protection that's there for you if things go wrong. You're very, very sensible to firstly book a package. You're extremely sensible to book a package with a company that's also a member of ABTA. And you're extremely sensible to have paid for the whole thing by credit card because it means you've got lots of protection along the way.
Right.
It's just frustrating that the holiday company that you've booked this cruise with, obviously for cash flow reasons, wants to hang on to your money for as long as possible before giving it back to you. How much had you paid for this cruise?
The total price was £6,778.
Blimey.
£76, sorry, yeah.
Well, and whereabouts in the world were you due to be going on this cruise?
We were going to Japan.
Japan? Oh, my word. How long did...
long haul holiday.
Wow. Well, that would have been amazing.
Yeah.
But I presume you want to get vaccinated before you start going off on this kind of trip?
Oh, we're not definitely not doing any more long haul, but we're not booking anything now until it is safe to go.
Yeah.
Or as safe as they can make it anyway.
Yeah, well, absolutely sensible. And, I mean, your husband, I think, was saying you're both in your 70s?
Yes, yeah.
Right,
I'm only just in my 70s.
Okay. Well, in some ways you're lucky that you're in your 70s because it does mean that you're likely to get the vaccination before other people. So hopefully it won't be too long. And then once you've been vaccinated, you'll, fingers crossed, then have a level of security to be able to go ahead and make some plans for the future. And let's just hope that things like cruises and holidays start to get back to normal so people can start to enjoy those holidays again. Look, let's go and have a little word with this company on your behalf. Let's ask what's happened to the refund. It's a lot of money that they seem to want to hang on to. In the event that they are in any way difficult or start to procrastinate, let's go straight to ABTA and let's get ABTA involved and let's get them to get the money back for you. Okay?
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much.
Well, you and Les have done a marvellous job, Maureen. How long have you been Les's official spokeswoman?
46 years.
or is it the other way round, actually? He's your spokesman?
Well, it depends on the circumstances.
Oh, I see. Right. Well, listen, you've both done a marvellous job. Let's see if we can help you get this money back. I'll pass you back to Tara and we'll go and have a chat with them, okay?
Okay, then, bye.
Okay, hang on there. Lisa is on the line. Hello, Lisa.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good
How are you?
afternoon. Yes, I'm good, thank you, Lisa. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I'll try really hard. Okay, well, I gave my 10-year-old son some branded vegetarian crispy nuggets for his dinner a few weeks ago. And when he bit down on one, he felt something hard. And on further inspection, it looked like glass. So obviously I was horrified and contacted customer services straight away. And they asked me to send the sample in so they could do some tests on it. So I did, and they ran their tests, and a week or so later they confirmed that it was indeed glass.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
When you say a vegetarian nugget, I always think of nuggets as chicken nuggets, but so what's this got in it, then, if not chicken?
Well, it's like a sort of protein that's sort of a little bit like chicken.
Oh. Right, was it just kind of processed stuff, is it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like a chicken substitute. I mean, I've been vegetarian for years, so I've been a big fan of this brand for a long time. So, you know, put my trust in them and then ended up finding glass in the piece.
Right. I've just my team have just sent me a photo of this vegetarian nugget.
Yes.
And that's the bit of glass next to the fork, is it?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
so it's
dear.
like half a centimetre long, a little shard.
And did he actually put... How old is your son?
10.
Oh, gosh, right. And did he actually get that bit of glass in his mouth?
Yeah, it was in his mouth. He bit down on it, but luckily didn't break the skin or anything. We managed to retrieve it before it did any damage.
Right.
But obviously just physical damage because he's emotionally damaged now.
I'm just going to tweet this picture. So if anybody wants to see said vegetarian nugget and the offending bit of glass, if you go onto my Twitter page, the official JVS, you can have a little look. I mean, that's quite an unpleasant bit of glass. That could have caused some serious damage. When the company came back to you and admitted that it was glass, did they give any indication as to how that got into the nugget?
No, they said they couldn't be 100% sure how it got anywhere near the nugget. So, you know, I don't know what they were implying, but I'm 100% sure it was in the nugget.
Right. But, so they certainly haven't admitted responsibility?
Not at all, no. In fact, they offered us £30 towards our shopping bill, but I don't know, I just feel like that's a bit of a fob off.
Right. So what are you looking for?
Well, I don't know really. It's hard to say because I want more, just more of something. I feel like they're just fobbing us off with their excuses and there's no culpability and not enough apology. And my son's been through something really traumatic, and not to mention, for me, I'm the mother who gave our son glass for dinner. I mean, how do I get over that?
Right. So, in an ideal world, then, what could if you were in charge of the company that makes these vegetarian crispy nuggets, what would you be offering as a way of resolving this issue?
Honestly, I don't know. I keep going round and round inside my head. How do I want this to pan out? I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe I need some other opinions, some advice, really, because all I keep going back to, it was a piece of glass in the food, and that seems really serious. A lot more serious than £30 on a fob off.
Well, if he'd crunched down on... I mean, this is going to make you feel a bit funny, I would have thought, but if he'd crunched down on that glass, I mean, it could have gone through his tongue, it could have caused... really could have caused some very unpleasant injury. Thank goodness he didn't. You know, thank goodness...
Also, luckily it was a 10-year-old child who, you know, is in control of these things and was able to deal with it sensibly. It could have been a toddler.
I mean, I guess the slight problem is that I know food manufacturers, they have metal detectors that are supposed to detect any bits of metal, but I don't know whether they would necessarily have a detector that would spot a shard of glass like that. I mean, you would just like to think that in the manufacturing process, glass doesn't get anywhere near the ingredients or the machinery that they use to make these nuggets.
Yeah, exactly.
And
it's
you,
just
I mean,
mind-boggling.
if the company were to say to you, and I think it would be a perfectly reasonable question for them to ask, how do we know that glass was found in the nugget? How do we know that while he was eating, he didn't break the glass that he was drinking water out of, and it was a shard of that glass that ended up on the plate? Now, how do we respond to that?
Well, I guess it is all circumstantial, isn't it? So, their word against ours. I don't really know what to do next.
What would you like me to do then? Shall I see what my listeners make of this and what my listeners think you should be pursuing? Shall we do that?
Yeah, that would be great. I'd just like some extra opinions and advice, please. That'd be great.
Well, I think it would be. So they've offered you £30, and is that in cash form or is that a voucher?
No, they said under these circumstances, they said ordinarily they would send vouchers, but under these circumstances, my son might not want to eat any more of their products, so they would give us a PayPal transfer. But ordinarily, they would give us vouchers. Sort of implies that it's happened before.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe what they mean is ordinarily if they were making a goodwill gesture to a customer for whatever reason, then they would normally do it by voucher form. But in this particular instance, they feel that a cash payment is more acceptable. Have they apologised profusely?
They've said they're sorry for any discomfort or they've apologised for specific things, but not actually for this.
And have they said that they've carried out a full investigation and that they are, they haven't had any other complaints? Have they given any?
Yeah, they did say all that. They said that they hadn't had any other complaints. They thought it was a one-off incident, which, I'm relieved to hear, obviously. But no, they can't be 100% sure where the glass came from. So that's sort of the bottom line, really.
Well, and to be honest, that may be fair, because
I know.
It may well be that they have not had any other complaints about glass in any of their nuggets, and it may well be that they've spoken to everybody in the manufacturing process line, and nobody's reported anything. There hasn't been, as far as they're concerned, any glass getting near the production line, and it may well be that they are genuinely scratching their head thinking, I just don't understand how this glass has managed to get into this nugget, and why would one piece of glass got into your son's crispy nugget and yet not into anybody else's crispy nugget?
Well, I'm scratching my head too. I want answers as much as anybody.
Yes, but it may well be they can't really give any further explanation. I mean, just to tell you a personal story, my brother sent me a message a few weeks ago. My sister-in-law and my nephew, they'd all gone out for a walk, and they ended up going into a little independent baker's, and they bought a mince pie each from this bakery. And they got home, and they started eating the mince pies, and all of a sudden, my brother's mince pie, he kind of, with the fork, cut into it, and there was a 1-inch long screw, metal screw, in the mince pie.
Oh, wow.
In an inch long. And he messaged me and said, you won't believe what I've just found. Look at this. Thank goodness it was in my mince pie and it wasn't in Charlie's mince pie, my nephew. And it kind of makes your blood run cold. Complained to the bakery. The bakery were extremely apologetic. I can't remember whether they said the screw had come off some machinery that they were using to make the mince pies, or whether they'd had some kind of building work going on in the kitchen where they make them. But they absolutely admitted that the screw had come from their premises, and they were extremely apologetic. And of course, because it's a small bakery, they didn't have the metal detector that you would normally imagine some of the big companies would have, and they would check all their products for. So, unfortunately, sometimes horrible things do find their way into food.
Yeah, I guess so.
but it's just whether or not the offer of 30 quid in the apology is acceptable or not. Some texts that are coming in already. Let's just have a little look. And you should be braced, Lisa. My listeners are very honest.
Okay, bracing.
And sometimes very blunt, okay? Just so you're prepared.
Right, thank you.
David in Letchworth thinks you should just take the £30. Nat texts to say, the lady and the glass in the nugget should take the £30. It sounds like she just wants more money. I do not play down the situation, but traumatised by this? Really? Dave and Big T in Chesham text to say, unfortunate, but their response seems okay. What more can they do? It's worth discussing, but I think you should take the offer. Lots of texts coming in here. Sue says on Twitter, oh my God, she should receive an apology with a year's voucher. Kristen says, ooh, I'm not sure what's worse, eating those horrible things or the glass. Pretty appalling and disappointing to get glass in anything, though. Not sure it's as traumatic as the caller's making out. She sounds highly sensitive to the situation. Do you just want to respond to that point, that people are suggesting being traumatised by it's a bit over the top?
I'd like to see how they react if they bite into something with glass in it.
True. Right. How could it be 100% proved that it's from the nugget, says Lucy. That's the problem.
Yeah, I know.
I feel trauma is a bit over the top, to be honest. I would have been happy with the voucher. Travelling Box says, my son and I eat vegetarian products all the time. We don't eat these, but if we were, and if my son had eaten that, it wouldn't have been found. It could have caused untold damage to his throat or anywhere along his digestive system. Mike says it shouldn't have happened, but I think the lady's after compensation and the offer is reasonable. Jackie says an apology from the company should suffice. They've given £30. I think that's enough. Amy said, I think the company should say that they will investigate thoroughly and make her aware if any other cases arise. They will apologise. The £30 is enough. I found a rock in a chocolate bar and was given a £5 voucher. I just didn't buy from them again. Amy says, by the way, you should try the nuggets. They're delicious. Well, do you know what? I've gone quite off the idea, to be absolutely honest with you. It would be fair to say, I think, not a lot of sympathy. Marion texts to say, I would accept the £30. £10 would be piddly. They've apologised. Just accept it and move on. Mark in Bedford, it should be investigated fully to find out where the glass came from. It could have been very serious for the child. £30 is not enough. I tell you what I'm going to do, Lisa.
Yes.
First of all, I don't deal in compensation. Okay, so I'm not going to go. What I'm not going to do is go to this company and start saying I'm not going to even raise the £30 as an issue. What I'm going to do, from a more general, wider perspective, is explain to this company that it's obviously very concerning to hear that this happened. What can they say to all of us to reassure people that buying their they're not chicken nuggets, are they? They're vegetarian nuggets, are safe. Because if I were listening to this now, and if I were a regular eater of vegetarian nuggets, I would be somewhat worried about whether this could happen to me.
Exactly, that's how I feel. Like, I don't know if people should be made aware of it. But I don't want to be the one to cause the damage. But then also I feel responsibility.
Well, yeah, and I would imagine that these kinds of... I mean, I don't eat nuggets. I can't remember the last time I ever ate a chicken nugget or anything like that, but I would imagine a lot of children are given them for their tea.
Absolutely, and I don't know... if I heard something further down the line of someone actually getting injured, I don't even want to know how I'd feel about that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, look, let's certainly go and get some answers from the company. I'm not going to kind of push the compensation issue whatsoever. What I'm going to do is push for what have they done to investigate? How can they be 100% confident this will not happen to anybody else? And can we, Tara, when we go and speak to this company, can we just also ask them, okay, we understand they probably do have metal detectors as part of the process to check in case any bits of metal get in. But do they have any way of checking for things like glass and stuff that wouldn't show up on a metal detector?
I've just been having a look, and you need some swanky kit to do that, Jonathan. They're basically X-ray machines. I'm sure that there are some food production, and I'm sure there are some companies who do have that kind of equipment.
What, you X-ray every nugget?
Yeah, that would take a long time. Well, they do it on a grand scale, don't they? These aren't little X-ray machines. They're big things that will go over a whole unit as the food gets processed through.
And then something would show up if you had a bit of... I mean, would an X-ray pick up glass? I guess it probably would.
Apparently it can.
OK, well, look, Lisa, this is an intriguing one. Thank goodness... What's your name of your son?
Jimmy.
Well, thank goodness Jimmy's OK. Let's go and have a word with the company and let's see if we can get some answers for you. We'll take it from there, OK?
Amazing. Thank you. Thanks to all the listeners for that honesty.
Do you mean that or not?
It's really interesting to hear everyone's ideas. So, thank you for that.
OK, great. Well, listen, Lisa, I'll pass you back to Tara. We'll get some more detail. We're going to have a word, OK?
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I was mentioning that I haven't eaten a chicken nugget for years. Amy says, JVS, I reckon you're more of a luxury goujon, man. You're absolutely right, Amy. By the way, I was just talking to Lisa about that vegetarian nugget, and we were discussing the idea of X-raying food when it's in the production line. Is it the case that they X-ray food to check for things like glass, which is what Lisa says her son found in one of these vegetarian nuggets? Thank you to Stuart, who I'm sensing from the signature on his email knows a thing or two about X-rays. I won't go into details, but I think he knows what he's talking about. He says, JVS, X-ray is indeed used extensively in food production. X-ray can find glass fragments inside glass jars at full production line speeds. It's also used for finding bone fragments in real chicken nuggets for certain companies. Hope this helps. Well, that really does help, Stuart. So the simple fact is, the manufacturer of those vegetarian nuggets, it sounds as if they should really be X-raying all of the food before it goes into a bag to make sure that there are no bits and pieces getting into the nuggets that shouldn't be in there. Well, that's certainly something we can go and raise with the company. Do they X-ray their food? And if not, why not? Thank you so much. Very, very interesting. Now, another interesting case that I've been looking into regards Jane. Do you remember Jane? Jane was telling me she runs a day spa and a skin clinic and has done for the last 10 years. She spent a lot of money on her premises, which she rents through another company. But since the lockdown ended, she can't get into the building when her clients want her to be there.
They're offering me hours which don't suit my business, which is 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. And as you're probably aware, no one is going to want a facial at 7 o'clock in the morning. I did have a team of 10, and it's slowly going down due to the fact that, my girls don't think we'll ever be allowed to get in the premises again, so they're all looking for other jobs. This started on the 25th of July, and every week I get a text or an email saying that they've decided they're not going to open all the time. I'm not paying rent at the moment, but obviously I'm losing a lot of money because I've still got overheads to pay. I just want to get back into my premises.
What has the landlord, who also runs a business in the same building, got to say about the new opening hours that they have dictated to Jane? Bearing in mind she's offered to pay someone to staff the joint reception area. I think we all understand, and just to put a bit of further flesh on the bone here, the company that owns the building, the other company in question, is a gym. It's a leisure company. Now, we completely understand that when it comes to coronavirus, it may well be that gym has seen a drop-off in numbers of people that want to go, and it's not viable for them from a business perspective to be open during the quieter hours. Completely get that. But if Jane is prepared to pay a member of staff to sit on the reception desk so that at least her business can stay open while the gym closes, can they not come to some kind of compromise agreement? Well, I've been off to have a word with them on Jane's behalf. Jane's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jane.
Hello, Jonathan.
And you were telling me that it would be perfectly possible to lock off the gym bit. You know, you could still man the reception area and yet keep the gym bit closed. It's perfectly lockable, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. My clients can just walk through reception and go up to my premises.
Yeah, and you would be happy to pay for a member of staff to sit on the reception desk during those hours to make sure that, you know, nobody's trying to get into the gym. It's only your customers that are coming in. Now, you say that you've been trying to propose that to the company, but they have been fairly against the idea. I've been off to talk to them, and the company concerned is Freedom Leisure. They've come back with this response. They say, as a not-for-profit leisure trust, we understand the challenges faced by businesses at this time, and we've had to adapt our operating practices and hours to reflect COVID-19 guidelines. Jane and her partner have corresponded at all levels within Freedom Leisure, and we have discussed some options that will support what she's looking for. We're hopeful that we'll be able to reach a satisfactory conclusion for both parties, and we're really hopeful that this can be resolved and that Jane's business will return to the centre. So that sounds as if they've been in touch with you since I got in touch with them. What have they had to say, Jane?
So basically they've said that they are planning to extend their opening hours for January and will keep me updated on these changes. So nothing is set in stone as of yet.
And they're talking about January. I mean, what are you supposed to do then with your business throughout December? Just carry on not being open during the hours that are most lucrative to you?
Yeah, I mean, I've lost a lot of money. It's too late now. Where are we? It's the 10th of December, so my clients, a lot of them have probably gone elsewhere. I've lost, a lot of money, the Christmas money that my salon usually takes. Obviously, it's not going to be as busy, but, just a little, just to keep it ticking over. I know all the hairdressers are fully booked at the moment, so, they're still getting fully booked even though it's COVID. So I would hope if I was open all day, then I would have been perhaps pretty much fully booked.
When they say in their response that they've corresponded with you and they have discussed some options that will support what you're looking for, you've discussed, haven't you, the idea of you providing a receptionist during the hours of business between 10 o'clock in the morning and 4 in the afternoon, when the gym wants to stay shut?
Yes.
And what did they say? Did they just dismiss that idea out of hand or what?
Yeah, they have dismissed that idea.
Why? What was their reason? They must have given you some kind of explanation.
No, they just said that wouldn't work. They didn't give me any reason for that.
But why wouldn't it work? Because if what you're telling me is it's perfectly possible to lock the gym door and for the reception area then to only have access from the front door to reception and then from reception up to your premises, then surely it's perfectly possible during the hours that the gym doesn't want to stay open, which is completely fine. I mean, that's up to them. If they've decided for business reasons that it's just not worth their while being open during those hours at the moment, then that's absolutely fine. But I don't understand why it would prevent you providing a receptionist so that you can carry on trading.
Yeah, I mean, they just said that that wouldn't they wouldn't look into doing that for me.
Well, I think I need to go back to them because from their response, which, fine, it sounds as if they are aware of the difficulties this is causing you, and it sounds as if they have recognition that they need to come to some kind of solution that will work for both you and them, which is fine. And I'm sure you are a reasonable well, I would hope you're a reasonable person, and you can recognise from Freedom Leisure's perspective the difficulty that they may be facing. But surely there must be some way, a reasonable way of coming to a compromise. And I would have thought you providing the receptionist for a few hours every day is the perfect answer. I don't understand what the problem is.
Yeah, sure. And also, I've always helped their business by helping them get members. I've always been, very compromising for them and myself over the past 5 years that they've been in charge of the building.
When you come into the reception area, there's obviously some kind of reception desk, yeah?
Yeah, and then you have to go through a door, and then you go up the stairs to my business.
Right. And if you went into the gym, is that through a separate door?
It's all glass doors, so you would see somebody going into the gym.
Well, hang on a minute. Hang on.
Yeah.
Is it possible to lock off the gym? Because if you were providing the receptionist, if the gym can't be properly locked, then you're really then putting a receptionist in the position of having to police the whole thing if the door can't be locked.
Possibly. I mean, they have put a lock on one of the doors, so there's they could easily put a lock on the doors to the gym. They've put a lock on the reception door to stop people going in between the hours of 10 and 4, because there is a hairdresser's downstairs that is open all the time.
Right.
That is allowed to open.
But they don't use the same reception?
No, people can just walk straight into their building.
I see.
But I think their customers are using the gym's toilets. So there are people going into the building.
Yes, but the difficulty is, and this is why I think they're going to have to be a bit more precise in terms of why they have a problem with this. If they were to come back and say, look, in our opinion, the reception area, to allow members of the public into the reception area, and then to expect a receptionist to just keep an eye on people to stop them wandering into the gym area, that's a risk that's too great for us, because if the receptionist was distracted and somebody wandered into the gym and then the person in the gym hurt themselves, then we're not insured during those hours, and that would cause us all kinds of, I could understand from their perspective. But if it's perfectly possible for them to lock up the gym and for there therefore to be no access to the gym whatsoever from the reception area. So if I was a member of the public, I come into the reception area, and even if I was trying to sneakily get into the gym, I can't do so, then I don't see what the problem is. So I think I need them to be a bit more precise in terms of what their options are. Can you leave it with me? I will go and have another word with them this afternoon. Let's see if they can explain any further what they're proposing to do. Leaving you in this position until January doesn't seem particularly... it doesn't seem like a particularly good solution to this, really, because that's a lot of business that you're still going to miss out on during these next few weeks. But let's take it from there. Leave it with me, Jane. More conversations to have. And if they get in touch with you in the meantime, can you please come straight back to me and let me know what's going on?
Yeah, sure, I will. Thank you.
Judith's daughter moved into a housing association property about 20 years ago. At that time, the housing association had planted some trees in the residents' gardens. Well, it's all very nice, isn't it? Trouble is, now, 20 years on, the tree in Judith's daughter's garden is far too big. And Judith really thinks something needs to be done about it.
The sunshine between April and October has been obliterated now from the majority of the day by the tree. The roots are all over the garden and parts of the garden can't be mowed. The lamppost over the wall on the roadside has now been totally disappeared from view because of the tree. Birds poop constantly all over my grandson's trampoline, and the adjoining neighbour's sunshine has also been limited and complains about the huge amount of leaves in her garden in autumn. Too big a tree for too small a garden.
Well, Judith wants the tree to be cut right down, but was told there was a tree preservation order on it, so it wasn't going to be that straightforward. I've seen a photo of the tree. It is a beautiful tree. It's a stunning tree. The shape of the tree is absolutely marvellous. Trouble is, it's just in completely the wrong place. Judith's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Judith.
morning to you, or afternoon, Jonathan. Are you okay?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm very well indeed. Thank you, Judith. Now, if this tree were in the middle of the woods, or in a park, or in a nice open space, it would look gorgeous. It would be a lovely, lovely tree. The trouble is, planting a tree like this in a fairly small back garden, it was always going to cause a problem at some point in the future if the tree did not have constant maintenance. Because here we are 20 years on, the tree is absolutely enormous. It's a huge tree. It overhangs absolutely everything. And it would appear that nothing has ever been done to this tree for the last 20 years, which is why it's become so big. And I'm always talking about trees on the programme, and I know trees are great, and I know we need more trees. And, you know, it's marvellous when people do plant trees in the right place. But do think very long and hard about where you're going to put a tree, because as trees get bigger and bigger, the chances are they may well have an impact on your home, and they may have an impact on your neighbours' homes. And if you are a responsible, reasonable, decent person, you will want to make sure that your tree does not inconvenience anyone else, which will require constant work on probably an annual basis, or every few years anyway. And tree surgeons are very expensive. You know, by the time trees get big and you've got tree surgeons having to use all this abseiling apparatus, etc., with chainsaws, you know, you're talking about hundreds and hundreds of pounds for them to come out and to address the problem with the tree. So just think long and hard about where you're planting a tree before you go ahead and do it. Now, regarding the tree in your daughter's garden, I spoke to the Housing Association. They are the Guinness Partnership, and they said, we have inspected the external side of the wall. On Wednesday, the 7th of October, we could see no obvious signs of instability or damage. We agree the tree does need cutting back, particularly where the branches are overhanging the public footpath. The council has confirmed there is a tree preservation order in place, so we will require formal permission before we can arrange this work. Well, that was back in October. When you and I caught up recently off air, you said nothing's happened, haven't heard anything. So I went back to the Guinness Partnership again and said, what's going on? Have we got permission yet to do the tree? When are you going to be starting? Why has nothing been done to it? They came back with this. They said an application has been made to the local authority for approval for us to carry out the necessary work to the tree, as it is subject to a TPO, tree preservation order. It can take up to 13 weeks before approval is received. Now, I don't know if in the meantime anything has happened from your end. Has it, Judith?
Yes, a representative from the council popped in last Tuesday, I think it was, to say, yes, it's been inspected, and as far as we all know, it's going to go ahead. She did say that they've approved the pruning or the cutting down of, but the whole process will take about 12 weeks.
Right.
And I asked her, I said, well, when will the 12 weeks start from? Will they start from, you know, when we firstly sort of put in the complaint? She said, no, it'll more or less start from today. So that's good news. Obviously, it's a wait to be seen now. I guess there's a lot of red tape and goodness knows what else. So as far as I know, by about March time, I guess it'll be trimmed down.
Yes, I mean, you talked about pruning it or cutting it down. I think it's very unlikely that permission will be given to completely remove the tree, purely because it is a beautiful tree and it's been there for many, many years, and there's a tree preservation order on it. So I think the chances of them giving permission to cut it down and take it away completely is pretty much non-existent. However, one would hope that any pruning that they do will be quite a severe prune. You know, you don't just want a couple of little ends of the branches taken off. It needs cutting right back in order for it to be a few years before it needs further work. Because otherwise, if they just tinker with it at the edges, you're going to have the same problem next year, aren't you?
Yes, and I mean, I'm also hoping that they mention, well, the only thing they mentioned was the fact that it needs trimming from the other side of the wall. I do hope that's going to be sort of, you know, an all-round trim and not one that's just obstructing the street lamp.
one would hope so. Listen, can you please keep me in the loop? I will stay across this, and for the Guinness Partnership, do please be aware of the fact I'm not going away until this has been resolved. So hopefully Judith and her daughter will be very happy very shortly. We'll speak to you next year. Have a lovely Christmas, and fingers crossed next time we speak you'll be absolutely delighted that the tree has been very severely pruned.
And a happy Christmas to you and your team, and thank you for your help once again.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right, we purchased a vacuum cleaner from a TV shopping channel back in December 2017, a cost of just under £150.
Vacuum cleaners always look so attractive, don't they, when you see them advertised and demonstrated on TV?
Well, that's what we liked about it, because all the facilities were being demonstrated.
Yeah, and they always do. They put that bit of carpet down on the floor, don't they? And they scatter a whole load of muck all over it, and there they go backwards and forth. Oh, look at how this is. Look at it sucking all this stuff up. It's marvellous, isn't it? And when you see it, you think, oh, that does look good.
Well, once we received the machine, we registered with the manufacturer for the 5-year replacement guarantee. On the 4th...
Right, okay, sorry to interrupt you. A couple of things. First of all, when was this?
That was in December of 2017, so nearly 3 years ago.
And how much was it?
It was just under £150.
And was this a standard vacuum cleaner? Was it a cylinder, an upright? Was it a rechargeable one? What kind of...
It was a corded mains vacuum cleaner with the head, a handheld motorised head on a stem.
Okay. So do you pull the vacuum cleaner along like a dog on a lead?
No, it's one that it's an upright, basically.
Okay, so an upright.
But the actual area that collects the dust is actually in your hand.
Yeah,
on the end of a stalk.
Yeah. Okay, but it's all corded.
Yes, it's all corded.
Okay, fine. And 150 quid. And you said something about some kind of 5-year plan. What was that?
Yes, we was offered to register with the manufacturer for their 5-year replacement guarantee, which we did.
Mm-hmm.
And we got a 5-year guarantee registration number.
Great. Okay. What's the problem?
Right, on the 4th of November this year, the handheld unit smoke was coming out from the main unit, so we quickly unplugged that. So on the 4th, we contacted the shopping channel. Because it's nearly 3 years old, they said that the guarantee was now with the manufacturer. So I telephoned the manufacturer on their customer service, and they said that they would collect the faulty heater and issue a replacement. They did indeed collect the heater on the 5th of November.
The heater or the cleaner?
Sorry, the cleaner.
Yeah, okay.
The following day. And they said that they would issue a replacement and gave me an order number for the replacement unit.
Yeah.
And they said, because of Black Friday, allow 7 days for delivery. So I allowed about 14 days before I contacted their customer service again. But we're now 5-6 weeks in, and we're getting nowhere with them. I've been ringing them every 4 to 5 days for an update. But no one seems to know what's going on. They keep saying they're going to investigate, but that's where we are.
And is this your only vacuum cleaner?
It is, yes.
Oh dear. So your carpet is covered in crumbs, no doubt.
Well, dustpan and brush come to the rescue.
Oh well, yeah. You can't, unfortunately, dustpan and brush with carpet doesn't really do much, does it? Have you got carpets in your house, or is it hard floors?
A bit of both, really.
A bit of both, right. Well, we must try and get something sorted before Christmas, Tara, because you don't want all over Christmas bits all over your carpet and floors, do you?
Oh, no. And I've started doing Zoom exercise classes, and I do notice if I haven't hoovered the floor before, I go on my hardwood floor and start doing all my posturing, because I can see bits of dust on the floor, and I've got a dog, she brings all sorts in.
Oh,
so,
I
like a hoover.
I vacuum at least twice a day. I have started vacuuming twice a day, and I am appalled at what comes out of the carpet within the space of a few hours.
Look, I don't know about you, Stephen, on this particular issue, But I like the fact that someone is clean and cleanly and keeps up to date, and you're practically next to God, honestly, Jonathan. But twice a day?
Twice a day, yes.
What,
I've got a black dog.
Yeah, but twice a day?
Got a black dog.
Where do you stand on that, Stephen? Twice a day, overkill?
I think if you've got pets, no, I don't think it is overkill.
Thank you very much. You're just grubby.
JVS club.
That's the reality. You're just a bit grubby.
Well, I've got a black dog.
I could
twice a day.
stuff a mattress with what comes out of my carpet on a daily basis.
Well, my dog's non-shed. There you go.
Oh well, mine sheds. She sheds like an alpaca. Now look, let's see what we can
Twice
do.
a day.
I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word with this company. The fact is, you've been very patient, Stephen, but you need a new vacuum cleaner. It's not on.
Yes, please.
Hang on there. I'll pass you back to Tara now. We'll get some detail.
Lovely. Thank you, Jonathan.
Hang on there, please. Now, Liz found a solid oak table and chairs online. Well, when I say Liz did, I mean Liz's husband did. Well, they thought that this table and chairs would fit perfectly in the home. Paid nearly £500 for the furniture. But Liz says recently something's happened to this table that suggests it isn't what it should be.
Last weekend, a tiny piece of veneer, what appears to be veneer edging, has snapped off, which alerted us to the fact that it had this veneer trim. I contacted them and they said, oh, that's okay. Use some wood glue, sand it down and polish it up and it looked good as new. And I went back and said, this isn't acceptable. I don't expect to be repairing a solid oak table, not even a year later. And asked them for the manufacturer's name and they've just ignored me.
Well, as you can imagine, Liz was not happy about this at all. They believed they were buying a solid oak table and chairs, and if it has veneer on it, well, it's not solid oak, is it? Well, I went off to have a word with the company on Liz's behalf. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Liz.
Morning, Jonathan.
How often do you vacuum a day?
If I had a dog, it would be 3 times a day.
3 times a day. You
But
see,
as we
hang on,
have no
Tara's
pets-
now
Oh, my
fit.
goodness,
Listen,
seriously,
just
Liz, you're a
recognise
busy
it.
lady.
You're a bit grubby.
Have you got time to vacuum more than once a day? I mean, once a day, quite frankly, that's good going.
I think we've hit a raw nerve, Liz, haven't we, today? Because Tara's suddenly recognising she's not vacuuming enough.
Quite.
Honestly, Liz, work with me on this. This is ridiculous. Now he's going to go home. You say 3 times a day. He's going to up the ante.
Yeah.
And he'll come in after Christmas and say, well, I'm now doing it 4 times a day.
How often do you clean your kitchen floor, Liz?
Oh, once a day.
Once a day.
But then there's only 2 of us and no pets.
Oh. Well, I only do mine once a day. But once a day, absolutely. It's done so religiously. You must keep a clean home. There's nothing worse than a grubby home.
I'm not saying anything more at this point.
No,
Is that
quite.
okay?
I noticed you're keeping quiet. Right, so, Liz, anyway, I went off to have a word with this man about your table. And to start with, he said to me, oh, no, hang on a minute. This table was never sold as being solid oak. It was sold as solid oak with oak veneer. I said, was it? He said, yeah, it was described as solid oak with oak veneer. Well, I came back to you and said, look, the guy says it wasn't described as solid oak, it was solid oak with oak veneer. You said, no, it wasn't. It was just described as a solid oak table. Thankfully, you took some screenshots of the product and the description at the time of purchase. So you sent those over. And I've got them in front of me, and sure enough, it has a photo of your dining room table and chairs, solid oak extending dining table, and 4 Shirley solid oak chairs, £459.99 plus £40 postage. It then goes on in the description. This solid oak extending dining table is made from high quality natural oak and finished with a protective lacquer. It doesn't say anywhere in the description or in the title that this is oak veneer. So I went back to this guy, and I'll be honest with you, Liz, I don't like being misled. If a company misleads me, it gets my back up. So I wasn't best pleased when I went back to him and I said, look, hang on a minute, you told me it said oak veneer, it doesn't say oak veneer. He said, well, it is solid oak anyway. I said, well, it's not solid oak, is it? Because it's got veneer on it, and the veneer is now snapped off. He said, yeah, but the veneer is made of oak, so that means it's solid oak. I said, no, I'm sorry, but this is not... If you describe something as solid oak furniture, you do not anticipate that it's going to have oak veneer on it. You anticipate that it is furniture made from a solid chunk of wood, in this case, fashioned into the shape of a dining room table. And if you described it as solid oak, it must be solid oak. And if you have misled the customer, then the customer has every right to be very unhappy that this table has now got veneer on it. So what are you going to do about it? Well, he then started talking about how he was going to replace it. But it quickly became apparent, the further the conversation went on, that in fact what he was planning to replace it with was another oak veneer table. Well, you don't want an oak veneer table, you want a solid oak table. Now, actually, the chairs you like. The chairs are solid oak, and you're quite happy with them, aren't you?
Yeah, they're lovely.
So the simple fact is, you were happy to keep the chairs, but you wanted to return the table and get your money back for the table. Well, finally, he did agree to that, although actually it was a slightly better proposal, because he doesn't want the table back, does he?
No, he doesn't.
Can I just point out, that probably demonstrates how much that table is worth?
Exactly. It speaks volumes.
He's obviously worked out that to come and collect the table is probably going to cost him more than the loss of the table.
Yeah.
Which would suggest to me that it probably is pretty cheap furniture that has been imported and is just, veneered. It's certainly not solid oak table anyway. So he said he was going to refund you in full for the table, and you could keep the table, so until you find a nice solid oak table to replace it with, at least you've got something to sit at over Christmas. Liz, what's happened since we last spoke?
Well, after you emailed him when he failed to refund me, if you remember, you emailed him and said you expected the money to be in 11 o'clock yesterday morning.
That's right.
He emailed me 7 o'clock Tuesday night saying that money had gone in, and he had indeed refunded me 129.99. Yeah.
Right. Which was how much you were expecting for the table proportion of the furniture?
All but a penny, yeah.
Right. Oh, well, we won't argue too much about a penny, because the fact is that at least you've still got a table to sit at in the meantime.
Yes.
And you're now going to have to look around for a nice solid oak table to go with it in the new year. Maybe, who knows? Maybe there'll be something in the sales. But just make sure you do your homework and make sure that it is actually proper solid oak. Otherwise, you're going to end up back at square one.
Certainly.
Yeah. Are you happy, Bunny? Do we call this a result?
I'm happy, but I really don't like the way this guy is dealing. He doesn't seem to have learned a lesson, and he's just left to carry on doing what he's doing.
I absolutely understand your position on it, and yes, it's frustrating, and he was certainly what I would describe as one of life's slippery fish.
Yes, definitely.
And yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you really felt strongly about it, then I think it would certainly be worth writing a letter to the local trading standards department in his area where his business is registered. I think it would be worth writing a letter to trading standards just to make them aware of the fact. But apart from that, I think just move on. And it is a case of, for everyone listening to the programme, just be aware when something seems too good to be true in terms of price point. There's normally a reason for it.
Yeah, big lesson.
Solid oak. Oak is a very expensive wood. Oak is a luxury wood. Solid oak furniture made from great big chunks of oak tends to be quite expensive. If you're getting the whole set for £459, either it's really cheap oak that's come from China that, probably
Keep rubbing it in, Jonathan.
Isn't going to look great, or it's furniture with what looks like oak glued all over the top of it, which I think is what your table is. And I'm sorry to have to rub it in, Liz, but it's just a fact. Out of interest, have you had a little look for, hang on a second, solid oak dining table? Have you just had a look from any respectable companies, well-known respectable companies, to see?
No, I haven't.
Well, it would be interesting to know how much you would have to pay if you went to, let me have a little look at one particular retailer that will remain nameless. Well, it's interesting. Actually, a lot of companies don't seem to sell what would be. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Here's a solid oak. Yes, you can see that solid oak. Solid oak table, extending dining table, £1,500. And that's made, and you can see that is made from solid chunks of oak, and it's got the natural kind of look about it, and you can tell it's definitely made from solid. It's a beautiful table, actually, but you're going to have to dip your hand in your pocket a bit more to get something of that kind of quality, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry, Liz.
It's all right. My husband's shouting something. What's that? What did you say?
You can't ridicule me now anymore, can you?
You said he can't ridicule you anymore.
No, that's right. The end of the ridicule. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I know it's frustrating that the guy missold the furniture. Do I give him the horn or not? It's up to you.
No.
Oh, harsh. Right, okay, well, there we go. Your wish is my command. Liz, any other problems, you know where I am, and enjoy sitting at your veneered table over Christmas. Oh.
Yes.
All the best.
Short-lived.
Yeah, your
you.
short-lived veneered table. Thank you very much indeed. Now, Stephen treated himself to a nice new bed frame and mattress, but just 2 weeks later, the mattress had started to dip. And it seems neither the company he purchased the frame from nor the mattress company are accepting any responsibility for the problem.
We phoned the mattress company up and they sent out an independent engineer to have a look. And he said that the bed frame itself hasn't enough support. And that's the reason why the mattress was sinking. So we said, OK, so we went back to the company that supplied the bed frame. And they reluctantly sent out another engineer, and the guy just said there's nothing wrong with the bed frame, and that was pretty much it. So I was a bit confused because both independent companies are the same company. So one said it was the bed, and the other one said it was not.
Well, it's so frustrating. I wanted to have a quick catch-up with Stephen before I go for Christmas. I think there's still going to be quite a lot of work left to do on this particular case, but at least I've had a response from one of the companies concerned. Stephen's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Stephen.
Morning, Jonathan.
Now, I went to speak to the company that you purchased the bed frame from, because looking at the reports that have been carried out, and certainly the most recent report that was carried out by a senior technician, it seemed to suggest that indeed it was down to the slats on the bed frame that you've now got this problem. So, armed with that report from a senior technician that seems to be suggesting it's down to the bed frame, then surely it is the company that sold you the bed frame that has inappropriate slats as part of it that are not offering the right support, that you now have this problem. Well, the company concerned is Dunelm. It was Dunelm that you purchased the bed frame from, and they have come back with this response. They say, our team have been liaising with Stephen on the matter, with HomeServe visiting the customer to provide an independent third-party report on our product. The report found no manufacturing fault and conformance to industry standards. We have been advised that the issue observed by the customer is due to the incompatibility of the mattress purchased from another retailer. We encourage all customers to check the requirements of our products prior to use.
Well,
now, obviously they are, and there's the slight complication I should just point out. So HomeServe have been used by both Dunelm, the company you bought the frame from, and also the other company that you purchased the mattress from to provide independent reports. The first HomeServe report that Dunelm had carried out by a technician came back and said there's nothing wrong with the bed frame.
Yeah.
The HomeServe report that the mattress company had carried out stated there was no problem with the mattress, it was down to the bed frame. Yeah. So this is why you are stuck in the middle. The senior person who came out to have a look at it from HomeServe concluded that it is down to the slats being too thin and too far apart on the bed frame that has caused the problem with the mattress. Now, the reason I wanted to have a quick catch-up with you today, and as it's probably become very clear, I now need to go and have a word with both HomeServe and also with the company that you purchased the mattress from in the first place. But the reason I wanted to have a catch-up with you before I do that, was there anything that came with the bed frame that suggested there were certain types of mattress that would be incompatible with this bed frame?
No, because it was bought online and it just literally come in a box with the instructions to put it together, and that was literally it. I mean, to be honest with you, Dunelms they've not given me any information. I've asked them, could you send me out, what basic slats should be and the widths and that, and they said we'll get the tech team to call you. They never have, so they've never actually issued any kind of evidence to suggest that the bed frame that they've sold me is fine, because I've just asked them to give me some information on how far the slats should be apart and the thickness of the slats, which they've never done. And obviously I've Googled that kind of information, and it did come up with some measurements, and the slats on the bed are not their measurements, they're further apart. So,
but when you say you Googled that and you found the details of the distance between the slats, was that a proper recognised bed, body that had said that was how the slats should be manufactured and placed on the bed?
I just Googled distance for, basically it was just a generic distance for slats supported for a bed. Okay, and then it come up with measurements.
Right, but that could have been just written by anyone.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a true fact, but obviously when the other company sent out another senior engineer, he said the same thing, that the slats are not supportive. And I have kind of looked at my daughter's room, which is kind of the same type of bed and the same size, and her slats are a lot wider and they're a lot closer together. So,
but you see, this is what is interesting is in their response from Dunelm, they say, we have been advised that the issue observed by the customer is due to the incompatibility of the mattress purchased from another retailer. Now, was there anything on the paperwork that came with the bed frame that said, for example, this bed frame is not suitable for a pocket-sprung turnable mattress?
No, nothing like that come with this bed at all.
Okay. Well, I need to go and have many more conversations. I need to go back to Dunelm. I need to ask them why they believe the mattress was incompatible, and if there were certain mattresses that would be incompatible with this kind of bed frame, why was that not made clear at the point of purchase? Because that's very odd. It's very odd. If you're creating a bed frame that can only be used with certain types of mattress, then
I had a mattress already, so
why would they not at that point have made it very clear which mattresses this bed frame was incompatible with?
Well, this is the thing, and I mean, there's so many different types of mattresses, and obviously I'm buying a frame, so that you'd think that would be the first kind of things that they would be making you aware of before you spent all your money out on it, because otherwise, because I had an expensive mattress previous anyway, if it would have said that there'd have been certain types of mattresses, obviously I'd have looked at our mattress and thought, well, that's not going to be compatible with that bed, so we can't buy the bed. So
now I'll tell you what I'm going to do, and we've got the Christmas period while I'm off on my Christmas break to be able to do this. So let me just ask all of my listeners, and I don't have a slatted bed frame. I have a sprung divan, so I'm not able to contribute to this, but I'm sure lots of my listeners will have wooden bed frames that have wooden slats underneath the mattress. Can you do me hang on a second. Can you do me a favour, everyone listening to the programme? If you have a bed with wooden slats underneath the mattress, over the Christmas period, you don't need to do it today, but over the Christmas period, can you just, maybe next time you make your bed, can you just get a tape measure out and measure, first of all, the thickness of the slats? How thick is the wood that the slats are made of? And very importantly, what is the distance between each slat? What's the gap, the distance of the gap? That would be very useful, because if I can, and if I presume you've got the measurements of the slats and the distance between the slats on this bed from Dunelm, Stephen.
Yeah, I took pictures of the tape measure next to the slats.
Fine. So I'd be very interested to know from my listeners whether the slats on your bed frame do seem completely, out of the ordinary, because I think that will help me to be able to formulate exactly who is to blame for this problem. Please, can everyone do that? And can you just send me the details on an email? jvsshow@bbc.co.uk over Christmas. That would be really useful. Sorry, Stephen, you were going to say something.
Just quickly, I did phone up the mattress company. I phoned the shop itself, and I asked one of the guys who works in the shop if there was kind of specific distances for slats, or what type of mattresses can go on slatted beds. And he said to me, any mattress apart from a full memory foam mattress can go on that type of slatted bed. That's what they told me in the shop over the phone.
Yes, I have never heard of slatted beds being incompatible with pocket sprung, because this is a pocket sprung turnable mattress that you've got, yeah?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
I've not heard of slatted beds being incompatible with that. I've been told before by bed experts that can sometimes give you a firmer feel on the bed. If you have wooden slats rather than a sprung divan, it will make the mattress feel harder.
Which is what I wanted.
Which is what you wanted. But I have never heard that certain mattresses are incompatible. Certainly not pocket sprung mattresses anyway. So it does seem very odd. Yeah. But look, let's leave it there. There's more work to do. Hopefully over the Christmas period, people will let me know the measurements of their slats as well, so I can get a clear view as to whether your slats are completely weird and abnormal, or whether actually they fit within the grand scheme of things. So remember, it's the thickness of the wooden slat and then the gap between it.
Yeah, so it's not the thickness of wood, meaning if it was 10 mil thick, it's like the actual width of the slat itself. It's not necessarily the actual thickness of the slat, it's the width of the slat, and then obviously the distance from each slat.
That's right. And is the slats on this particular bed from Dunelm, are they solid wooden slats or are they curved?
They're curved, so when you kind of install them yourself, they have to be curved upwards, not underwards, if you know what I mean, so they give it more support.
Yeah.
Because they're naturally, I think they bend them themselves so that when you put them in, they've got more support so they don't dip.
Right.
But we've noticed that a lot of these slats have actually dipped now, so they're not actually, and some of them are flat, so they're not curved anymore. They've gone flat. That's another problem, and we've got pictures of that as well. That some of them are curved and some of them are actually flat now, so they're not curved anymore, so that's where some of the support is obviously gone as well.
Can I just ask a rather rude question before I say goodbye to you?
Yeah. How heavy am I?
yeah. Would you mind telling me? Because...
No, I'm at 14.5 stone.
Okay, and your other half?
Oh, God, she's about 7.5, 8 stone.
Okay, fine. No, it's only that if you were enormous people... Yeah. Then, is there the chance that you've just squashed it all down because of the weight of you? But if you're the reasonable size, then, of course, it's clear that something has not stood up to the test in terms of whether it's the slats or the mattress itself, but we're still not quite sure who to blame for this. Stephen, more work to do. I will talk to you in the new year. Spencer came to me. Spencer was saying that he purchased a new front door, also had some double glazing installed. This was all back in 2014. Well, all of the work cost about £7,500. It came with a 10-year guarantee. 6 years on, he spotted something with the front door that he wasn't at all happy with.
February this year, I noticed that the door was peeling. So I thought, that's a bit unusual. So I phoned the company, took some photographs of the door, took them round, left them with the secretary. She said, we will be round on the 24th of March. Chap measured up for it and said, it's a problem with these doors. He said, normally due to weather, but I can see your door isn't affected by the weather from the position it's in. And it's, did I want another colour? Because the rosewood doors, apparently there's a bit of a problem with them. I have a letter from them dated the 21st of October, and it reads, the composite door supplier has still not confirmed delivery of your replacement door slab. I wrote back to them and said that I wanted to wait for the new door, and would they get in touch with me? Well, that was 3-4 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from them yet.
Well, the company had also suggested that there was some kind of new treatment that could be applied to the door that would rectify the colour problem with it. But Spencer was worried as to firstly whether or not this would look good, and then also whether trying to patch it up with this product, whether that would then invalidate the remainder of the guarantee on the door. Well, that's why he came to my programme and asked me to go and have a word with the company. I have done just that. And Spencer's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Spencer.
Morning, JVS.
Good morning. I've just tweeted the photo again of your door. I should just point out for anyone that's interested to have a look at it, and I've had a lot of people actually who've come to the programme who've said this is not an uncommon problem with rosewood front doors. I don't know whether there's something particular about the rosewood finish of a composite front door, but a number of people have said there are often issues with that particular finish of door.
Right.
And I should just point out, if you're looking at the photo and it doesn't quite make sense, the photo for some strange reason is on its side. So the bit where all the colour is peeling off, that is the bottom left-hand corner of the door, isn't it?
Well, it's spread right across the bottom of the door now.
Oh, has it? Right. It's even worse than it is in that photo. If you want to check it out, go to the official JVS on Twitter and you can have a little look at it. Now, you will be aware, when I went off to speak to this company and have a conversation, the man from the company said, first of all, admitted that there had been this problem in terms of getting the replacement door. He said to me that the door came from Korea. And as a result of it coming from Korea, because of the coronavirus and because of all kinds of problems with getting parts from other parts of the world, there'd been delays with it, and he said he was sorry about the delay, but also kind of said it's not our fault. We're doing everything we can, and we will replace the door, but we can't possibly magic the parts for the door here. Now, I know subsequently, since that conversation, you're actually a little bit sceptical as to whether or not that part for the door was actually ever ordered, because the paperwork you've seen seems to suggest that it was only in very recent times the part was in fact ordered.
Yep, correct.
There's also a question mark over whether it does come from Korea or elsewhere in the world. I don't think it was Korea on the paperwork, was it?
Nope, China.
Very odd. So I don't quite know why I was given that information by him. But anyway, he said that the product had been put on order and the delivery date they had been told was the 8th of December 2020.
Yeah.
Well, of course, the 8th of December has now come and gone. So I got a call into this company just to say, can I please find out, has the part arrived and are you going to be going out and getting it sorted? Well, the original guy I spoke to, when I had a conversation with him, he didn't seem very aware of whether it had turned up or not, which I thought was a bit strange. And started talking about how he was going to have to go off and speak to someone else and somebody else would call me back. Anyway, the other guy didn't call me back. So I phoned again yesterday afternoon and had a word with the man that I think has been dealing with you throughout all of this, who actually seemed much more sure of the situation.
All right.
He was able to confirm that indeed the slab, which is what it seems to be called, this part for the door.
The whole front of the door, yeah.
The slab has indeed arrived.
Hallelujah.
Apparently it has arrived. He admitted that they hadn't at that particular point checked it, but it has arrived. All of the slabs had arrived, he suggested. So there's obviously some kind of order that has come with a number of slabs. Yep. Now, I said to him, of course, OK, well, that's great news. I presume then you're going to be getting in touch with Spencer and getting the door fitted. He said, yep, we certainly will. He said, we're going to, as soon as we've got the slab off the containment, then we will get it all sorted and we'll be in touch. I said, can you give me an idea as to when? He said, we would like to get it done, if at all possible, before Christmas. I said, well, that is good. That is music to my ears, because I intend to speak to Spencer after Christmas to make sure his door has been fitted. So I would imagine if the company hasn't been in touch with you yet, they will be getting in touch with you very shortly.
Right. The last correspondence I had from the company was on the 16th of November.
Which is a bit disappointing because, you know, if you were dealing with a customer who has already had this kind of delay, and I recognise from their perspective, this is a claim under warranty. I completely understand this is not generating new business for them, and I completely accept that, you know, from a cost perspective, this is something that's costing them money rather than something that's making them money. But hey, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. If you don't want that kind of ongoing responsibility, don't offer 10-year guarantees with your products.
Nope.
The simple fact is you've had this problem with the product that they installed for you in 2014. You were perfectly legitimately able to make the claim under the guarantee, and you would just like to think that they might have picked up the phone to you to say, we're so sorry you've had to wait all this time, Spencer. Don't worry, the part that we needed has indeed now arrived from Korea or China or wherever it is it's coming from. When are you going to be around in the next couple of weeks before Christmas? Because we'd obviously like to try and get this booked in the diary before Christmas. That
seems reasonable to me.
That's what I was hoping you were going to say. I hoped you were going to say, yep, no problem. They've been in touch yesterday afternoon. We got, you know, they're coming round next week. I thought that's what you were going to say, but
no, if I've been out of the house, the garage or somewhere, I've done 1471 on the landline to make sure there's no missed calls, and I've always had my mobile with me, and no missed calls or no calls on that whatsoever.
Right. Well, I really hope, Spencer, and what I'd like to do, in fact, I'm just going to wave at my team, can we make sure Spencer is booked in for my first Monday back on the 4th of January, and I hope that when I speak to you, I hope it's going to be a conversation that's going to make me feel happy and not irritated.
Jonathan, we share the same feelings. As you said, they want to sell doors and not replace things under guarantee. That's their number one priority. But, over this, they've certainly lost a sale because my partner was going to have double glazing and she was going to use the same people as I, and she's walked away from it. And so presumably there's a £7,000 plus order that they've lost there. And, it just comes down on their head. At the time, I was assured by friends, neighbours, that this company was an excellent company, good sales after sales. And what can I say? That's not that I can say that it's polite on the radio.
Let's just hope. Well, certainly not. Let's get the door fixed first before we start being impolite. Listen, absolutely. I hope that they will call you, and I hope that they will come out and get it all repaired before Christmas, as they suggested they were. I'm dealing with more of your consumer problems. Now, do you remember Tony? Tony was telling me he saw a sofa advert online on a social media page, and he thought, oh, that's nice. I like the look of that. Even though he'd never actually heard of the company selling it before.
I have to say I'd never heard from them before. It was just because I was browsing sofa companies and this came up. Had the sofa delivered, payment via bank transfer. £389. And then approximately 2 weeks ago, myself and my partner were sitting down on the sofa and we heard a big, massive sound. My partner's put his leg down to get up off the sofa, and as he's got up, he's caught the back of his leg on a sharp piece of metal sticking out. And it was the zigzag springs that are holding, I believe, the foam of the sofa, had snapped and had ripped through the fabric underneath of the sofa, and it was poking out quite sharply.
Well, Tony messaged the company through the social media platform, and they said, oh, yeah, we'll get in touch with the manufacturer, but then he didn't hear anything more, which is why he came to me. Well, I've been off to have a word with this company. I'd never heard of them before, I can tell you that much. Tony's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tony.
Hi, good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. And there are several things that would really ring some alarm bells with me. Firstly, there doesn't seem to be any presence of this company anywhere other than on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
They have a Facebook page. That's it. There's no telephone number for them. There's no address for them, as far as I can see. They just seem to, their company name is spelt in the American way.
Yeah.
Not the British way. And there are just several things that would ring alarm bells. Anyway, thankfully, we did have an email address. So I emailed them. And they came back fairly promptly, to be honest. They came back fairly promptly to say that they were dealing with you directly. Have you heard anything from them?
So, of course, as you mentioned, Jonathan, after sending them numerous of communications and not hearing from anything from them, on Wednesday after being on the show, Wednesday evening, I did receive a message from the company saying they do apologise for not getting back to me. They would, by the end of this week, send someone over to have a look at the sofa, to repair it, and to discuss what I wanted. Of course, like you were mentioning about, did the sofa have any fire safety certificates or anything like that? Me and my partner that evening did a thorough check, and of course, it didn't have anything. So I've gone back to the company and said, thank you very much for getting back to me. I would not like the sofa repaired. As advised to you, the sofa is still new. Preferably, I would prefer a refund or to repair that bit of the sofa. Well, yesterday evening, I got another response from the company.
Yes, I should just mention, I don't know if you're interested to know how the email communication went between me and this company yesterday.
I would like to know.
So I sent an email Thursday yesterday at 2:44. Dear Sir or Madam, can you please respond to my email? They then came back and said, already discussed with Tony himself. Thanks. I then came back and said, Dear Sir or Madam, Tony tells me he has requested a return and a refund, but you have not responded. Can you please confirm you are happy to collect the sofa and refund him? They then came back and said, I will deal with the issue with him directly. Thanks. So I then said, well, please respond to him then. So it would appear that they then got in touch with you. So what did they say yesterday evening?
So they said to me, we are happy to collect the sofa and offer you a refund, but we will charge you £40 and will be deducted from your refund.
No.
Please let me know. And of course, I have not gone back to them as I wanted your advice, which personally I don't think they should be deducting any money of my refund for a sofa that is not safe and, of course, has broken within a month.
Of course they shouldn't.
They want to deduct £40 out of the money that we paid, £389, to collect my sofa.
Let's have a frank conversation. Firstly, of course they should not be deducting any money from this sofa. Of course not.
Yeah.
However, there are some things that worry me. All we have for this company, and please correct me if you have any further information that I'm not aware of, all we have is a Facebook page for this company that doesn't have an address for them, doesn't have any details as to who the directors of the company are or who the owners are. All we have is a Facebook page and an email address. Is that right?
That is correct, Jonathan.
So if we just think about where we can go with this, if they, for example, don't do what they say they're going to do, and that's to give you a partial refund, then of course you would then at that point be perfectly within your rights to take the company to the small claims court. But who are you taking to the small claims court?
Of course, exactly.
Because we don't know who this company is. We don't know who's behind the company. We don't have an address for them. There's nowhere that you would be able to, send paperwork to. You don't have an address. You don't even know the name of the person that runs the company. Therefore, you're in a very weak position to take this further. Now, you will note that I have not yet named this company.
That's correct.
I'm very much hopeful that we will be able to resolve this issue before it becomes necessary to name the company, because once we have named the company, then there is really nothing further that we can do. So we need to be kind of pragmatic about it, and we need to work out. So they are offering you a refund less 40 quid.
Correct.
I'm trying to work out what the best thing to do is, because on one hand, we need to find out more. Of course, you shouldn't have to have £40 deducted. Of course, you shouldn't. But a refund less £40 is better than nothing.
Exactly.
And my worry at the moment is, if you don't agree to that, and the company say, fine, okay, see you, and they simply stop responding to anything that you have, any of your communication, you've got no protection because you paid by bank transfer, which is the same as handing over a wad of notes. You haven't got anywhere to go in terms of taking them to the small claims court. There is the chance that they might just vanish into the ether, and you then lose all of your money.
All of the money. Yeah, that is correct, Jonathan. And I did discuss, me and my partner were in discussion yesterday evening, and, yes, it's less £40, but at the end of the day, the sofa will be picked up, and we can then, of course, concentrate on getting a sofa from a place
a reputable, proper company, yes.
Yeah. And I don't have, I won't have a sofa here that, like you said, do I know if it's fire safe? I don't know.
Well, it's probably not. I mean, if there are no fire safe, that you normally get a label on there somewhere suggesting that it's compliant with fire safety regulations. I mean, the fact it hasn't got anything like that on there, I would suggest that sofa would probably go up like a box of fireworks, to be honest. God forbid if you ended up with a fire in your living room. But yeah, I would suggest it's highly dangerous.
Yes, yeah. So to be honest, I think I do prefer to lose £40.
I tell you, okay, I tell you what you could do. I'm just trying to work out if we can try and get an address from them or a mobile number. I mean, you haven't even got a telephone number for them.
The only contact mobile number I have was the number that they messaged me on the day of delivery to give me an estimate time.
So we have got that mobile?
Yes, I've kept that mobile number.
Have you tried putting that mobile number into a search engine to see if it is associated with any other company?
I haven't, no.
I would urge you to do that. Put the mobile number, put it into Google, see if it comes up in association with any other furniture company. If we can make a link between this company and a proper registered firm, because it may well be that they do sell furniture and this is just a kind of Facebook bit on the side where they don't bother following any of the regulations and they sell all the tat that they can't sell in the shop on through Facebook to people who buy it, and then it all falls apart, but then they just don't get anywhere afterwards. So if we can make a link with a proper furniture company, then I would suggest we absolutely do not accept that offer and say either you give full refund and collect the furniture or we're going to sue you.
Yeah.
But at this stage, you're in a very weak position. And this is an absolute lesson to everyone listening to the programme. Please, if you see adverts come up on Facebook or whatever for furniture or jewellery or whatever it may be, please do your homework on them before you start buying from them. And make sure you check the basics. Have they got a website? Have they got an address in the United Kingdom? Is there a telephone number? What are independent review sites saying about the company? Have they got loads of people who are really happy with that company, independently of the company's Facebook page or website? Do this kind of research before you start getting involved. And if you can't find anything about them, don't have anything to do with them, because God knows what you're buying, to be honest. It could be dangerous. It could be a load of old tat that will fall apart, and then when you try and get back to the company, they'll simply close down their Facebook page and disappear. It's, you really do need to do your homework before you start buying it. And I'm not saying that to rub salt in the wound, Tony. I'm really not. I'm trying to help other people, because I don't want anyone else to fall for this kind of problem.
Of course, yeah. It's been a big lesson learned.
Yeah, well, look, I'm going to leave this now to you. Put in that mobile number. If it doesn't come up with anything, then I would suggest you accept the offer and try to get as much back from them as possible.
Of course.
And obviously, in the meantime, make sure that you get the refund on either before they collect the furniture, or get the refund at the same time. Don't let them leave with that sofa until you've got the money.
No.
Because once that furniture's gone, if they even actually bother to come and collect it, once that furniture's gone, then you really have got nothing to go on whatsoever.
Of course, yeah.
Okay?
Thank you.
We'll catch up in January, and, there's a part of me that suspects this is still going to be an ongoing issue, to be honest with you, but I really hope I'm wrong, and I really hope that the company, they do refund you what they have told you they're prepared to refund you. Let's hope.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Okay, let's just hope that the £40 hit is all you're going to have to take. Tony, we will talk in the new year. Good luck.
Thank you, Jonathan. Have a good Christmas.
Okay, and you.
Making a difference. Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now, thankfully, Barry purchased his furniture from a well-known, reputable company. He purchased an extendable dining room table in May. Seats up to 8 people. It was expensive. It cost £1,200. It has a graphite top. But at the beginning of August, Barry's wife spotted a problem with this table.
4 weeks ago now, I come home from work and my wife approached and said, "Look, you seen this?" I said, "What's that?" I said, "Well, come and have a look. In one of the sections of the dining room table, there's a split." And I said, "Well, how's that happen?" She said, "Well, I don't know." Spoke to the daughters and they said, "There's no idea how it's got there. We don't know how it's happened." Yeah, it's just a big split down one of the sections of the extendable part of the table. So I rung the branch and they said, "Do you mind if you come and have a look?" I said, "Not a problem, of course not." So he come out, he inspected it. He couldn't work out what happened. I said, "Well, to be honest, we don't know how it's happened." We took some photographs. He said, "I'll obviously get in touch with the supplier and I'll let you know." And he said to me, "Oh, it's not a manufacturing defect. The supplier agrees with me and you have to go through your protection plans."
Well, Barry says the accidental damage part of the policy had been cancelled without him being aware of it. So he felt as if there was nowhere left for him to go, which is why he spoke to me. Well, I've been communicating with that furniture company. Barry's back on the JVS show. Hello, Barry.
Good afternoon, John. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I'm very well indeed, thank you. I hope you are too. Now, the company you purchased this from, thankfully not some company you'd never heard of on Facebook. This is Furniture Village. And they were very apologetic that you'd had the problem. And to cut a long story short, they reinstated the policy, the guardsman policy that came with the furniture. And they said that they would be getting things sorted out. It may well take some time for the replacement parts to come for the table, but they would be getting it ordered as soon as possible, and you should be a happy bunny. And we were very hopeful that this would happen before Christmas. Well, I'm really hoping that is the case. What's gone on since we last spoke, Barry?
Well, if you probably remember, I had one of the chairs that actually the legs went on it, and that's what's been replaced. That's come this morning, the replacement chair. It's been delivered, and it's now sitting underneath the table. So we've got 6 perfectly functioning chairs now.
So the chairs are okay, but what about the all-important tabletop?
Well, as I had a brief conversation, because obviously there was two issues. There was the chair and the tabletop. The tabletop was due to be replaced second and third week of January, which at the moment I believe is still the case. I had a brief conversation earlier in the week. They obviously informed me that the chair was coming Friday, and they would like to pick this one up. So that one's due to be picked up this afternoon by Furniture Village, and the suppliers delivered the replacement chair. So all the chairs now that's all complete, and it's now just a case of waiting for the table to be prepared ready for hopefully January.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm pleased at least you've got now chairs to sit on over the Christmas period. And let's just hope that when we come back in January, you'll be able to say, yeah, it's great. I've heard from Furniture Village. They've booked in a date to come and deliver the new tabletop as well. And then once that's been done, well, fingers crossed, you can then get on and just enjoy this furniture without any other problems, because this is, it's dragged on for months now, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. As I say, unfortunately, as I said, you can't really rush things like this. And I think with obviously what's going on in at the moment, it's, as I say, tabletop is probably, you don't want to get too hepped up over it. They've already agreed they're going to replace it, and that's all I wanted from the very beginning. So if it takes a little bit longer, it takes a little bit longer.
You're a very patient man. You're a very patient man. I mean, yes, you're right in what you say. Companies have got a lot to deal with at the moment, but you've still paid a lot of money for this table, and it shouldn't have been cracked in the first place. And it's frustrating that you've had the inconvenience of now having to deal with this for months. And although you're very reasonable, there is a limit to everyone's patience, and I really hope that Furniture Village will indeed get that tabletop sorted for you at the beginning of January. Barry, have a good Christmas. We'll talk next year, and fingers crossed at that point everything will be 100% sorted.
Yep, and you and all your team, and have a good Christmas, and hopefully 2021 will have a better outcome for us all.
Let's hope so. Yep. Let's all hope so. Thank you, Barry. Now, in October of last year, Paula was thinking about having an extension on the back of her house. It was like a summer room that they wanted to have built at the back of the property. Well, at that particular time, they had a guy doing some work in the front garden.
He measured it all up and gave us a quote, which we thought was quite reasonable. In November last year, we paid a deposit, £4,500, and then he said he would start the work in December, but the weather was very bad, and it was very bad in January. And then I wasn't very well and had to have an operation, and at the time I thought I couldn't cope with building work. My partner phoned him up and said we would have to postpone it for the time being, and we would like our money back. And he said that he had to pay his men and he didn't have the money. So we said he'd give him a couple of months to sort it out. And then we were in lockdown. So when we phoned again, he was rude then, quite rude and aggressive. And he just said, oh, you've heard of COVID, haven't you? I've not been working and I've got no money. And then he just slams the phone down.
Well, Paula says that that's what happens every time she calls him now. He puts the phone down on her. Well, I didn't have high hopes of a constructive conversation, to be honest, based on that. However, the conversation I did have with him when he and I finally managed to speak was, to be honest, pretty reasonable. However, there's something that's worrying me a little bit. I hope my worries are unfounded. Paula's on the JVS show now. Hello, Paula.
Hello.
Hello, Paula. So, as you know, when I went off to have a word with this man, explain the situation, he said that he was indeed doing a job for you at that time, got on really well with you and your husband. He described you as lovely people. Particularly loved your husband, apparently had lots of chats with... is it Frank, your other half?
Yes, it is.
Had lots of chats with Frank, and, he said, we really got on very, very well. And while we were there doing the work, Paula and Frank raised this idea of us doing the other job for them, which was to build, it's like a summer room, a summer house at the back of the property. It's attached to the property, but there's no access through the property, only access from outside. He said we provided an estimate. Did explain at the time of providing all of this that it would be down to Paula to find out whether or not planning permission would be required. or whether in fact the building could be done under permitted development rules. So he said we did some drawings of how the property would look. Paula was very happy with it, went ahead, put down the deposit, £4,500. He said at that point, as far as we were concerned, we had a really good relationship with Paula and Frank, and £4,500 was put down. We then locked that work into our diary, he said. He said it wasn't the weather that stopped them going ahead with the work. It was the fact that you were informed by the council that planning permission was indeed required. He said there was a mains water drain that would need to be crossed as part of the job. He said it's not insurmountable. They could do that kind of thing, but it would require planning permission. He said at that point, you then contacted him and said that you didn't want to go ahead anymore. You changed your mind and you wanted the deposit back. Now, he said at that point, he didn't think it was reasonable that you were requesting the full amount of money back, because he said he'd done the drawings for you, he'd booked the job into the diary. He said I'd actually lost other work as a result of booking it in, because people came to me with other work that needed doing, and I had to turn that down because I'd already got Paula's extension booked into the diary. So he said that he explained to you that he felt asking for the full refund, full deposit back rather, was unacceptable and unreasonable. I said to him, well, look, I hear what you're saying, and I have already explained to Paula that from a legal perspective, she doesn't have the right to the money back, because when you put down a deposit for something, when you agree to go ahead with a job, unless it is made very clear in writing at that time that the deposit is refundable, then you should assume that that deposit you are putting down is showing a commitment to go ahead with the work, and that if you decided not to go ahead with the work, you would then forfeit that deposit. However, from a moral perspective, if you haven't actually done any of the work, how can you morally justify hanging on to the money? Well, he said at that point, morally, I can't justify it. He said, I absolutely agree that from a moral perspective, I haven't done the work, and I completely accept that to hang on to that money morally is wrong. But he said, at the same time, I also feel that asking for all the money back is morally not right. Because we've done work, we've done the drawings, we'd put it in the diary, we were ready to go ahead with the work. So he said, I'm not saying I'm not going to give some of the money back, but I do think to give all of the money back is just not fair. So I came back to you with that. And I said to you, I did put you a bit on the spot, really, but you came up with what I thought was a very, very fair and reasonable compromise. You said, well, how about we go halves and we get half of the deposit back? Well, I think that's completely reasonable. And that's exactly what I went back to him with. I said, right, they will accept half the money back. He then came back with this response in writing. Hi, Jonathan, if this payment means a full resolution, then I can make a transfer of £2,250 in a couple of days. Please, can you obtain the bank details? So that was on Saturday of last week that he responded with that. So I went back to him with your bank details on Monday. Here we are. It's Friday morning. Please tell me, and I'm crossing everything while I'm talking to you on the phone. Please tell me, Paula, that money is showing in the account.
No, I'm afraid it isn't.
Now, that was what was really worrying me, because I know when we spoke yesterday off air, the money was not showing in the account. And I have chased this man a couple of times this week, including yesterday afternoon, to ask whether he can please confirm that he has made the payment. I sent him this email. It was sent yesterday afternoon. Can you please respond to my email and confirm whether you have refunded the money as promised? I've heard absolutely nothing back from him. I've also called him and I've left a message on his answer phone. Nothing. Now, Paula, I am a reasonable person, I like to think. I treated him in a reasonable way, and to be fair to him, when we had a conversation, he responded in what I considered to be a reasonable way. I completely understood from his perspective that, you put down the deposit, he'd indeed gone ahead and done the drawings and got it booked in the diary. I completely understand that. And I also understand from a legal perspective that you're not entitled to the money back. But he agreed that it was not right for him to hang on to all of the money. He agreed it wasn't the right thing to do. He agreed in writing the right thing to do was to give you half of the money back. So why hasn't he done the right thing? Why has he not done what he said he was going to do? Now, I become less reasonable as a person when people don't do what they've said they're going to do. I treat people in a way that I expect to be treated in return, and I'm straight with people and I expect them to be straight with me. Now, why would he have said he was going to pay you in a couple of days if he now has not paid you in a couple of days?
I don't know.
Well, no, and I don't expect you to know. I presume no attempt has been made to contact you to offer any explanation as to why the money has not gone through?
No, we've had no message from him or anything.
Well, look, I really hope that he's going to do the right thing. And I really hope that there is a very good reason as to why he's suddenly gone very quiet. Having agreed in writing to pay you £2,250, I hope there's a reason why that hasn't happened, and I hope it's a valid reason. And I will give him an opportunity to respond, but there is a limit to how reasonable I'm prepared to be over this, and I don't like being mucked about. So can you please leave it with me? I will make contact with him again this afternoon, and I will make it very clear that if when I return to this programme on the 4th of January, if that money is not showing in your account, then I will be duty bound to identify that man and his company on this programme, because it will be very clear, based on the experience that I have had with him, that his word, including his written word, is not his bond. And for other people listening to the programme, if they decide to employ the services of someone who says they're going to do something and then don't do it, even when they put that in writing, I have a duty of care to everybody else listening to the programme. Now, I really hope that's not going to be necessary. I really hope that he's going to pay you the money that he owes you, and he's agreed to pay you. But I'm going to have to make that clear, I'm afraid, Paula.
Right.
What a shame.
It is, yes. Thank you for all your help you've done, Jonathan.
Well, I'm not going anywhere until you've got the money. And that's the simple fact. And I would have thought that this man would have realised by now that this, for me, is not about going to him and getting an assurance and then I just disappear and say, oh, everything will be all right. I would hope that he has realised that until this is resolved, I'm not going anywhere, but maybe he hasn't quite got the message. I'm going to go and have another word with him. I'll talk to you very soon.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
Paula, have a good Christmas, and I really hope on the 4th of January you will be £2,250 better off than you are today.
So do I.
Thank you very much. Just emailed the man that Paula has the contract with and asked him why he hasn't paid the money, and I've made it very clear that my patience is running out, to be absolutely honest. Hopefully things will happen very shortly. We'll find out. Now, Graham came to me. Graham was telling me that he and his wife had booked a holiday to Madeira for May of this year, but because of the virus, they couldn't go. And they were talking to the holiday company about what options they had available to them.
I got a phone call from them early June, and they asked me whether or not we were likely to travel again in the near future, and I said no, definitely not, because we're both in the vulnerable category for COVID. So I wanted a full refund, please. They said, yes, we can definitely sort that out, but it will take 2 to 3 months because we need to get the money back from our suppliers. Again, I took them at their word and thought, cut them a bit of slack because everything's been a bit tricky. I'd heard nothing for 10 weeks, and then saying towards the end of August I contacted them again and said, what's happening? Was then told I could definitely get the refund back after the end of September.
Well, unfortunately, Graham came to me because he said he's still waiting for his refund. 7 months after the holiday company suggested it was going to happen. It's very frustrating. As you are aware, if you're a regular listener to my programme, he'd booked this holiday with a company called Broadway Travel. Now, I've never had experience of Broadway Travel. When I called them up, I got the distinct impression that the company were not particularly keen to return my call. I just got this feeling. I thought, I hope I'm wrong. I hope they are going to call me back. So I sent an email over as well, and I didn't get a call back or a response to my email, which was extremely frustrating, particularly as they're a locally based company. So thankfully, Broadway Travel are members of ABTA. And so I got Sean Tipton at ABTA involved in the case. Sean said that ABTA would certainly take a dim view of a company that had not paid a customer back when they had agreed to. And although leniency, of course, is being taken with companies to give them a reasonable amount of time to pay back in the circumstances, enough is enough. Graham's contacted ABTA. I've now finally had some communication from Broadway Travel as well. Graham's back on the JVS show. Hello, Graham.
Hello, Jonathan.
The response I had from Broadway Travel wasn't particularly... it didn't go into an awful lot of detail. All it did do was apologise for the fact that it had taken so long to get back to me and just to kind of ask what the issue was. So I've explained to them in writing. I also explained that we'd unfortunately had to name them on the programme because they hadn't responded. Graham, I gather something's happened and things are starting to look up.
It has, yes. So basically I contacted ABTA again on the phone yesterday just to see what was going on, and actually got through to someone, and they confirmed that they would basically be sending a letter to the travel company. And later on that same evening I got an email sort of saying that they had heard from ABTA and they were refunding the money as we speak.
Great.
So,
is the money showing up yet in your account?
It isn't actually showing up yet. They said they have processed it.
Okay.
And
well,
that it will take 3 to 5 days to appear on my credit card. So.
Listen to this. That is just a tiny bit of honkage. What I'd like to do, can we book Graham in? First day back, 4th of January. Yes, I'm getting nods. Graham, I'll talk to you on the 4th of January. I hope that by the 4th of January, that money will be back in your account and we can all move on.
Me too.
Lovely. Have a great Christmas and I'll talk to you in the new year.
You too, and thanks for all your help so far.
It's an absolute pleasure.